Good morning. Welcome to the Opie and Anthony Show. Kind of embarrassed that we're playing that shock jock intro as Buzz Aldrin makes his way to the Opie and Anthony Show.
I know.
Right off the bat, we're going to be interviewing Buzz Aldrin. He's got, a new film out? Fly Me to the Moon, right? Very, very cool. Opening August 15th. Also, BuzzAldrin.com. Wow, there he is. An American hero coming into the Opie and Anthony
special couch.
Steve made him sit on the couch. He was going, Steve, he can sit wherever he wants.
Well, we just thought you'd be comfortable on the couch, Mr. Aldrin.
No.
What'd he say?
We're ganging up on him.
These bows? No.
No bows? What do we got? We got garbage headphones for Buzz Aldrin?
AAA battery.
Yeah.
You need a AAA battery?
Yeah, you know, the Bose headset.
Right.
Oh, those things are
great. Button to turn it red.
Those are great.
Those are awesome.
You get on a plane, you don't have to listen.
Yeah.
You have them for travel?
You don't have to listen to people and noise.
Pretty clear,
Yeah. How loud was that Apollo 11 taking off? That'd be pretty loud, right?
We didn't hear it all that much.
Really?
No, we had a headset on, and we're upstairs at...
Anytime you watch dramatizations of it, like on films, because I like... what'd you think of Apollo 13, the film, Ron Howard's film?
It was a made-for story drama.
Oh, really?
You knew what the outcome was, but...
Well, that's true.
Real exciting, yeah.
Yeah. But the thing is, the launch always... it seems very violent in movies. Was it like that? Were you really shaken up?
Movies make it look violent.
Yeah.
That's the name of the game. You gotta shake, rattle, rattle and roll. You guys know that.
Over dramatize a little bit, but was it a shaky ride going up, or?
There's a difference of opinion depending on who you talk to. I thought it was quite smooth.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, and I look at the films of people in the shuttle where it's shaking all around.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't see anything like that.
Really? I guess it's all relative, yeah.
Because he's a man's man. If it was Jimmy, he would say, it was shaking like an earthquake.
The argument that I put forth is that the three of us agreed in some little conversation that we had that we felt at the instant of liftoff that we were no longer attached to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now that's pretty sensitive feel, as if the rockets were, gimbaling a little bit to keep us on course. Well, if you look at the film, slow motion of that rocket going up and see the rocket bells, they're not moving a fraction of an inch.
No.
But anyway, we had that sensation. Now, if you were shaking like this, you could never come to that conclusion.
Right.
That the moment of liftoff was just really imperceptible, and it was so smooth that you felt like there was a little steering of the rocket going on.
That's amazing.
Buzz, what determined who...
How do I put a hole in this damn thing?
Steve, please, sip some coffee. Stop bothering him.
Steve.
We're trying to get...
Want me to help him?
No, why would he? He went to the moon. He doesn't need somebody else.
He doesn't need Steve helping.
I'll help get your coffee cup open.
You ever felt like you're helped to death?
Yeah. It's like, all right, I think he can handle it.
He said, that's all right, big boy. Buzz, what determined...
with the painted extremities.
What determined which one of the three of you went actually first? Was there anything that... was it because was Neil considered the mission leader, or what?
Yeah.
Were you ever tempted to just go out of the hell with it and kind of bump him out of the way? And come back first?
I'm a military guy. I know how to take orders. That's what you learn the first couple of days being a plebe.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. No, sir.
Mm-hmm. We like to think you did rock, paper, scissors to see who went first.
Now, when I listen back to some of the historical tapes and stuff, there was a little problem with the landing as far as finding a spot to land. And as time goes on now, you realize how critical that was. What were you guys thinking when apparently Neil Armstrong and yourself were trying to find a landing spot for this thing, running out of fuel quickly?
Well, the computer was doing its job. It was gonna land itself.
Mm-hmm.
But nobody wanted to let the computer land in the wrong spot.
Right.
It couldn't see all the little craters here and there.
Right. Rocks.
Touch you down, then you tip over. So it was sort of an accepted agreement among all the commanders that they were going to manually take over at 500 feet. Now, when I say manually take over, that means you're steering the autopilot. You're giving it kind of additional instructions as to what to do and how to steer it. And then it smooths things out and digests them, and so you can take over and get the feel, a response, and then sort of guide it to where you want to go. And we practiced in helicopters doing this, and then we had a monstrous trainer called LLTV, Lunar Landing Training Vehicle. It was a research vehicle at first, and they didn't research it all that well.
Oh, is that the one?
Several guys had to bail out of it.
Eject out, yeah.
It didn't have wings.
Yeah.
And so if the engine quit or something, it was come down.
Yeah.
Or if it lost control.
So you guys had barely any fuel left when you touched down? Was it that close?
Yeah, well, early spacecraft are always a little heavier than later ones. And a heavier one requires more fuel to change its velocity and movement.
Sure.
So it's consuming more fuel as it comes on down to make a landing. And probably we were nominally scheduled to have maybe a minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes of fuel left at the normal time of touchdown. But we were clearly a little bit long from the starting point, and if you're long, that means you're burning fuel longer, and time is fuel being used. So
sure.
We were going to be consuming automatically a little bit more, and then what Neil saw, he sort of redesignated to a little longer place, and then with something in front of you that you don't want to land at, there are kind of 4 things you can do as you're coming down like this. If you want to land short, you got to pitch up to slow down, and you're liable to lose sight of where you're going. And if you want to land to the left, you go this way, and then you got to do this way, and it's kind of drastic either way. The best thing to do is just nose forward and fly over and then land over here. That takes longer, consumes more fuel. Therefore,
you guys talking to each other during this point and saying, calling out fuel, or is there?
Yeah,
are you going, hey,
the gauge wasn't all that good. It had a light on it.
Oh, God. It's like an old Pontiac.
It's a little better than that.
Well, yeah, a little better. A light on it, so
at a calculated 60 seconds of fuel remaining. And then the guys on the ground could watch much closer the digital readouts being radioed back. So they called out 60 seconds to let us know that that's how much time we had. We were still 100 feet in the air.
Oh, wow.
No, that's wrong. We weren't in the air.
Yeah, you were above the surface.
The ground, yeah.
Wow.
What were you thinking as you come down? I mean, you're landing on the moon. What's kind of going through your head as you're the first people to ever do this?
We're not really conscious of what's going through our head. We're responding sort of automatically, as if you're in a helicopter or a lunar landing training vehicle. As long as it looks okay, you keep going with what's okay.
You're all right.
If it doesn't look okay, then you start doing something about it. So you're not dreaming or conscious of what's going through your head.
Just doing your job at that point, I would gather.
When did it hit you then? You're right. Like you're probably looking at all the facts and making sure everything is working. When did it actually hit you? Like, wow, I'm on the moon. I mean, like, when did that emotion hit you as opposed to just the facts of doing what you were doing?
All the way. You're always conscious of what it is you're doing. And when there's nothing left to do, then you can relax. And when we shut the engine off, when I saw the light come on, which means contact with the surface, there were about 6-foot probes extending down from the landing gear pad And obviously, when you land, those are going to be bent sideways. And it throws a micro switch, which turns the light on in the cockpit saying that you have just touched the ground. So when that happens, you shut the engine off. So in case Neil didn't see the light and is concentrating, why I called out contact light, engine stop, and a few other things. So you could very easily touch down, and the computer may not really know that you touched down. It just knows that something unusual is happening, and it's maybe not in the last attitude that it was supposed to be. So it's going to fire thrusters to get it in the right attitude, but it can't do that because it's on the ground.
Even though you're on the ground, right?
So you got to tell it, I'm on the ground, and you tap the controller to do that. You understand that?
Actually, yeah, kind of do.
Was there a point while you guys were on the moon and Michael Collins is in the in the ship? Was there a point where you get nervous, like, all right, well, Michael Collins is up there waiting for us, but what if he screws up? And was there any fear of getting stranded? I mean, that's kind of where my head probably would have been at. Was there like a little thought that, like, if something goes wrong?
There are planning thoughts where you're conscious of what's going on, but not during the act. It's a little late to be worried about things like that.
Yeah,
you're there.
I guess I'm treating it like it's a family vacation instead of a military mission. But.
Yeah.
And because I was wondering about the booster that takes you back up now to the command module.
The ascent stage.
You're wondering if that's going to fire at some point. That has to cross your mind. Like,
you don't want it to fire until you want it to fire.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, you don't want to be walking around and watch it take off. That's for sure. But you also do want it to fire when you're in there ready to leave. That had to cross your mind too at some point.
No.
No.
That's
it's amazing. That's
engineering faith.
Engineering faith.
Yeah.
Faith in Grumman.
Right.
That's amazing.
That is
Just,
amazing.
out the road a piece.
Yep.
There's a museum out there somewhere, Cradle of Aviation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm looking to get them involved in a 40th anniversary next April for 2 combined missions, because they were pretty close together, of Apollo 9 and 10, because they both involved the lunar module. Apollo 9 was in Earth orbit, the first flight of the landing craft, in Apollo 10. We took the lander on the dress rehearsal to the moon. So I want to have a reunion of the guys involved at about that time. You ever heard of Yuri's Night?
Yuri's Night, no.
You know who Yuri is?
I would guess, Yuri, what's his last name? Gagarin.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, some neat kids felt that the U.S. needed to lead the world in celebrating the first guy who went into orbit, Yuri Gagarin. Now, I don't know why the U.S. has to celebrate somebody else that we were in a race with. So anyway, there's a kind of a social event, April 12th every year, called Yuri's Night. Well, after a while, I kind of resent this. We don't have a Shepherd's Night,
right?
Or Alan Shepard, or a Glenn Night. Glenn gets enough credit these days. Anyway, he wants to keep flying the shuttle.
Yeah, he wants to
so I'm trying to put forth a change to that, and making it Yuri Al John's Night. Yuri Al John. That's kind of hard to.
Yeah. Roll off the tongue. I obviously know about your love for the skeptics that suggest that, of course, none of this ever happened.
Well, I am a skeptic.
I'm
a skeptic of Al Gore.
I think we all are in a way. These skeptics that say that this never happened, I can't even believe that they come out with stuff like this. But you obviously have been outspoken.
Why are you interested in it? Because it's controversy. That's what your shows are built on. Hey, what's wrong with this? What's wrong with that? Let's fix it right.
I can't stand those people because it's denial. It's some kind of
do is ignore.
Ignore.
You're just feeding into their routine.
Well, I kind of remember one guy you didn't quite ignore, but that was nice.
I hate to say this, but I would hate to be taken in by a bunch of crackpots and enhance their purposes by feeding into their business of calling attention to them. 'Cause that's what they want.
Well, I got to tell you, when you kind of popped that guy, I was very proud. That was a proud moment right there.
What are you pointing at there, Buzz?
A little bit of a wreck.
Hazardous world here.
It's a hazardous world.
Hey, you know what's going on in about 45 minutes?
What's that?
Quietly, stealthily, the moon is going to get between the sun and the earth. It's called
An eclipse?
An eclipse.
Yeah. That's happening today?
Today.
And it's visible where?
Is
Is it visible here?
Yeah, on the TV set.
On TV?
Yeah.
Because-
No, it kind of sweeps across Asia, Canada, North America, and on into Russia.
Where it's kind of dark.
And there was a time when I thought, well, I think I'll go to Russia and look at this thing. And Lois said, no, that's not too good an idea. Then somebody invited me up to a simulated Mars location in Canada. It's called Devon Island, where there's a crater, and a lot of things there look as if you're maybe on the Martian surface. So NASA and other people are using that as sort of a simulated training place, and they have a habitat that's landed, and there are a bunch of guys that go up there in the summer, and they kind of camp out for a while.
You've been a strong advocate of going to Mars. I've read some of your stuff in Popular Mechanics.
Yeah, we need to do that in a deliberate way. Popular Mechanics, yeah, I'm having dinner with those guys tonight.
Yeah.
But they did a nice story about a year and a half ago on a concept that I came up with, just trying to improve and admire people who are able to bring about change. When Kennedy said on May 25th, I believe that this nation should commit itself to landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to Earth. We like that last part of the phrase. But anyway, did we know how to get to the moon, really, at that point? No. We had just had Alan Shepard go up and come down. Suborbital, Richard Branson type stuff. Not even into space like
That's
Yuri Gagarin.
a far cry
Yuri Gagarin
from...
went one orbit,
Yeah.
and then he opened the hatch and bailed out. The world didn't know that he jumped out of his spacecraft, because in order to actually qualify for the awards, the FAA or the French equivalent of awards for achievements in aviation, you got to stay with the craft all the way till it touches down. You don't abandon it. So they were a little quiet. The Russians were about announcing that on the way down, he didn't want to land with the craft.
Yeah.
So he opened the hatch and jumped out and used a parachute.
Wow.
Really?
Basically a girl who abandoned ship.
Well, the Russians really they didn't splash down. They hit the ground.
All right. So what I was saying was that we didn't really know how to get to the moon. We had a Mercury with one person in it, and we knew that going to the moon it was going to take more than that. So we just automatically filled the gap between those two programs with a program called Gemini. And that's what NASA people call it. The astronomers call it Gemini. But, NASA people have to be different. So when I explain something about the Gemini program, I'm always conscious that, is the guy going to know what I'm talking about? Gemini. But anyway, it's a two-man program, and it was just smooth and natural as could be. In contrast to what went on after the Apollo program and what's going on today. Now, when Kennedy said we're going to go to the moon, do we know how to get there? Well, sort of. We had a big, giant rocket on paper. While we were building the Saturn V or designing it, there was an even bigger rocket. And if we'd gone that way to go to the moon direct, turn around and come back, we probably wouldn't have made it until 1975 or something like that. Then there was the Saturn V. We could use two of them and join things up in Earth orbit, and then go to the moon, land, come back. And Werner von Braun was in favor of that. It used his rocket twice, and the science advisor to the president thought that's the way to do it. And then there was this engineer, at Langley, NASA Langley, who said, wait a minute, I think there's a better way to do that. We can use only one Saturn V. Man, that's a pretty good idea. But we have 2 spacecraft, and we're going to send those 2 spacecraft to the moon. When they get to the moon, 2 guys are going to get in one of them. They're going to land. The other guy's going to stay there. And then when they get through kicking up dust on the surface, they're going to get back in again, and they got to join up with the other craft. That ain't easy to do.
Yeah.
Especially 250,000 miles away. But a bodacious plan called Lunar Orbit Rendezvous was proposed. And in around 1961, 1962, after Kennedy committed us to go to the moon, that's what we decided to do. And von Braun went along with the idea, so did other people.
And Gemini was pretty much a practice for docking.
The point I'm making is that when we decided to do something, we really didn't, but we were flexible back then. We were adjustable. After we finished Apollo, we had a Skylab mission that used Apollo stuff, but we still had almost 6 years when no American went into space. We had a gap between when we stopped doing one thing and you start doing the next one. We didn't have that after Sputnik, between Mercury and Apollo. And we were flexible early, but we were not flexible when we started designing the shuttle. We made a mistake by thinking we could put 2 crew members in the booster rocket, and they were necessary. I objected to that, but not loud enough. And that was a stupid thing for NASA to do. But NASA was not flexible then to look at the best way to go from the Apollo program to the shuttle program. We had another Skylab, and it's in the Smithsonian. Why the hell didn't we fly it and join it up with the first Skylab? Man, that would have been an even bigger space station. Then we could have flown people to it. We could cram 6 people in an Apollo command module. We could have done that all through the 70s into the 80s, but we didn't.
So why didn't
Nobody was
they?
Smart enough then. That's what I'm saying, that we were not flexible enough to look at alternative things. Now, that leads us to today, right today, after we lost the Columbia accident, lost 3 guys coming back in, 7 guys coming back into land. We only had 3 left. We had to do something, probably. Now, that's in 2003, the beginning of that, 1st of February, the president's got a re-election coming up. Maybe he could just kind of sit tight and do nothing. Don't do anything controversial with an election year coming up. Is that what happened? No. He had his people study during the year 2003 so that at the beginning of a crucial second-term election for re-election, first term went to the Supreme Court. What did he do? He made change. Change. Okay? $1 billion of change program in terminating the shuttle, finishing the space station, and going to the moon again. That's what we did. Nobody gives him credit for doing that. That was the vision that came out at the beginning of 2004. Okay, as we have, NASA has wanted to implement this program, we got a gap. We're going to stop flying the orbiter in 2010. When is the next spacecraft, Orion, that's going to take people to the moon and bring them back? That won't be ready till 2015 or beyond. We got a gap.
5 years, yeah.
Have we fixed the gap? No. Are we flexible about re-examining what we're doing? No. We need to do that. That's our problem today. That's my problem, to try and be a catalyst to look at the different options.
You utilize that 5 years.
We got an election coming along, and 2 guys are going to replace the president that put in motion going back to the moon and on to Mars. And we don't know what either one of them is going to do, but I'm going to try and provide them with a team of very expert people, some of the options that they could pick.
Yeah, that would be good to maybe utilize that 5 years to do some more research and not just sit there. Not
we can't just sit there. We've got $100 billion space station sitting up there, and our guys want to go up there. You know how we're going to have to get up there right now?
Russians.
We're going to have to hitch a ride with the Russians. Okay. and we can come up with a capsule and land in the ocean after 25 years of seeing our astronauts come back and land on the runway. Why aren't we developing a spacecraft smaller, much smaller than the shuttle, that can take... I don't know why. NASA has studied something like that for over 8 years, and then they put it on the shelf.
And you don't know why?
Jesus. I suspect that that they don't like that kind of a spacecraft. It somehow brings into question their decision to use a capsule coming back from the moon. And they don't like Air Force rockets.
No.
Well,
why is that?
Apparently, because there are two very, very good rockets that could be used in addition to deriving things from what the shuttle is launched by rockets and certain engines. We could preserve that. Take the orbiter off and put something on the side and make minimum change and use that for the cargo, but put the people on top of an Air Force rocket that already exists. That's not all. There's a lot of details involved in these decisions, but we're not being flexible, I don't believe, in reconsidering before it's too late. If you're proceeding down a course and clearly a lot of people are beginning to question whether that course, like Yogi Berra says, when there's a fork in the road, take it. Okay? I like Yogi because when I moved out of Montclair, New Jersey, he moved in.
Oh my!
I have a question too. It's a different subject, but Dr. Edgar Mitchell, I think his name is,
That's right,
has been in the news a lot the last few days, talking about extraterrestrial and how NASA's covering it up, and NASA's being very nice about it, but they're saying, well, we disagree with him. I mean, do you know? I'm sure you do know him. And what's your take on it, or your little?
He's getting a lot of attention. Why? Is his proposition normal? No, it's a little bit bizarre. People love to pay attention to bizarre things, especially if they involve cover-up and conspiracy. And that really attracts attention. You didn't go to the moon? Oh, yeah, you were doing that in the backstage lot in Arizona or something. People pay attention to that. That's what they want. I don't know what Ed's motives are particularly. Maybe he does have an inside track to intelligent sources who claim this and that. Well, so do all the UFO claimers. They have an inside track to information that we don't know about. And it makes them feel important. So anybody who says we got a conspiracy going, how are you going to deny a conspiracy? You got to prove everything that isn't what they claim.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think, Buzz? Is there aliens out there?
Maybe,
are we alone?
Maybe. We don't know. There is no evidence that says there exists life anywhere else in the universe. Is that probable? No. It's very, very probable that you given the right conditions around billions and billions of suns, there's bound to be life that will generate itself just naturally, just like it did here in our solar system on the planet Earth. It doesn't seem so remarkable a thing.
But there's no evidence.
Now, we call ourselves intelligent, so out of all that life was teeming around the dinosaurs and everything, things interrupted. Little big rocks hit the Earth, and unfortunately, the dinosaurs didn't have a space program, so they couldn't stop the thing from coming in and hitting the Earth. So it gave rise to. It was okay for the apes to begin to come down from the trees, and they started walking around, and certain branches got smart enough to dig in the earth and found some funny stuff that if they got it hot enough, it melted, and they could make that into metal and get wires and create radios. And pretty soon they put together an automobile, a train, an airplane, a spacecraft, a rocket, and went to the moon. That's intelligence.
That's pretty amazing.
I think it is.
Yeah. What do you think of technology today? Obviously, you've seen a lot of technology over the years. What do you think? Is it being used wisely? Things like the internet with the way to communicate with anyone in the world at a moment's notice.
Mind-boggling, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You used to know what was underneath the hood of a car, and you could go in and change this thing and that thing. You lift up the hood now, and geez, everything's computer controlled, and you can't squeeze much of anything in there. You got to take it to somebody else to fix what's going on.
Yeah.
There's no backyard little auto repair shop, and it's amazing. I got 2 cell phones.
Yeah.
2 Blackberries, and the new one's coming out in 6 months or whatever, and that's a rapid pace of innovation that's going on in production, and we don't send something back to the repair shop. We throw it away and got a new one when it comes out new. It ain't that way with rockets. It takes a long time to develop a rocket engine and put it through the testing that's needed to get the kind of reliability that we want, that you would want, to climb on top of that rocket and light the fuse. Most of us in the space program don't really like the word blast off. It's a little bit too violent. We like lift off.
Hey guys, we got to get Buzz out of here because you're doing Good Morning America, or you're going to do some TV, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Which one? Because I mean, our
He's got
listeners.
a few more minutes. Okay.
A few more minutes. Okay,
cool.
good.
Okay.
Hey,
Good.
we got an eclipse coming up in 30 minutes, but
Wherever we have to go to Asia.
Do you have any? Would you have any motion sickness? I read that there was one of the astronauts that had motion sickness from the time he left, and the other guy just laughed at him because he was vomiting the entire trip. Did you have any motion sick, or anybody you with?
If you're sitting in a combined, geez, what am I trying to say? A crowded condition, and you got 3 guys there, and one guy begins to vomit. You're not going to laugh. You're going to get out of the way. You're going to help clean up what's going on. And besides that, if you're en route to the moon, somebody's kind of sick, you don't want to turn around and come back. So you tend to downplay what was happening. And roughly 50% people sense some uneasiness from dizziness, maybe a little lack of orientation, to actual churning feeling in your stomach, to nausea, to vomiting. And this happens in maybe about 50% of people in the early minutes, hours, day or two of spaceflight. And it's been a concern. Not everybody. But once, and it gets kind of complicated, and I have my theory about it. I think that it's visual and psychological. You can sit in a widescreen theater, okay, and see a scene of roller coaster.
Right.
You feel it in your gut.
Yeah.
How do you explain that?
Purely, that's pure
nothing's
visual.
going on. You're not churning up your inner ear, your vestibular this and that. We don't have the right answer yet, and I have some theories about it, about people who have a good sense of direction down here, as opposed to some people that don't have a good sense of direction. Those of us that don't have a good sense of direction, we're kind of continually confused when something changes. So when you get into orbit, for some reason, your reference is taken away from you. So the person who is kind of egocentric, that gets lost down here, up there, it's okay. Sure, it's a little different. But the guy who has a great sense of direction, he just lost something that's pretty significant to him. And so he's going to develop a sensory conflict. And humans with a sensory conflict get nauseous for some reason, and if it's sufficiently disturbing, we vomit.
What is the closest thing to the feeling that people just normally on Earth can relate to? Is it like a boat? Is it like when you're going between the Earth and the Moon? Now you're cruising. What does that feel like? Is it a rocking motion? Do you? I know that you're pretty much weightless, but
there's no up and down.
Right.
Anymore. When you're at the Earth and we're oriented with the gravity, that's down. And
right.
It's up. But when you kind of move away, Buckminster Fuller said we need to start thinking in terms of outward and inward. We're moving outward, away from the gravity of the Earth. And that's the sense that you have when you move away and the Earth is back there and the moon's over here and the sun's over there, and they're all about in the same plane because of the orbital motion of the Earth and the moon. And we need to be perpendicular to that plane, rotating to even out the heat from the sun, and also to keep communication back to Earth. So you're sitting inside of this thing, and it's moving, and the Earth moves by in front of your window, and you watch it. And then 20 seconds later, the moon goes by. And then after a while, the sun starts streaming in with its brightness. There's no night and day going out because the sun's there all the time. You can look toward the sun, and you can't see very many stars because it's too bright. But you look in the other direction, and yes, after a while, your eyes will accommodate, and you can see all the stars you want. Fortunately, because we use those to navigate our way back home in the event that the deep space tracking network is not giving us information into the computer as to where we are and what we got to do to get back home again.
Use the stars.
We've gotten and we got the signal. We have to share, they have to share us the signal. We have to thank, of course, American legend Buzz Aldrin, and we have to also plug what it is you needed plugged.
There is a movie going on. It's going to open up nationwide.
Fly Me to the Moon, right?
Fly Me to the Moon. Gee, I wish I got residuals on something like that. Like Bob Hope, whenever they play Thanks for the Memories, he gets paid a little bit because he promotes that. Fly Me to the Moon is about 3 flies that come from a dump or whatever it is near Cape Canaveral, and this colony of flies see these rockets going up all the time. Anyway, the grandpa fly tries, when he was young, to stow away with John Glenn to go into orbit. But at the last minute, the pad leader comes up and shushes him away and then closes the hatch so he doesn't get to stow away. So the grandson and his 2 cronies, one a geek and one kind of an overweight kid, typical of today's kids.
Yeah.
They don't listen to their mom about anything. They decide that they're going to have an adventure of their own. They're going to stow away in this upcoming flight that's going to go to the moon. So they want to go to the moon along with this flight. So they figure a way to stow away on board Apollo 11. And then, of course, something has to go wrong that they fix. Because they're small little flies, they can go into the inner computer circuits and fix some short that is going wrong. Anyway, it is true to history, and young kids coming along, they get to see a progression of history of spaceflight, but they also see it mixed in with a very animated, lively 3D with flies going all over the place and surprising the kids, and they scream. This is going to be a big hit, I'm convinced.
What's 3D too?
Why am I doing it? Well, I'm the only human being that, the real live human being that's in the whole film. I'm in the epilogue. I kind of walk in and say that, our spacecraft don't have flies, really.
Nice.
Disclaimer.
It's called Fly Me to the Moon. It's opening August 15th.
3D film premiering August 15th. And you can also go to Buzz Aldrin, that's ALDRIN.com. And it was such an honor to have you, and we're so happy you were able to come.
Yeah,
today.
I have a nonprofit, sharespace.org.
Good.
And buzzaldrin.com.
Yeah, we got to get you out of here. You got to go do some TV, Buzz.
Okay.
This was a pleasure. Buzz Aldrin, everyone.
To the moon, let me play among the stars, and let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars.
We're back with the Opie and Anthony Show. I want to thank the great Buzz Aldrin for coming in and hanging with us today.
It's a nerve-wracking experience because Ant was great. Because you're talking to
what are you going to do?
Second guy on the moon. It's like you don't want to say something stupid.
Yeah. He's a bit chatty.
Yeah.
Well,
we were joking. I mean, you got to make some jokes. We're thinking that, Good old Buzz was chatting the whole way to the moon and driving everyone nuts. And then when I was 12 years old in New Jersey,
we gotta hit this.
And then everyone's looking. How many more hours do we have before we can touch down and
Where's the moon?
And get the hell out of this spacecraft and have some peace and quiet?
The problem is he's such a smart guy. Like, literally, if there's anything you want to ask him about, he knows. So if he gets just a thought, he can just go into every detail about it because he knows.
Oh, his brain works differently, Jimmy.
That's what it is. You realize these guys are, they were made for this. They were made to go. We're asking questions about the fear and are you thinking about this and what could go wrong with that thing and are you soaking in the whole experience? And they're like,
Not
hey,
really. We had a job to do.
Here we go. We're landing this thing. And we're lifting up. And from liftoff to landing to coming back, they got work to do. They got stuff to do. I'm sure they got a little time to reflect. But, and for the most part, especially people like Neil Armstrong, geeky guys. Just like, they were geeks back then, and that's what they did. They went to the moon.
He was probably the tough guy on the flight. Like, they probably sent Buzz up in case there was a problem on the moon. He could knock somebody's teeth out.
Yeah, there was some life form they didn't know about.
Man.
Oh, hell yeah.
But I wanted to ask, and I just didn't, because he was talking about other things. The
farting question?
No, God, the farting question. If I had
I wanted to so bad.
I'm like, so many farts.
Anyone fart.
But I wanted to ask him, what is the contingency plan for a total failure of the ship when you can't get back? Because I've heard that they do have pills that they take, whether it's cyanide or something like that, so you're not starving to death, floating through space, dying over 3 days.
Or running out of oxygen.
Oh, yeah.
Could you imagine just running out of oxygen as you're just moving away from Earth?
You're like, oh boy, it's going to be bad.
We don't have anything that can come get us. Nope.
Yeah, there's nothing that can come and get you.
What did you hear, Mike? You heard...
I heard the pills, and remember when they had the problem on Apollo 13, they were worried about running out of oxygen as well, so they thought about getting to the pills. And the other story was when they landed on the moon, Krantz, the guy who was the mission control guy on every of the moon landing missions, said they landed, everybody was like, wow, we're on the moon! And then they started looking down at the meters, and the hydrogen levels were going through the roof on the tanks, and they thought the tanks were going to blow. So they almost had to push the abort button a minute after they landed on the moon.
Sending them back up. And
somebody goes, vent the tanks! And then finally it went down, but they were that close to getting right out.
Amazing. All right, we got to take another...
If I were Neil, I would have just jumped out, stepped on the moon, and got back in.
Said, let's get out of here.
We're out of here. I'm not pushing my luck.
I'm just funny. I asked him, what was the process when became Neil went first? And he's like, well, I'm a military man. You can tell I'm probably irritated. I mean, he's probably like that stupid, quiet Neil. He has nothing to say. He just holds up in the apartment.
I asked him that after we were off the air when we were in a commercial. I said, is Neil just a very private, quiet guy? And he's like, yeah, he's always been that way. Because he never gives interviews. Neil Armstrong?
Never.
You never see him. Guy's still alive. A lot of people don't even know that.
He's just playing golf somewhere.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to be bothered.
Neil Armstrong.
He probably talks really swishy and doesn't want anybody to know. He's probably like, well, the moon was very, very nice.
Oh, God.
And that's probably what it is.
Buzz is going to come back in here and punch you.
Well, he doesn't care if I goof on Neil. I'm not going to goof on Buzz. Buzz had a moon ring. He had a moon ring.
I know. It was a big diamond, like a crescent moon. And then going toward it was a little lunar module.
That's cool.
Oh, is that what that was?
Yeah, it was a little diamond lunar module. That's a cool ring.
The president probably gave it to him.
Yeah, why not?
We should have jumped.
Here you go. No, was it Tricky Dick? Yeah. Here's a ring, Buzz.
Why can't we? We should have jumped him on the way out, man.
Oh, yeah. He'll still kick our ass.
Yeah, no kidding.
He's
that guy.
Barrel-chested dude. He probably elbowed the gum line.
Yeah. All right, let's beat it. We got to take another break just to catch up and get into a rhythm here with the Opie and Anthony show. So once again, Buzz Aldrin, that was great. Fly Me to the Moon. It's going to be a 3D movie coming out August 15th. Go to buzzaldrin.com. And for all the people that stuck with us with this long commercial break, well, get ready to text. You got a chance.
What does that mean?
You got a chance to win a car. We're going to tell you within seconds here. It's Opie and Anthony. Hey, good morning to everybody. Opie and Anthony, 877-212-ONA. Let's not forget about ONDARadio.com. We just took a bunch of pictures of Buzz Aldrin and we threw them up there. Or they're going up as we speak, so.
And Penn is coming in at 7:30, I think.
Who is?
Penn Jillette.
Oh, that's today too?
Today. And Penn's a big NASA guy. Like you saw the two, in Bullcrap, he called out the two episodes that we had. One was something to do with NASA. And
the first episode of this season of BS is about NASA and going to Mars.
It was hard for him to do because he's like a real NASA lover. He's like, he had to call out something. He's like a parts of NASA. Like he wouldn't even trash the whole, because he loves it.
Sure.
But I imagine he's met Aldrin before.
Probably.
I hope he's listening, and I hope he hasn't. And I hope it bothers him that he just missed him.
Yeah, maybe we could have done the right thing and said, "Hey, Penn, you might want to come in early and meet."
No, because
he probably has met Buzz Aldrin. I'm assuming
he knows a lot more about space than we do.
Yeah,
and the NASA program, and it would have just been we would have just sat there and watched Penn probably do a very insightful interview. Why didn't we do that? You're right. Good point.
Also,
and Anthony was very.
Oh no!
No, you were very good. You knew all the stuff because Buzz is like, "Well, I'm sure you understand that," and you're like, "Well, yeah, I probably do."
I do.
Yeah, you're like, actually, I do.
We did tell him. We made him aware, and I guess he took the option.
Okay.
So,
also, good news: Will Ferrell. We bitched and complained that Will Ferrell's been blowing us off. He's going to be calling the Fine Show today as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we have a little power still.
When's that happening?
A little later on. So.
And Black Sabbath.
And Black Sabbath is coming in. Heaven and Hell, right?
Yeah, but their Sabbath. The thing is called Black Sabbath. The Rules of Hell. It's a box set with the Dio years, but their Sabbath. Heaven and Hell, I think, was just to differentiate Ozzy not being there. I love Ozzy.
All right.
We did. Oh, he knew Pez. Okay.
Yeah, Manny Ramirez traded to the Dodgers.
Yep.
Oh, you didn't know that, Jimmy?
Did not know.
Joe Torre is just loving life right now.
He was very unhappy with the Sox, apparently.
How stupid are they? Like, why would you let him go? I mean, they hadn't won a world championship. And what was it, 100 years? And then all of a sudden they've had this great run in the last few years. Why would you mix with that with one of your best sluggers?
Yeah.
Why are they that stupid?
I guess his demands were a bit much.
Well, the Red Sox got Jason Bay in the trade.
Well, no, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that Jason Bay isn't really a... Boo.
Boo.
So you lose Manny Ramirez and you pick up Jason Bay. Why is the sound effects only going through one speaker today?
No, all they got to do is get rid of Big Poppy over there, and maybe the Yankees can win.
Yeah, I want to see...
And Ken Griffey was traded again. I think this is the 20th time in his career he's been traded.
What a baby he is. Where'd he go?
The White Sox, because they have a chance to win it all.
Do they?
Yeah, the White Sox have a chance.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't followed baseball. I lost interest when I realized none of them take their nights off to watch me. Why should I?
You lost interest after, Jeter did what he did.
But I mean, and I'm just like, with sports, when's the last time they had a game and Posada goes, you know what? I'm going to take tonight off. It's a rain makeup because Norton's doing a show. No, it doesn't happen.
No.
So why would I? And I know if Colin heard that right now, he'd probably spit in my face.
Yeah, well, yeah. Jim Norton.
Baseball team.
Also,
taking not enough attention from the Yankees.
Stupid.
Now he's going to come by. What are you guys doing?
Do
you want Colin Quinn here today?
Colin is probably comatose right now.
Yeah.
With like a brown baggie with tea in it and holding a crumb cake, and he just fell asleep with his mouth and eyes open.
I dare him to come in now.
I'd like to slap his face. I like to dip my hand in warm oil and slap his face.
Yeah. Hey, guys, you going to go see the new Kevin Costner flick?
What is that called? I think.
Well, it's called Swing Vote, Jimmy.
Ugh.
And it's getting horrible reviews.
Of course it is.
There's no movie worth seeing this weekend. Go see Dark Knight again.
Again.
Seriously, I mean, you got Swing Vote getting 32% positive reviews on RottenTomatoes.com.
About Fly Me to the Moon.
Fly Me to the Moon is August 15th there.
Oh, okay.
Pay attention.
Yeah, you really should pay attention.
Wasn't really paying attention to the dates.
And then you got the new Mummy movie. Well, 11% positive reviews.
Oh, no. That's it?
That franchise is over, my friend.
What is Swing Vote about?
Well, the election comes down to one vote, and this guy, Kevin Costner, whatever character he's playing, that will be just like every other character he's done.
He's the swing vote guy.
He's the one vote left to decide the election.
Now, how does that happen?
Kevin Costner.
How does that happen in this country where that could never happen? It's like, it's all tied up.
Yeah.
And one guy gets to decide who's president.
Yeah.
And I think they're trying to woo him
Wait, is he like a delegate? I mean, is it like an electrical?
I don't know.
You so know. You don't need to read anything about this movie. You think he's a well-informed voter? Of course he's going to be probably a guy down on his luck. I would guess. I swear to God, I haven't even read anything in this movie. I would guess he's a single father.
Single dad.
I would guess maybe he's out of work. I would guess he might have some kind of addiction problem, possibly a drinking problem.
He's a pederast.
Why would it be a well-informed voter that's going to decide the election? You got to think it's a guy that doesn't know anything about politics.
It's going to be a regular guy that knows nothing about politics, and guaranteed one of the candidates is real bad.
Yeah.
One is okay, and he will teach them both about what it is to really be the president.
I got to pat myself on the back, and I swear to God I didn't read anything about this movie. Here's the synopsis. Is Hollywood predictable or what? Swing Vote follows the story of Bud Johnson.
Ew.
I'm Bud Johnson. Lingalonga.
A beer-slinging, lovable loser.
There you go.
Who is coasting through a life that has passed him by. This is exactly.
Is this Tin Cup?
Yeah, the one bright spot is his precious, overachieving 12-year-old daughter, Molly. Of course. She takes care of both of them.
Because it's a single father.
Yeah, this gag has been done a million times.
She takes care of both of them while Bud drinks.
Until one mischievous moment on Election Day when she accidentally sets off a chain of events which culminates in the election coming down to one vote, her dad's!
Yep. Oh, boy.
God, does that sound awful.
Swing Vote is a comical look at the journey of one father and daughter who discover that everyone has the power to change the world.
What does she do to make that happen? Does she murder 200 million people with a machete? And then there's only dad and 3 other people?
Yeah, what happens?
It's up to dad.
Wow, that buzz travels fast.
Hey, how come he gets the suit on TV and we got this we don't like this?
We got the suit.
No, but he threw on the thing. I don't like that. He didn't dress up.
Buzz's spaceship was outside. He flew over to Fox. Very fast.
I know, I got it. But no way a spaceship would be allowed in this city to fly to Fox.
Oh!
I want to see
little Jim.
I want to see how Fox cuts him off because we had a tough time doing it
with pictures.
I bet you they played about an hour's worth of commercials before he got there.
It's Buzz on the moon.
Look at Buzz. We just had him on. Same guy.
Yeah, it's the guy.
Hey, that's the guy. Same guy.
Right.
Same guy.
Wow, that guy's getting a chance to talk a lot, though. The host.
Very, very sudden.
Oh,
that can be rather traumatizing.
Well, I never like to get in front of a crowd and have to speak, and even a little kid getting on stage and recites the Gettysburg Address, he doesn't pay attention to what's going on. He's really nervous about what's happening, and that always bothered me a little bit. And after my first space flight, a lot of attention. So I sort of dreaded that.
A fellow astronaut, Edgar Mitchell, has recently come out and said there's extraterrestrial life.
See, we know how to interview
Do you believe in extratraterrestrial life?
Look at us.
I believe in what has been proven and has good evidence to support what it is. The word belief, you either have faith in a belief or you have evidence to support.
He's off and running.
Oh boy, here we go.
Here he goes.
You better have some facts to substantiate it.
You're a big believer in the commercialism.
What the hell? He got a 15-second.
Wow.
The entrepreneur Branson, the Brit.
All right.
I bet you it's because it's TV. He understands on TV. I bet you when he came here, they told him, you got about 40 minutes.
Yeah, you can just...
It's radio, you can relax. And he was relaxed.
Yeah.
We got the buzz. That's the buzz that you hang out with at a backyard barbecue. That's because the way we were acting is like, we didn't look like official people. We're all dressed like bums.
Of course.
So that was barbecue buzz.
I put on a nice T-shirt today.
We got barbecue buzz?
But I'm not knocking that. I'm saying that was just hangout buzz.
No, I like barbecue buzz.
That's the way barbecue buzz probably talks.
Barbecue buzz.
This is TV
we got cake party buzz.
Yeah.
Just hanging around the keg, just shooting the ass with Buzz Aldrin. That's what we got.
Because he knows TV has done a little snippets. He's done a million of these interviews.
Yeah.
In all countries, I'll bet.
Sure. What? Hey, let's do something here. We just had Buzz Aldrin, a guy who went to the moon and came back, obviously.
You're kidding.
Yesterday we were talking about a guy that we really do like, but we have to do this. I'm sorry. I have to say sorry to Chris Angel because we really like him. He comes on the show, promotes, and we have a good time with him. But we were kind of beating him up yesterday about his latest stunt. And after having a guy that went to the moon and back, it's a good segue. Chris Angel was exposed by a local TV station down there in Tampa Bay.
I like this because yesterday we were saying how the news got completely bamboozled.
Yeah.
By his stupid trick.
Yeah.
That wasn't a real. They said, tragedy almost strikes Chris Angel as his trick goes wrong, but he narrowly escapes.
See, the trick was supposed to go wrong.
It was exactly the way it was supposed to go.
Basically, they were imploding a building, and he had to escape the building and get to the roof. And jump on a helicopter before this thing imploded.
If that happened, that would be the trick going wrong, because that wasn't the way it was supposed to happen.
Right, but he had it set up where it was supposed to go wrong, but he was going to survive in the end to make it way more dramatic.
Right.
Also, you're not going to get a helicopter pilot that's going to sign off on this bit.
Yeah.
The insurance and the forms you would have to sign, no.
Mm-hmm.
So we were very suspicious, and we're like, and we weren't happy with the local news, getting bamboozled.
Yeah.
So we looked into this further, and they caught Chris Angel running from a building that was
the building next door.
The building next door. Thanks, Ant.
When they demolish these buildings, they put them straight down.
Right.
You've seen it before. Everybody has. And the buildings next to it are fine.
Yeah.
So apparently one of the Fox 5 helicopters out there,
because they're all covering this event.
Yeah, and the producers of the show told them they had to stay far away, but they zoomed in with their camera, and apparently they see a figure running from the building next door, dressed exactly like Chris Angel, into the rubble, and then out of the rubble. He kind of walks through it and comes staggering out, and there he is.
Yep.
Chris Angel.
Do we have a video of that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, we got it.
They also have video of him in a pre-recorded segment.
And was this for this same trick, by the way?
Yeah.
This trickery? Okay.
Yeah, they show him running through the halls of this building trying to get out. And they have a set of handcuffs cuffed to his hip. And then in the next scene, which is obviously pre-recorded, he doesn't have the handcuff on his hip anymore. And then the screen goes to static when the building supposedly blows up with him still in it. But it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 shot. It's an eight separate cameras that they're showing, like security cameras on a screen.
Actually, 9.
All the 9?
3 across, 3 across, 3 across.
Oh, I thought it was because the middle one kind of stayed.
Oh, is that where you're getting?
Regardless,
okay.
It was. It went to static, but the entire background went to static. It wasn't like each individual camera went to static. It was so cheaply and cheesy done. They absolutely could have done in separate little boxes like security cameras are.
Sure.
But the whole thing went to static. And then the big thing also was digital cameras, when they get knocked out, just go off. They don't go to static anymore.
Chris Angel really blew it.
So
this is gonna hurt his wizardry.
Wizardry.
I like the fact, though, that we're actually see. We told you he's not magic.
I know, right?
It's like a guy getting caught with a rabbit under his shirt. It's like, we kind of know it.
But
I think most people know it, but you don't want to. Right. You don't want it proven. I think Penn is going to have a field day with this when he comes in a few minutes. We linked the video to ondaradio.com so you can check it out for yourself. But it's just a couple clips from the video. This is Fox 13 in Tampa Bay.
Hi, I'm Barbara. I'm a director here at Fox 13. As a director, we're taught to pay attention to the small details. The illusion here is in the magic of TV. Notice that the handcuffs are hanging out of his pocket here. There's a pre-tape sequence that comes into play here. When he runs through the door, you notice that the handcuffs are no longer showing.
Wow.
This is the pre-tape sequence that you're seeing here.
Someone is so fired.
What happened? We forgot the handcuffs.
It's called continuity, man.
Yep.
Someone is so fired. You got to go, okay, Chris, make sure you still have the handcuffs on your side when we go from tape segment back to live.
We try to get him on today. That would be great. Are we trying?
Yeah, I believe we are.
Probably wouldn't.
Well, maybe
Here you see split screen effect with 9 individual boxes. Each box has its own source. When the screen goes to snow, each box should have its own squeezed back effect of snow, not one large effect here, as you see.
Oh, they're just blowing up his spot.
That was so badly done.
Oof.
Where's the helicopter footage?
Yeah, that's coming up.
Oh.
He's usually well prepared, That's what makes what he does so great.
Yeah, this is the kind of
stuff. He really
stuff.
blew it on this one.
Can't have so many people watching in so many different places.
But you got to understand that that's going to happen if you're going to do a stunt like this, so you really got to, think it through.
Well, before we go to the video here from Skyfox, we want to stress that the producers were very concerned about the location of Skyfox, kept stressing that it needed to be a great distance away from the actual stunt so that it would not interfere with the other chopper that never actually lifts Criss Angel to safety. But the producers may not have been thinking that Skyfox was also equipped with a zoom.
It's one of those friggin' copter cams with the. You could zoom in on anything.
You pretty much could zoom in on a mosquito on your arm.
Yeah.
You see, obviously the building has just imploded here. I want you to keep your eye right about there. And what you're going to see is a figure emerging, running out, right about there. See that? That's obviously a person. It's a wide shot, so we can't confirm that it is Criss Angel, but it certainly is someone dressed in black, as he was, and obviously someone running away from the demolition.
Oops.
Yeah. And like I said, this video is up on OandARadio.com. One final clip.
Now, what's interesting is that right here in that grassy knoll, well, that's exactly where the producers later found him. And they came to this exact same area. You can match up the video here, and you can see, well, there he is. He comes stepping out, looking a bit like the mummy there, as though he had just survived a collapsing building. And you know what? With no disrespect to Criss Angel here, obviously we're playing skeptic, but he himself is an ardent skeptic. This is a skeptic, I should say. This is actually what he does for a living, debunking others. So in a way, this is exactly what he wants us to do to him, at least to wonder, to ask questions. That's really what this performance is all
Probably
about.
not.
Why are you explaining? I don't understand why they act like we need to explain why we're showing this. Because everyone wants to see it, stupid. It's fun to watch people fail.
He debunks things, and I'm sure he would love the fact that we completely made him look like a buffoon.
I'm sure he's loving the fact that we just ruined his career.
Yeah.
He's built up for the last 20 years.
Do you think that hurt him?
Oh, my God, it has
That hurts,
to.
because it's so fake.
You can't be caught, doing trickery.
Running through the hallways, and he's so overdramatic as he's doing it.
Because most people are like, wow, how did they do that? But then when you could show, well, this is exactly how. He was actually in this building safe when this thing came down, and then he ran from the safe building into the rubble and then appeared.
And he uses so much pre-taped stuff.
Yeah.
He absolutely does.
Can I say, though, that's not, to me, that's bad, but it's not, if it was a big close-up, it'd be different, but it's such a teeny little figure, with smoke.
Yeah, but it's him. Who else is it?
Could be something else blowing through.
Are you?
No, it's him.
It's him, Jimmy.
Oh, I know that.
Oh.
I'm not saying that he's a magic man, but there's a way for them to spin it. He could say it was somebody else who is a safety backup, because he's going to say anything he has to say. He's caught on video, but it's far away enough where he can say that was somebody else.
By the way, it felt exactly like Building 7. Shut up.
I just got this in. Criss Angel's people just said he's not doing press right now.
Of course he's not.
But he just did the big stunt. I'm sure he would want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Promote it.
You cheated death. You were in a building that was demolished and you walked away from it.
Let me ask Jimmy. Jimmy, if you just did something where you cheated death, wouldn't you want to be all over the TV?
It happens every time I have sex.
You're not doing press conferences.
No one wants to talk to me about it. Why didn't you wear one? Cuts down the feeling.
Speaking of safe sex, it's a quickie, but it's in the paper today. There's a new thing where you could get a safe sex card. Because a lot of people are paranoid. Yep. So then you pull it out. It's like a credit card, and you show the girl. Look, I was tested last week. Because as soon as it's updated, oh no, there's a phone number. She could call the phone number, and they'll give the latest testing of the individual.
Too complicated already.
Why?
I don't know.
There is something online you can do with it where you can give someone a password. They can go look at your results online. Anyway, What's this called? SFE, I think.
Well, we weren't planning on going there, but it's called the Sex Press.
It's a photo.
Instead of American Express, it's Sexpress card.
Sexpress.
Don't jump in sack without it.
I get it.
It's got a photo of a herpetic sore. Don't leave home without it.
You just swipe it through there. See if she's okay.
You know, we're not going to do better than that. So, there you go. Let's take
card is stinky.
a little swipe
Yeah.
to see if you're ready to go. And that is really funny. All right, listen. Is Penn here? Okay. What?
And I think we got an affirmative on that.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Well, we're going to take a break. We're going to get Penn from BS in here. He's got to change the name of the show. We want to promote the hell out of this thing.
Such a good show.
They do
It's,
call it BS.
It's Bull S on Showtime. The new season is on now, I guess?
Season 6.
When did it start?
Don't know.
Okay. Also, let's not forget, we still have tickets for the big show tomorrow.
I'll give you a quick lineup. We got myself, Patrice O'Neill, Mike Birbiglia, Geraldo, Bob Kelly, Voss, Mike DiStefano is on the show, Otto and George, and let's just say we do have a really good special guest.
Yes.
We had one who canceled,
Yes.
and we because he wanted to do it, but literally he's going to be in California, and we got a better one.
I think we have a better one. We
that
were
would
so
do.
bummed because our big surprise guest had to bail. We'll explain maybe on Monday why. We don't want to, give any more info at this time. And then we were scrambling, and we found someone that the listeners would probably be even happier to see.
I say, without a doubt, they'll be happier. And it's not to knock the other guy.
Right.
But this is a guy I just think that they're going to love again.
Let's just say it. Buzz Aldrin.
That's right.
He's going to hit the stage and do some comedy.
That's right. He does very blue stuff about Neil Armstrong being a queer.
If we're going to have Buzz on the comedy show, we better start the show at 2 in the afternoon. Because,
It's the moon landing in real time.
yeah, right.
Let him and Stalker Patty talk it out.
And we might have another surprise comedian.
Yes, Opie definitely put some feelers out there. It's very possible.
We're working really hard. It's somebody we really want on the show.
It's a great show.
And it just might happen, but we can't announce it because it's not official.
Can I say that this show is chock full of fun?
And surprises. I hope to see a lot of familiar faces tomorrow. Tickets still available through Ticketmaster, Ticketmaster.com. Actually, at this point, you can even just walk up to the venue and get a ticket. You will get in.
You will.
You definitely will get in. And for the texters out there, you got another chance to win a key that just might start that Ford Mustang GT from allamericanford.net. We're going to do that within seconds. Stay there.
Hey, this is Chris Angel. You're listening to my little pal, Jimmy Norton.
Opie and Anthony on your radio dial. Penn Jillette making his way into the studio. We'll talk to him in a second or two. Phone number 877-212-O&A. A little later on, we got to talk about the passenger who decapitated a guy on a Greyhound bus.
That is one of the sickest stories I've heard. One of the passengers gives a pretty good description of what happened, and it's just crazy.
How long did
It's some crazy Canadian. They're all nuts up there.
Is Penn making his way in, or can we go with this story a little bit? Why would we know?
I know.
We only have 18 guys working for the effing show.
Why would we know?
Penn Jillette.
There he is.
Buzz Aldrin. You missed Buzz.
Oh, yeah.
Buzz, how amazing.
Buzz is the man. How
We
you
gave
doing?
you the invite to come in early so you could hang with Buzz Aldrin.
Okay, but it was the Kim and early part that was hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
you didn't want- yeah, but it's an astronaut.
Hard for me.
It's not an
I work here.
astronaut. It's the guy who walked in the moon.
Yeah.
What,
Have you met him?
what, 15? What do you get? How many people is it? 12.
Yeah.
12, I guess?
12? 12. There's another 3 they didn't talk about.
Yeah.
Did you, have you ever met him?
I have not met him, although he did our show. But I didn't meet him, and I'm, one of the guys.
was
Not
he-
getting Neil Armstrong.
When did he do your show?
He was on one of the bullshit shows. I mean, on our side. On our side, yeah.
Buzz is
You're talking
one of those
into the
guys.
microphones. Are we on the air?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I know sometimes
You're
it doesn't.
leaning into them. It's just hard to tell.
Yeah,
So,
Buzz is like one of the most famous people in the world. Like, he's very recognizable. To meet him was like,
Holy
that's how many of the guys have walked on the moon? How many are you going to meet?
we already established that. 12
yeah,
out of 12. Yeah.
And then Neil Armstrong, he doesn't even do interviews.
Yeah,
you never see him.
He's a little cagey.
Yeah.
Did you dare mention to him the nuts who talk about?
Oh yeah.
He gets hot under the collar, and hard to blame him for that.
Yeah.
Hard to blame him when you do that. That's guys who just claim
because it's the only thing he's known for. So, and then now you're trying to you're just trying to tell him, "Oh, look, it didn't happen."
Well, just imagine he was quite a pilot too, though.
You get on,
he shot some people down. I know a little bit about Buzz
You
Aldrin.
get in a rocket ship.
The only thing he did.
Yeah.
You're on top
How many people
of
have you shot down?
You're on top of a bunch of rocket fuel. You go to the moon on, really, they had it figured out, but quite a risk.
And
you come back.
And the third guy was trained to come home alone.
Yeah.
Mike Collins did all this training. He would go off on his own to learn how to do everything to come back. So, where you been, Mike? Oh, nothing.
Yeah.
What are they talking to you about? Oh, stuff. Like, I was just going over, what food we had and stuff. No, but we're doing all the lunar landing stuff. Where'd they take you? We went Fridays. We went to Fridays.
The lonely flight home.
You just gotta hope he doesn't panic and just takes off. Like, I can't handle this anymore.
They ain't making it.
Right, I gotta just leave now.
He'd be so reprimanded when he got home.
Oh, yeah.
He would. There'd be talk.
Yeah. But then for Buzz to do all that and then have some guy come into his face and say, it never happened. You didn't do that. The guy risked his life. An adventure of a lifetime. He did it, and then to have some nut come up to him and he popped him in the face. I love that clip. There's a guy that says, "Yeah, you did. Why don't you admit that you never went to the moon? It was a hoax."
The thing with the conspiracy people is, if you pop them in the face, it proves they're right.
Right.
If you ignore them, it proves they're right. No matter what you do, it proves they're right.
Have you done anything on them yet? Have you gone after?
Yeah, we did. We did the show that we did on BS that got us in the most trouble. Was the conspiracy show. And we did the 9/11 conspiracy people and the moon landing conspiracy people. And it's the only show where someone came into our offices threatening. I mean, calls were made to the police. And one of our prop guys was called at home and threatened. The prop guy. I guess the guy's going, okay, we'll start from the bottom. We'll rot him from the inside.
Who did you talk to? Because I saw a documentary, and I believe the moon landing happened. But I saw a documentary, and the questions they raise are so good. But if you have the photographic knowledge to debate them and go, no, that's not true. But what they're great at
the
is
bench shadows and all that. But it's all terrain
questions that sound good unless you know the answer to them.
Well, that's you can't answer everything. If you take any single event, one of the things I've wanted to do on BS forever, and it ends up being too pricey, is I wanted to take 5 minutes of the electric parade in Disney.
Yeah.
Just 5 minutes on any night we pick, and get all the video footage and follow all the people. And say, this is how many occurrences of cancer there were in the next 5 years. Why does that guy have an umbrella? That kid is not exactly with his parents. Because if you analyze anything, there's so much random. You can find all this stuff. If you're talking about the moon where people don't know, what these people feed on is, shouldn't you be seeing stars? Things like that, which the people who do it know the answer to, but we don't. And they just confuse it all in. And the fact is the government lies so much that it's always a reasonable thing to say the government's lying to us. But you have to keep in mind that the government, working together with men who were willing to go to prison, couldn't break into the Watergate to one shrink's office and steal a few files without getting caught by a janitor.
Yeah. You're right. The government's great at a few
these were guys who were willing to die for it. You know what I mean? They were willing to die to break into an office in a 2-bit hotel when nobody was there, and they got caught.
Right.
The government's great with lying about certain things. And it can't be that big of a deal, and there can't be too many people involved. Like that whole covert operation in South America or Central America, arms for hostages, the Contras, like all that came out in time because too many people got involved. And that was something that was like, all right, this is something the government would do.
And we're good at.
Yeah.
We're good at going to other countries and screwing them up.
Right.
That's what we do. The past 100 years, that we're professional.
Very good at it.
Yet going on the moon is not something we'd be. And the other thing that it made, the 9/11 people, they have to postulate that there were about 1,000 people who knew about this, and not one person went, I get a bad feeling.
Yeah, yeah. I don't feel good about this.
So you're talking about blowing up these buildings and
Abu Ghraib couldn't be kept a secret. Somebody sent the cell phone pictures of a bunch of people being silly geese with prisoners. It's amazing how they ignore, and this is why I hate the 9/11 conspiracy theorists, because when I heard questions raised about the Pentagon, I was like, oh, that's interesting, let's look at that. Yeah. But when you raise an intelligent question to them, they're like, oh, they just run over it because they're so agenda-driven, they can't handle.
Well, I also believe that there's this sense in humanity, kind of a sad sense, that you'd rather have somebody bad in control than no control. You know, so much of stuff is random. One lone nut with a Mannlicher Carcano shoots the president of the United States. He fires 3 lucky shots from the book depository building, and he's a loser, disgruntled nut. That's not the way you want history to go. If you're watching a movie, that would suck.
It would be a bad movie. You're right.
Yeah. Oh, so the whole thing's driving along, everything's going great, he's the hope for the future, a nut pops him.
Yeah. That's what happened.
Yeah. And what I was talking to this 9/11 nut who got snuck backstage with me. He came backstage as a friend of a friend and started going, and you did a BS on this and blah, blah, blah. And he was like in my face backstage. And it was just horrible. And his position was, I will not accept that this was just random. He wanted there to be this comfortable conspiracy.
Yep.
Because if you're living in a government where there's a fully run, competent conspiracy, then there's a certain kind of safety in that, something to...
They're in control.
Whereas if they're not in control, which they're clearly not, and have no idea what they're doing, that's a little more
And a
scary.
bunch of fanatics were able to grab some planes and crash them into buildings. That's frightening because we always had this thought that the Pentagon had rockets on the roof and there was no way they could even get into the airspace without some secret lasers coming down. And then you find out, no, it was pretty easy when it comes down to it.
Pretty easy when no one was thinking about it.
Yeah.
And we know the amount of time it took for Americans to learn. It took till the 3rd plane, which
right.
They took the guys out. But everybody had been taught, before 9/11, if the 4 of us, were on an airplane that started getting hijacked, we saw the footage, we know what to do.
You sit down, you
cooperate completely, you shut up. You end up in Cuba or somewhere,
right.
You fly home and wave to the cameras and you have a story.
You get a good vacation out of it.
That was the way it had always been.
And the pilots were trained to come out and negotiate.
Sure.
Always trained to
That's what I said. The weapons they used weren't just box cutters, it was hope. Yeah. Because people have this hope that it's going to be like an old hijacking.
Or standard operating procedure.
Right.
And then by the 3rd plane, they got a cell phone call that said, that's not the way it's going. And they took them out like nothing.
Yeah.
It was just, everybody dies, but they solved that problem.
Right.
And now if someone tried to take over a plane,
all hell would break loose.
The 4 of us would take out 8 terrorists.
You can't drink too much without 20 friggin' guys from football teams jumping on you and killing you. You can't breathe. Yeah. Well, he stopped breathing. I don't know what happened.
But also, I'm such a nut for freedom that I just think make them do the profiling. Let everybody carry anything they want in the airplane so the terrorists are looking and going, okay, that guy's got a Vietnam vet cap. He's got a Vietnam vet cap. You take him out. The old lady might be packing because she might have gotten raped when she was younger. We better shoot her. That guy could be gay, could be a jock, could be a paranoid schizophrenic. I can't tell. Yeah. But I've solved everything with my business idea, and you guys got money. You should invest. I want to do Bacon and a Kiss Airlines. There's one thing terrorists will not do, and that is kiss the genitals of someone of the same sex and eat bacon. There is no religion. So when you go on the airplane, no search, no nothing, a guy standing there, his pants are unzipped, no sexual act, just... and then have a piece of bacon and go on. It means absolutely you're going to hell. No terrorist can go on. Bacon and a Kiss airline. And if you're like some sort of freak homophobe or some sort of ethical vegetarian, then you go in line for an hour. But, guys that are regular, the guy who gets his genital kissed, he'll do it for free. This costs no money. I would volunteer for that. You just stand there, you're unzipped, come on up. Thank you, buddy, get on the plane. Did his lips actually come in contact with your skin? Sure did. Let him on. First class. He's doing fine. Have some more bacon. Sure, that's great. And that's all you've got to do. Prove to us that you are not a religious fanatic. And bacon and a kiss do that bang right away. And it even is easier for these two. Look at the ankles of this woman. Okay, get on the plane. But I like bacon and a kiss.
I like bacon and a kiss.
It also rules out other people I don't want to fly with. If you won't give a gentle grandmotherly kiss to a stranger's penis and have a piece of bacon, I don't want to hang with you. I don't want to be in the fuselage going across the country with you. I have other people I can hang with.
Hey,
bacon and a kiss. How much could it cost us?
That's a great idea.
Cheap.
Jimmy and I saw the first 2 episodes of the new season of Bull S.
Good.
Love it.
Thanks.
You do the first one is on NASA.
Well, no, I can give him a little bit more. The first one's on the war on porn.
Oh,
the
okay.
second one was NASA.
Oh, we only got 2. We got Green and NASA.
Oh, yeah. Well, those you got middle ones then.
Middle ones. Okay.
All I'm quibbling with you on is the first 2.
Yeah, that's all good.
I get a nut. I'm not like that.
What can you tell us about the NASA one that we saw?
NASA was one that was really important to us because a lot of people would come to us. I mean, really on the street and say, you guys always attack stuff that, you don't believe in and you're not close to and da-da-da-da-da. And, when I heard Buzz Aldrin was in here, I mean, my heart just sang.
You're a big space guy.
Big space guy.
A lot of people know that. Yeah.
And so we wanted to just show that we could take it as well as dish it out, do one on NASA. And it's kind of fun because when you do something on chiropractors and you do something on PETA, you pretty much go hog wild. And everybody you have on screen is an asshole. And it's just really easy. But NASA, the people we had on screen were heroes, and doing wonderful things. So our points were just NASA's not quite as focused as it has been. NASA should have more goals, and maybe at this point, NASA should be done privately.
It came up this morning, but you taught me from the show that the space shuttles are going out of service in 2010, and we don't have a new craft until 2015. Right. How did that get done that way?
Buzz talked about that.
Because the government can run perfect conspiracies.
It's just amazing that they didn't have a plan. Like, okay, with the last shuttle mission, and then we're going to debut the new one 6 months later or whatever.
I don't mean to
he said the same thing, but I heard it on your show first.
Yeah, Buzz was pretty much saying that they're not focused. There wasn't any focus on there. They're not as flexible as they used to be. NASA improvising things like you'd say, okay, the shuttle's going to be out of commission. Let's bring in this Air Force rocket and still go up to the space station, bring materials, men, things that we want to do, and get a launching pad for the next mission to the moon or perhaps Mars, instead of just saying, no, we're cutting it off. We're not doing anything until 5 years.
It's that bureaucracy stuff, and it's really sad that we haven't gone back to the moon.
It is, and you're right. The bureaucracy has taken over NASA like it was any other government program, and it used to kind of be that rebellious program that they would get their money. They'd have to fight tooth and nail for funding, and when they'd get it, they'd be able to squeeze every bit of knowledge out of these geniuses they got working there, and improvise and go to the moon. It was amazing. In 10 years.
I want us to go back to the moon because it would be like remaking a classic movie. Could you imagine how much cooler it would be to check this out?
Oh, the video would be amazing looking.
You would be checking it out on your cell phone, the digital technology, the CGI.
Cameras they got now.
Whatever.
You can
the
blame.
Cameras, right. Can you imagine how amazing that would look?
Yeah. You'd be seeing it live, on your phone. But the person we can blame for not going back to the moon is Neil Armstrong. Because when Neil Armstrong stepped on the moon, he said, he messed it up. He was supposed to say one small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind. He said one small step for man, one giant leap for, which is nonsense.
Did he say that though? He says he says that it was like a little bump, and you hear it, you're like,
could be.
You bring that up on BS, but Jimmy and I were saying, he had a lot on his mind.
He got a lot on his mind.
You gotta give him a break.
I was just talking about.
We said
never mind Neil Armstrong. Talk about me.
Right. We said yesterday, like he wasn't sure if the moon was made of quicksand or not. I was
in grade school, and I said to my teacher, when she said one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind, I said, isn't he just saying the same thing again? Shouldn't it have been a man? And I was sent to detention. So I have an axe to grind on this one. But Neil Armstrong, instead of saying either one of those things, if he had simply placed his foot on the moon and said, drink Coca-Cola, there would have been plenty of money to go to the moon. We'd still be going up there. There'd be bottle sculptures of Coke. There'd be all that kind of stuff. People would be saying, okay, now it'd be like one small step for man, Red Bull. And they could support all the missions.
Why doesn't a corporate sponsor get
well, that's what they're starting to do.
NASA
they're starting to do privatize.
Yeah.
Privatize, on the side of the spacecraft, O&A.
Hey, would you pay to go on Branson's one of his trips?
I did go weightless. I guess you saw the footage.
We didn't need to see you nude there, Penn.
Well,
take a ride in what they call the vomit comet.
And the vomit comet.
What is that called with the
Parabolas. They do the parabolas.
Yeah, thank you, sure.
And you're weightless. And I went on with Billy Gibbons as ZZ Top. And the great thing was that the fighter pilots that went up with us started vomiting earlier, and Billy and I were doing fine, and they were going, how come you guys are okay? And I go, we played Cleveland. We've toured for a while. But Billy took up a really nice Les Paul guitar and an amp and was playing it weightless in space. And you know the movie Barbarella?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I love the opening of Barbarella with Jane Fonda doing that. So I told the astronauts I was up with, I'm going to do the beginning of Barbarella. So I did Barbarella, Psycho. And I did the full Jane Fonda strip and sang the whole song. And the astronauts, the culture they're from is not 6'7" guy, 280 pounds, and stripped naked with long hair, singing Barbarella from the 60s. And then I had this event happen where my father had died just a year before, and he had given me a belt with a silver dollar in it, and I was wearing that belt. When I stripped with Barbarella, the coin came out of the belt. And in my mind, I thought, I'm in space, this coin will be gone forever. And I'm reaching for it. Now, when you're doing the parabolas in the vomit comet, you go from 0G to 2G.
What are parabolas?
They up and down, just like that.
Yeah, you don't get something for nothing, so you got to get twice the amount of G's.
And it's horrible.
When you're going up.
2 G's.
To get no G's when you're going over the top of the arch, the arc that you're doing.
When you weigh 560... and you can't move your arms and your whole heart, and it goes with you. There's elation when you're weightless, and there is depression when you're 2G. So when you go from weightless to 2G, they say, we're going to 2G, and you sit in position and get comfortable so you don't move, and you just stay there, and you go through the 2G, and then they say, we're going weightless again. But my dad's silver dollar was going, and I didn't understand for some reason that the fuselage is sealed. It's not going anywhere. So I'm reaching for it, and they're going, we're going to go to 2G, we're going to go to 2G, and I just about get it, and we go to 2G, and I slam down at 2G naked with this coin in my hand, and everybody else is sitting comfortably. They've strapped in and gotten themselves ready, and I'm rolling around going, trying to lift myself up. This beached whale, 540 pounds, clutching this coin with his hair in his face, naked in front of astronauts, and then they go 0G. And I go back up and I start vomiting into my hair, with an astronaut holding a video camera. So you have this humiliation. First of all, to be naked in front of astronauts, I just want to tell you, is a difficult thing. You know what I mean? You have to kind of psych yourself up.
They don't have a sense of humor.
I said to my girlfriend, I'm going to strip naked, and she said, in front of fighter pilots? And I go, well, what are they going to do, beat me up? And she said, maybe. And I said, well, I want to do this Barbarella thing. And she said, why? And I said, because it's there. And so then it all comes back to me that I'm now vomiting naked into my hair. And most Air Force guys could not vomit into their hair without turning their head. I can vomit into my hair with very little work.
Of course. It's very long.
And it was this incredibly humiliating experience with Billy going, he's throwing up into his hair, guys.
How high up? Like when I always wondered how that worked. Like how high up are you, and like how long do you have to be in 2G, and how long do you actually get to be weightless for?
You do about 35 to 40 seconds each. And when they do, lately they've been doing flights for rich people, and they do, I think, 7 parabolas. We did 30.
30. My God.
So we got 15 minutes of weightless and 15 minutes of 2G alternating, and it's amazing. The thing that they told me beforehand that I didn't believe is that once you've experienced 0G, you know what it's like, and you can dream 0G. And I was flying home on the airplane back, just grabbed a Southwest flight because we'd gone on to Texas. And I was exhausted.
You're still naked?
Because of that. Yeah, they were understanding about it. It was Bacon and a Kiss Airlines, so it worked out okay for me. And I'm on there, and it's this really weird feeling because the plane, I'm sleeping, I'm exhausted, and the plane hits this air pocket and just goes. So for like 2 seconds, like at the top of a hill, we're like weightless, and I'm sound asleep, and I just unfastened my safety belt and just pushed against the. I was all ready to go up again and float around the
ready to rock.
And all of a sudden, oh yeah, I'm on.
What's the altitude when you're doing that? Those problems.
I don't know. You go straight up and straight down, so as fast as you can go for that long.
You're pretty much falling relative to the plane.
Yeah.
So you get the feeling of weightlessness because you're relative to the plane. You're falling at the same speed of the plane.
Yeah.
So, and then once you got to go back up, that's when you get the heavy G's because they got to.
Who the hell is piloting that?
Exactly. Who the hell is able to pilot up that plane?
Well, when I did it, it wasn't, shall we say, 100% sanctioned. The pilots that did it wrote on the manifest that Billy Gibbons and Penn Jillette were there to test the equipment.
Okay, great.
Because that's a list you need.
Listen, with that, we got to take a break. Penn Jillette in studio. Of course, the new season of Bull S on Showtime. When is it on? Because I do the on-demand thing.
Thursday nights at 10.
Okay, when we get back, we got to talk about the Green episode.
Yeah, that was great. Oh, was that funny?
We couldn't help ourselves. We played some of the audio of the therapist, the eco-therapist.
Oh, yeah, well,
so we want to get a little more from you.
Buffoon.
What a kook. And the river rocks that were from her gravel drive. The whole thing we want to get into. And also your thoughts on the Chris Angel thing, because they got footage of him kind of messing up his little trick.
Oh, did they?
Fox 5 over there where the stunt was done pretty much got video of him coming out of the building next door.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll get into it after the break. It's Opie and Anthony. More with Penn Jillette.
Welcome back to Norton and Friends.
Oh.
My guests today are Opie and Anthony, and of course Penn Jillette, promoting Bull S. We can't say it on this side of the show, but great show on Showtime. We previewed 2 episodes. We saw one where
NASA.
He's a lover of NASA, so they attacked just a part of NASA, not the entire organization. And our favorite one, which was Going Green, of the 2 we saw, which was about obviously this obsession with green.
That's the third rail. I made one comment about not being absolutely sure that everything Al Gore was planning in the green movement. Wasn't absolutely sure about it. And I did it at a conference with like 1,000 people, and it blew up with Time magazine talking about Penn says he's a skeptic, but boy, his emotions. I just said that that Al Gore is demonstrably a dick, and you wouldn't like him about anything. He's just really annoying. So that part of it makes me question it a little bit. And the thing, the global warming, is that there's a whole package that's sold. That global warming is happening, that it's anthropogenic, that conservation is the way to stop it, and that government force is needed to do the conservation. And all of those are sold as a package, and they're all separate. It's very likely that global warming is going on. It's very likely we caused it. That doesn't necessarily mean we can stop it. The 4 of us can take an 18-wheeler at the top of a hill, put it in neutral, and start pushing it down. Just because we're the 4 guys that started it doesn't mean people can say, hey, you 4 guys, go stop it.
You get around the front now.
You're not going to be able to do that. And but mostly on the Green Show of BS, we concentrate on the selling of indulgences, the carbon credits, which Al Gore owns many of these companies, and you
Could you
pay
explain
money.
that because I didn't know about this until I watched the show.
It's a crazy thing.
It was amazing, but
the carbon footprint is decided kind of arbitrarily. Someone just decides on a website how much carbon is generated by driving your SUV to Denny's,
or getting a cup of coffee or what have you.
Someone just does that, and then you can donate money to a company that says you're okay. This is enough money. And then that company can use that money for anything they think is green. So it's exactly like, at the time of Martin Luther, when they would sell indulgences. You want to have sex with someone other than your wife. It's a sin in the Catholic Church. Come to us, give us money, you won't go to hell. And it's just stated that way. And Al Gore owns, not all of them, but a zillion of these companies. So when the Academy Awards bragged about being carbon zero, no carbon footprint, when they bragged about that, what that meant was they did the same amount of stuff to use the same amount of energy.
Oh, geez.
They just gave money to Al Gore's company.
And it takes off some of your credit. You get credit on your carbon.
It's all based on guilt, too. You go on the website and you go, well, I did this, this, and this, and then they do a little math and go, well, you owe us $10.58.
And what we did was take it a step further, and we sent this wonderful woman, Jamie, who does some of the gags for us on there, so convincing, gave her a shirt that said green something, and walked through parking lots. And a guy came out, and she went, what did you buy? And he went, Cheetos. It's kind of my guilty pleasure. And she goes, those Cheetos were trucked in from 60 miles away in the bag and so on, 35 cents. And the guy goes, okay.
Wow.
Pays her the money. And we had people trying to give her more money than we were going for. What's funny about the gag is getting 17 cents from a guy. But we had women going, no, let me give you $20 because I commute and I'm doing a lot of stuff wrong. And what bothers me about the whole green movement is we live wonderful lives. We are healthy. We're happy. We have food. A lot of people in the world don't. We should be really happy about that. And then if there's problems, try to deal with it without hating ourselves. That's all I ask. Okay.
So guilty.
The exact same things that we're doing. Just don't keep saying we're awful and we're ruining the earth, because the earth has no value without us. All that matters is people.
Thank you.
And there's this there's this human-hating thing that seems to me exactly the same as like original sin and so on.
Yeah.
The idea that you can walk down the street, look at other people and go like, oh yeah, they look like they're having a good time. Me too. How you doing? Let's have an orange juice. Is considered to be just horrible. Either you have original sin and, you're being punished for Adam and Eve, or you have Mohammed who says you have to follow all these rules that you didn't and you're being punished. And then if you get over all that, you then have the green movement saying you're ruining the earth with, the car you're driving and the cheeseburger you're
We
having.
are the earth. Shut up.
No, absolutely.
We're like, I was saying that the other day.
I love that statement. The earth has no value without us.
Yeah, what is it?
Hey,
a rock.
We played
Nothing on it.
We played the intro to the Green Show yesterday. I won't, maybe there's a bunch of people probably that didn't hear that yesterday, but it was a brilliant way to start it.
Oh yeah.
I'm not going to blow up the spot 2 days in a row. We did blow it up yesterday. I got to be honest with you. And the other thing we did was play the audio of the ecotherapist.
We love this woman. She's fantastic.
We can't wait to get her on the show.
Anytime you get these quacks on there that bilk people out of money through guilt or stupidity, I love it. I cannot get enough of watching these people psychobabble.
I said this last time I was on, and I'm afraid I'll say it every time. We don't do any Michael Moore or Borat stuff. They know the show they're coming on. They know the side we're taking. So not only are these people nuts, but they're nuts who believe strongly enough in what they're saying that you come to them and say, here's a DVD of these two guys, Penn and Teller. Here's what they did to creationists. They're going to do the same thing to you. Do you want to go on the show? And they go, yeah.
Because I'm going to be the one that proves my point here. Exactly. I'll show these two.
One of my favorite things you do is the show a video of the group, and you literally are yelling the way somebody would yell at the television.
Yeah.
It's like watching a guy watch it on TV, and you're like, they're not river rocks. You're just so irritated.
Penn just screams, they're rocks from your gravel driveway. Can you give us a little more on that lady and that group? Because that was so fascinating.
Well, first of all, the home offices of BS are in Sedona, New Mexico. The one thing we've learned over 6 years of doing the show BS is if you want nuts, go to Sedona. We've also learned that if you put an ad up on Craigslist, you'll get people who'll do anything. Well, last season we put an ad up that said we need someone $500 to get a high colonic on TV and let us film it. We had to choose from people.
That's a great idea for getting people, yeah.
Sounds like our radio show.
It wasn't like one guy came through. It was like, okay, which guy do we want?
Yeah.
Well, he seems pretty. You'll audition. We're going to have a nut who is a quack put 40 gallons of liquid up your ass. We're going to film it and everything that comes out. You okay with that? Sure. Okay, well, let's talk a little bit about your background. What makes you qualified? It's just amazing. But the woman doing what bothered me was, and sometimes the charge that's leveled against us is that we pick the worst moments of everybody, and I think it's rare that we pick the worst moments. I mean, the woman in Sedona with the eco guilt, there was stuff with people pouring out their hearts that we didn't want to use. It just
give it to us.
You couldn't laugh.
What's wrong with you?
You couldn't laugh afterwards.
Oh yes,
really?
Yeah, give it to us. Give it to us.
No, we'd laugh.
Give it to our show. Come on, we kind of got a relationship now.
Okay, look.
I'm curious.
Email it to us.
Of all the you've done a lot of shows, you've debunked a lot of things. Of all the people you've talked to, some are well intentioned, some are just scum. Who's the one? Can you think of one that you really wanted to strangle the most, like the biggest, the one that just got to you the most?
I think it was some footage that once again we couldn't show. There was a chiropractor. There were several chiropractors who worked on babies.
Oof.
And they were doing this stuff that has no medical significance at all, and they were just bending these kids and trying to crack them, and they were like 3 weeks old. And I watched the footage, and it was like, when you see the starving, Sam Kinnison's bit on the starving kids on TV. Cameraman, give him a candy bar. What's the cameraman doing? And we were watching it and going, a lot of people think that we are in the room when this is being shot. It's not true, of course, but it's the sense we try to give. It's not their fault for being stupid. It's our fault because it's the make-believe. And I said, I don't want to picture anybody in the room while this is happening without stopping it. So we show a little bit of it, and then in VO, I just go, it's worse than this. Just a statement. And that, when you do Feng Shui, they're ripping off rich people, and that's bad, but who cares?
Yeah.
If they're ripping off guys like me. So you can rip me off. It doesn't matter. But when you're moving babies' limbs in ways that don't look right, and your justification for it is some sort of chi running through their backbone.
What kind of dumb parent is letting that happen?
Well, you haven't seen The Dolphin Show. The Dolphin Show,
No.
They're talking about people who want to have their children birthed by dolphins.
What?
They want to go into the ocean pregnant and have the dolphins come out and nudge out the children. And,
Holy Jesus.
We film a couple that's going to set this whole thing up. And then I'm very proud to say we talk them out of it.
Oh, really?
They don't do it. We drew the line there. We filmed this whole thing. This is really, really fun. Then we took them aside and said, don't do it.
You're crazy. It's a wild animal.
They were going to go into it. And also, who says in the open ocean that only dolphins are invited?
Yeah.
I mean, where is that deal? Because there are animals in the ocean that have been known to crash gatherings
where
you didn't plan to have them.
You know how tasty a newborn would be to a shark or something? Oh, one bite.
And they also talk about how much danger a little blood in the water is.
Yeah.
So, there's
a birthing. Wow.
Have you been around a birth?
That's like
what I mean?
Brody throwing out chum over the... Yeah, exactly.
We're going to need a bigger birth channel.
Let's drink to your placenta.
Wow. People will believe and do anything. There are people out there that will pay good money to just be swindled.
Yeah.
Like they're not thinking. No one thinks. I honestly wonder who falls for any Nigerian scam by email anymore. Like, why do they still do that? And why aren't these people just walk up to their house and shoot them in the head and just leave them? Not the Nigerians, the people that have fallen for this.
I know a little bit about this. If you go to the web and search for Dean Cameron, okay? Dean Cameron, who was in Summer School. Remember the movie Summer School?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Fabulously funny actor. He was Chainsaw. Dino, good friend of mine, get these Nigerian spam scams and decided just on a whim to write back. And what he wrote back was gluttony toast. That was the sentence. And he got one of these guys in a hook and wrote to him back and forth for 2 years.
Oh, wow.
Claiming to be a rich, gay Florida man who had all the money to give and was just having trouble getting it together. So he got the letters mixed up on the delivery service and ended up sending it to the hockey league. All stuff like that. And he has phone calls where he's talking to the Nigerian going, my attorney, Perry Mason, is in L.A. I talked to him and Ironside, and the guy's writing down the numbers, and he makes him talk to his cat like Mr. Nibbles, and goes to Nigeria and say hi to my cat. And he recorded all this and has it all, and does a two-man show. He has a friend of his who plays the Nigerian, and they read the actual transcripts and show slides, and it's called Nigerian Spam Scam. And it's Spam Scam, and it just played up in Reno, and it plays around. If you ever get a chance, it is scream out loud funny as they just stand there reading this stuff going by.
That's actually what was transpiring between
talks about his houseboy Quan and the horrible smells in the bathroom. And will this be helped by the money I get? And your poor family. And then the funniest one to me, and I guess there's no reason to tell this on the radio, but the guy sends a picture of his mother who's captive. That's part of the gag, right?
Captive mother.
That's part of the gag. This is like 6 months in, right? And it's this Nigerian woman standing in robes in this weird living room. And Dean writes back, hey, I've got the same couch. And the guy's writing about his mother being tortured. And he goes, where'd he get that couch? Because I've had it for a long time. I think it was in Miami I got it. Where'd she get the couch? And then he just changes entirely to, when your mother is free, is she single? So the whole thing is like trying to date the guy's mother. And people go to the show and say, it's a little racist the way you treat the guy in Nigeria. It's a little bit mean that you're lying to him and wasting his time.
Yeah. Mean?
Okay.
Oh, well. This is the guy that's just swindling people.
You play San Francisco, people say stuff.
The do-gooders.
Relevant city.
Hey, we're running out of time with Penn Jillette, but there's more than one on the instant feedback saying, please ask Penn about Magic in China.
Oh, Magic in China?
They said it would be Radio Gold. I don't really...
I don't know which one they're talking about. We went to China and did a series that was called Magical Mystery Tour or something, and should have been called Penn Will Never Leave the Country Again. There's no amount of money. We went to do a series of specials seeing magic that wasn't done for tourists, but magic done for real people, which put us 200 clicks out of Beijing in a place called Wuchao, which was just complete and utter hell. And they had never seen a white person before, and they thought I was Michael Jordan. Because they had heard there was a tall American named Michael Jordan, and that was it. And then India, we were in New Delhi is worse than any place you've ever been to. Delhi is the bad ghetto of New Delhi.
Oh, Jesus.
And Shadipur is where the untouchables that aren't allowed in Delhi live. That's where we were. Because magicians, and rightly so, are the lowest caste. So we were in a place where there were open sewers that worse than the toilets at Circus Vargas, that they were washing their dishes in.
Oh, wow.
I was so covered with flies, they couldn't get a shot of me. They'd brush off my face, I'd bring my hands down, and they'd say, we got about 40 flies on your face during this shot. And I'm trying to say funny stuff. And nightmares that never get out of your head again. Now, people talk about, India and how beautiful and spiritual it is. They're going to rich people places in India that are made for American tourists. We got the insane, crazy idea to go to the places where the people that are the least fortunate live, and we were only there for a few weeks doing this. And the specials.
You were in that awful place for a few weeks.
Yeah. Well, we
went
back to New Delhi to a hotel. And the nutty thing is, we couldn't bring the people we were interviewing into the hotel. We wanted to let's do some of the interviews in the hotel so I'm not eating flies that have fed on human feces. For the, you know what I mean? I just rather not, and there are monkeys that are jumping on your leg and biting you, and you're turning to Teller and going, are there any of these that aren't, simian virus positive? They have
simian AIDS and
right, all of them. And they're biting my leg while the flies are all over my face, and while the Canadian producer's going, just think of something funny to do here. And I go, how about I put a gun in my mouth and blow my head off? We'll do a Bud Dwyer thing. Yeah. The morning radio guys will like it. I'll just kill myself in India. It'll be fine. Hey, remember that guy? Remember that guy, Penn Gillette, did all that magic stuff? Blew his brains out in India.
Flies and monkeys got him.
We're big fans of the Bud Dwyer video. Bud can't get enough of it, man.
You know Billy West, one of the best voice guys. You know Billy West.
We did our show once or twice.
That's great.
Billy West came over my house. We watched the Bud Dwyer video, and Billy got obsessed with the time before he blows his brain.
Oh, yeah.
With the tone of voice of someone who knows they're going to do that. And then there's that moment where all of us who try desperately to help other people realize our limits. When he pulls the gun out to kill himself, and one guy in the crowd, just one guy, a guy like us goes, hey, Bud, take it easy, and walks towards him. And Bud goes, someone's going to die. And the guy goes, okay.
All right, Bud.
So I always see that as, what's the limit of Penn's compassion? It's right there.
There it is.
I like to believe if I were in the room, I would have walked towards him and said, hey, babe, it's going to be okay. The gun goes towards me. Someone's going to die. Okay, I'll be out getting coffee, man. Yeah. Let me know when it's over. And Billy does, and it was making me crazy. For days I was hanging out with him, and we'd be sitting there like having a bagel, and Billy would go, and my family is very disappointed. And I go, Billy, stop it! Billy, it's a tape recorder. It's just dead on.
Yep.
Someone's going to get hurt. And, that's what it would be. It would be of me and the
you ever see the little rap video they made?
Oh, it's so bad.
You ever see the remix?
No, I didn't.
Oh, man, we got stuff.
With his head, his hair is popping up and down. And
going to the beat of the song.
What amazed me about the Bud Dwyer video is how soon life is gone.
Yep.
That was done.
There is no suffering. I mean, he goes from alive to dead, and it's a millisecond.
And there's a dumb look on his face. Like, you always think you're going to look a certain way, but if he could have seen how stupid he looked with his mouth just kind of open and the blood leaking out.
Oh, he was bleeding.
Ridiculous.
Up against the wall.
There you go.
So that's all you're working on, isn't it? All you're working on is, if I can have a nice face on, I'll kill myself. You see Elvis in the toilet?
What do you mean?
Elvis with the Perconan,
Yeah.
You don't look good when you die.
But no, we always had, I used to have these suicide fantasies, like who would go to the funeral. You think of these weird things.
We all identify.
It's always dramatic. You know what I mean? And it's never that. It's never like, I'm going to look like just a schlub of flesh with a dumb look on my face.
And also, you picture O&A crying for 3 months straight.
Yeah, everyone's sad.
Now I picture half the message board celebrating.
No face looks dopier, unfortunately, poor guys, than anyone who's been beheaded.
Yeah.
That cut off head just looks dumb. The eyes are half shut.
That's my
One's
line.
a little more open than the other.
Never seen one.
Mouth is kind of... I've never watched the actual videos of it being done, but I've seen the aftermath.
My wife comes
Can't watch
to me all the time. My wife comes to me and goes, oh, that video that's going around, did you see it? I said, no, I was sent a link. I didn't click it. Oh, well, yeah. I had to, and it's horrible. I wish I hadn't done it. I go, I didn't do it. I have that wish. Every time one comes around, you make the wish, and I grant it for myself.
I can't watch those.
I don't want to watch them. I don't think it adds to my compassion.
I'll watch.
I think that I'm absolutely against beheading.
Yeah, no.
It's like all the torture stuff that comes around. They keep doing more and more of this stuff coming out, and they should all be there. But I was against it right away, so I don't need any more proof. I'm against beheadings.
Speaking of
categorically.
Hold on. Speaking of beheadings, I don't know if you have to go, Penn, but did you hear what happened on the Greyhound bus? We got to do it after the break. We have to take a break, but
yeah, that's a good one.
Passenger decapitates a man in front of everybody on a Greyhound bus.
No.
You want to stick around and hear this one out?
I'll stay around for that.
All right, it's Opie and Anthony. We got Penn Gillette in studio from, of course, Showtime's Bull S.
And there's Bud Dwyer.
And
yeah, there. It's just yeah. We'll continue in just a bit. Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony hanging with Penn Jillette from, of course,
Penn and Teller.
Well, BS, Bull S.
Yeah, BS.
On Showtime. Refuses to change the name. It would be so much easier to promote, man. Oh, my God.
So much more money. What a bad idea, though. Well, I'll tell you, we wanted to call the show Hokum. It was pitched as hokum because that's the word Houdini used. And that was a word that was more offensive than BS in that time. Hokum was to call someone who was a spiritualist in religion. Hokum was unheard of, and Houdini got a lot of flack for it. But, after we pitched it, we said we can't call it hokum because it sounds like your great-grandparents. We need another word. And I said, the closest equivalent we have is BS, but should we do that? We finally went, what the hell, let's go all the way. But maybe had we called it hokum, we'd be making more money.
Hey, you could put it on a billboard or something. At least.
Yeah.
Can you put it on billboards where you guys are blocking some of the letters? I mean, is that how they do that?
Well, that's if Showtime wanted to put a billboard up. Sure.
Yeah, exactly. See
know
how we
that
laughed
works.
really hard on that one? Yeah. We can all relate to that there, Ben.
Actually,
promotion.
They do
you
billboards
mean actually promoting
all
something?
the time. They do billboards all the time, but instead of using BS, they use a code word. They put weeds up.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that means BS,
Nice.
so it's good.
Hey, let's get to the story. A passenger decapitates a man on a Greyhound bus. This is... we haven't had one of these in a long time. This is just twisted. Listen to the eyewitness account here, too. Or not.
To say a man traveling aboard this Greyhound bus repeatedly stabbed and then decapitated his seatmate, then paused to display the head to passengers who had rushed from the bus in horror.
Just took a knife out and stabbed him. Started stabbing like crazy.
Neither the victim nor the attacker have been identified, and the motive is unclear, but authorities have taken the 40-year-old suspect into custody. They say they arrested him after he tried to break a window on the bus and escape.
It was a blood-curdling scream like that. Just reading my book, and all of a sudden I heard it.
He also said passengers who fled the bus secured the door, and the driver disabled the vehicle, preventing the attacker from getting away.
They were very brave. They acted swiftly, calmly in exiting the bus, and as a result, nobody else was injured.
The witness says as soon as the passengers were outside the bus, that's when the attacker showed off the victim's head and also began methodically carving up the body. A spokeswoman for Greyhound says there were 37 people aboard the bus and one driver.
That would be 38 people.
By the way, that clip
Arithmetic is
blew,
always good.
compared to the clip I heard in the office. That was one I thought we were going to get.
Yeah, we got the other eyewitness. That was just kind of the setup of the whole thing.
Yeah, because
I would love to know what
it
the guy...
almost ruins it, though. I like the
I would love to know what the guy said to the guy.
Have you ever taken a bus?
Oh, yeah.
You know what it's like to be sitting next to a guy.
It's horrible.
You just didn't happen to have a knife.
I think,
believe me, if there's places to stab somebody, it's on a Greyhound bus. That's the people they stink.
Yeah. It's like the spokesman for Greyhound goes, we're actually surprised this hasn't happened more often.
Leave the beheading to us.
I think this is the eyewitness report that really got us in the office.
He got on the bus. He looked totally calm, totally normal. We stopped for a cigarette break. He got off the bus. When he got back on the bus, he got his stuff and he came to the back, right to the back of the bus, and sat right behind me, next to the victim. The bus continued on, I'd say, for, I don't know, another 20 minutes, and all of a sudden we all heard this scream, like a blood-curdling scream. I turned around and I saw the guy. The attacker was standing up right over top of the guy with a large hunting knife, like a survival Rambo knife, holding the guy and continually stabbing him in the chest area. He must have stabbed him 50 times or 60 times or something like that.
Now, I don't blame people because I wouldn't have done. But it's amazing how we still have this singular mentality. Like, people wouldn't just say that we rush this guy and attack him. Like, I'm not saying I would have either, but it's such a weird thing when someone is being injured like that 5 people wouldn't just pounce on the guy and help the guy be
Yeah, we're not
I'm not saying I would
pack
either.
animals.
We're not.
But they did.
Oh, did they?
I mean, they captured the guy and he didn't get away. It seems from the first report that they acted, once the guy's been stabbed, I don't know, 24 times, you can't help him. Right. They had nobody else injured and they trapped the guy in the bus. That's pretty good. Well, that's better than I might have done.
I mean, they just kind of left the bus and kind of kept them from coming out.
That's plenty.
Yeah.
That's plenty. Because maybe me, I'm running to Kentucky.
Just keep going.
I'm not saying I would have jumped in either. I really wouldn't have. I'm not. But I just amazing to me how people we don't react. Our instinct is to not react. That
You
way.
don't have to run faster than the killer. You just have to run faster than the fat lady from St. Paul. That's all. The one who was snoring on the bus.
Nice.
Be a little ahead of her, and you're fine.
With that, let's go back to the eyewitness report. He continues describing what happened.
I ran to the front of the bus and told the bus driver to stop. Someone's getting stabbed. And screamed, "Everybody get off the bus, off the bus." We all eventually got out. The whole time the attacker was just calmly over top of the victim. He's continually cutting him. I think the victim was gone at that point. Went back into the bus to see if maybe the guy was still alive or what. When we came back on the bus, it was visible at the end of the bus. He was cutting the guy's head off and pretty much gutting him up.
Oh my God!
They went back into the bus.
Yeah.
They went back into the bus.
That's kind of crazy.
The guy left his cigarettes on the seat.
Yeah, excuse me. Can I have these?
I think they were in the middle of nowhere, right? Is that what we're finding out?
Yeah, I'm taking that same route.
Why?
I was
wanted to sit
long time ago.
Yeah.
But yeah, this runs across southern Canada on their Highway 1. It's nothing but wheat fields.
You like to sit next to people and annoy them, see
and
how
say,
far
"Hi,
you get them.
how are you?" But no, it's
Just push them. Push their buttons.
Yeah,
So, where are you going? Yeah. Take a knife to your chest, yeah. Stop talking. Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty cold today, huh?
One more A, and I'm going to stab him 50 times.
Here he goes. One more.
I'm going to stab him once for every A. Let me see. C-A-N-A-D. A. That's 3.
Oh, bus is a little slow today, eh? And that was it.
4.
Put him over the top. Dig in.
One more piece of audio worth playing here.
The trucker that pulled up had all these, he had a crowbar and a hammer and all these kind of things. So the three of us were sitting there guarding the door. He's fidgeting with the buttons trying to get out, and he's trying to drive the bus and stuff. So the bus driver disables the bus somehow. And while we're watching the door, he calmly walks up to the front with the head in his hand and the knife, and just calmly stares at us and drops the head right in front of us.
Oh, Jesus.
But 3 guys are guarding the door, and then it says also the bus driver disabled the bus.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do that.
And I don't know if I want to.
Is there like a little button that says if someone cuts off someone's head, hit this button? I mean, the training program for Greyhound bus
Might as well
drivers
let the guy just drive the bus at that point.
I would, I'd just let him take off.
Wait. Once again, the voice of sanity has to come on O&A.
Yeah.
No, you don't want a guy who just cut off someone's head driving a bus. That's my advice. Stopping him from driving the bus, good thing.
There's a picture now that they're saying there was this kid, Tim McClellan, 22 years old, who was beheaded. This is just a picture of him he has a really grabbable hair too. He has a lot of it, and
he was on his way to a Fish concert.
It kind of looks that way.
Hey?
Be ironic if he was going to buy a hat.
And he has a MySpace page, so now you can look at Dead Guy's MySpace page.
Dead Guy MySpace, always entertaining.
Very
Any
creepy.
photos? Did anybody have a camera phone that would snap photos? Somebody must have, like him holding that head up, or
Yeah, let me get that. Could you hold the head a little? Hold it higher.
But outside the bus, everyone's got a phone on their camera. I don't know why I'm.
I don't know. Are you thinking that though?
Yeah.
I would.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking.
If I know,
nightmares for the rest of my life. Look at a friggin' head.
Yeah, you're thinking nightmares the rest of your life. He wants to get a picture. I'm still running to Kentucky.
Yeah, you're
with
on
the fat girl right behind me.
You're on.
You don't have to outrun the killer. You have to outrun the fat girl from St. Paul.
That's going to make me laugh all weekend.
That's it.
That's a doozy right there.
That's all you got to do. Teller and I were in a emergency landing once.
Oh, really?
An emergency landing. And the plane just had a lot of smoke before it took off, and they were worried. And they come over the announcement and say, "We're doing an emergency landing. The slides are going to open. Leave everything where it is. Get out of your seats. Go to the slides. Go down immediately. Walk away from the plane." They say that. So the plane is full of smoke, but it's not even noxious smoke. Mm-hmm. It's just like smoke. It was like what it turned out to be, which was nothing, right? But the plane, comes to a stop rather abruptly, and it's a little bit frightening. And they go, "Doom, okay, go," and the doors go pop, and the slides go out. And Teller and I, everybody on the plane is screaming and crying and praying. And Teller and I are sitting in our 2 seats, and we get up, we leave everything on the seat. Everybody else is grabbing stuff like crazy. We walk to the slide. There's nobody near us, because we're kind of figuring, well, if there's women and children, we'll let them. Nobody's near us. We jump on the slide, we go down, and then we just walk forward at a good clip away from the plane. Mm-hmm. We get about 300 yards from the plane, and we look back just for a moment. We haven't looked back at all yet because we're trying to motivate forward as fast as we can. Because the plane was
as
smoking.
Instructed.
Could blow up. We followed the directions exactly. We look back, and there's like only 5 people off the plane, and they're in a pile at the bottom because they get down to the bottom, stand there, turn around and look, and the next guy comes
hits
and
them.
slams them in the knees, and then they're gathering around the plane and looking at it. And
Dummies.
Teller and I are to the terminal. We've walked across like 5 runways, and we're back far enough that we can't even see it that well. And the news guys run up and go, "Hey, you're Penn and Teller. Are you responsible for this?" And we said, "No.
Responsible.
We just got off the... Is this a trick or something?" No, it would be an irresponsible trick. We didn't do anything. And they said, you guys got nothing with you. And I go, "No." And they said, "You walked away from the plane." We said, "It was an easy direction."
That's what they told us.
Followed it. It is amazing how... I mean, I've been in 2 emergency landings of airplanes so far, and it's amazing how no one follows it. The other one I was in Texas, and I had my headphones on. I'm just flying to the middle of the night. We're over Texas, flying back to New York, and the stewardess comes over. I'm in first class, and she taps me. I take my headphones off, and she goes, "We're going to do an emergency crash landing." And I said, "Cool." And she said, "No, I don't think you understand." I said, "I'm sorry, I was just kidding." She said, "But at 15 minutes, we're making an emergency landing at an airport." And then she starts crying. And I said, "Listen, what do we have to do?" And she said, "We have to take when we land, we have to get the slides out. We have to." I go, "I've been through this." I said, "You've been through it in training. I've been through it for real. I will take the door off, and I'll be the last person off. There's not that many people. I'll just do it all." And she said, "Well, I said, she has this book in her hand on like crash landings, and she's going through a checklist. And I go, "Give it to me." And then this very, very flamboyantly gay gentleman comes up to first class and says, "I'm a flight attendant."
Surprise.
And I'm willing to help. I'm just a passenger on here, but I'm willing to help.
And I'm also a producer for the Opie and Anthony show.
Yes. And the flight attendant says to him, oh, good, you can help. This gentleman's helping." And I said, "Hi, my name's Penn." And we start looking over the stuff, and I'm saying, "You take that door, and I'll take this door." And then I turn to him and go, "By the way, this is a crash landing. It's very likely we're going to die. I'm going to have sex with you in the next 10 minutes. Not in those words, but we're on the radio.
Sure.
And everybody's panicked, and everybody stops dead, and he really laughs hysterically. And I go, "I'm not dying without having gay sex." And I said, "Forgive me for the stereotype, but I think you're down for it." And he goes, "Okay, let's get all the slides taken care of, and then we'll do that." And the original flight attendant's going, "What are you 2 doing?" I said, "We're just joking a little bit because we might die, and we're trying to have a good time." And then it's an amazing feeling because you take your glasses off, you pull the seatbelt so tight it hurts. You take every piece of loose metal off you move everything out of your seat, and they say, "We're going down," and you hold your ankles, and you bend over, and you just get ready to hit, and it was a perfect, no problem landing. It was the cleanest, smoothest landing ever. And we finish, and the gay flight attendant's across from me, and I go, "We can still do it." I got kind of into thinking about it.
Was it a wheel issue, by the way? It must have been a wheel issue.
It was. I talked to the guy because we were stuck in this closed Texas airport all night, and I talked to the pilot, who was a Vietnam vet, and he said a very experienced pilot, and a light came on that he was absolutely sure was just a malfunctioning light and nothing was wrong with the plane. And the rule book says he has to do an emergency landing at the nearest airport and announce it to everybody, which is probably the way the rule should be.
Well, why weren't you panicked?
I just don't tend to panic in those kind of situations when there's nothing I can do. I also I pride myself at being level-headed in those situations and trying to do the best and make a joke or two. And I don't think I'm particularly. I mean, I have self-preservation, certainly, but I'm not particularly scared of dying. I'm an atheist. I made my peace with life. It's a wonderful life, and it's going to end, and then there's going to be nothing. So you prolong it as long as you can, but there's no fear. After death is exactly the same as 1920. It's before I was born. I wasn't there. That's what I think about. I wasn't around then. 1920, I wasn't around. 2090, I won't be around. Same thing.
Oh, that's fun. Gee, thanks, Penn.
But nice logic to it.
What a wonderful way to end a radio show.
2 crash landings.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
I've had 1 emergency landing, not a crash landing.
It wasn't a crash landing. I was being dramatic.
But I mean, yours was more because it was a technical. We had an emergency landing. Or did I have 2? No, I've actually had 2. One was...
Did you get to go down the slide?
No.
If you go down the slide, walk away from the plane. If there's one fail... if you get to the bottom of the slide, just say, well, I'm not doing this for myself. I'm doing it for Penn. Just anybody that goes down a slide, just for Penn. Just say, we get to the bottom, we're going to walk. If there's smoke on the plane, it might blow up. Get yourself 500 yards away. Run faster than the fat girl from St. Paul. That's all you want to do.
This is when I was still a terrible flyer. I was a terrified flyer on United flight. And they said, we're having a problem with the fuel transfer. We're not going to make it to Denver, so we're going to have to divert to Chicago because the fuel couldn't get from the wings into where they needed it to go. So they said, but to get down a landing, we're going to have to jettison fuel. So we're coming down from 30,000 feet, and they're shooting fuel out. And I was a bad flyer. I used to like the middle seat because it made me feel comforted to be surrounded. I was such a zero.
And you'd ask people to hold you?
Basically, in some way, I would. By the look on my face, they kind of knew that they had a pathetic lump who was not going to assist.
Who's not going to?
And they're dropping fuel out the wings on the way down, and it was white fear. I can't. It was. This is the worst nightmare come true. And I was fine.
Yeah, I have. I mean, my first reaction really was cool. I like exciting things happening in life.
Hey, we got to thank Penn. We got. I got to give a plug too. We got to thank Buzz Aldrin. What's the movie? It's
cool.
Fly Me to the Moon. Comes out August 15th. Of course. Penn, one of the best shows on television is BS.
I want to just say really fast, too, we love having you in, Penn.
Oh, thanks.
You're a great guest for this radio show.
And coming up on Sirius XM, of course, I'm thrilled. We have Black Sabbath coming in. They're promoting a signing that they're doing tomorrow. It's called Black Sabbath, The Rules of Hell. Their box set, vintage vinyl, 51 Lafayette Street in Fords, New Jersey, 3 to 4 p.m. It's 500 is the limit. So go in there and buy it, and they'll give you a wristband, and you can come back and get Ronnie, Vinny, Tony, and Geezer to sign it for you. But I can't wait to see them.
Absolutely.
And a Traveling Virus show. Tomorrow night. So if you want to stop in and see Sabbath, then come see us. That's what you ought to do. It's myself, Patrice O'Neill, Rich Voss, Otto and George, Bobby Kelly.
Otto and George! Oh, yeah! The best act in show business.
Yeah, Penn and Teller, huge Otto and George. You guys loved Otto.
Oh, yeah.
He's one of our acts. We got a very special guest who we guarantee you guys are going to love. Some of you may have figured out who it is. Some of you may not have. We also have Mike Birbiglia and Greg Giraldo.
It's the guy that sliced the head off, isn't it?
Yes. He's going to do a guest.
He got him out of the bus.
And we might add one more comedian that's going to come down to the wire, and we're hoping he does the right thing because we really want him. So
we hope so, but we got a really good one.
The headline, though, you can walk up and get a ticket tomorrow.
Yes.
There'll be plenty of tickets for everybody. It's going to be a fine crowd. So
yeah, nice day, too.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun. Penn Jillette, everyone. Tell Teller that we say hi, I guess.
I will.
Can't you at least bring him in and have him
one of these days when he's in New York. Right now he's in Vegas. It's a little hard.
All right. Bull S on Showtime.
Yep.
There you go. We're off to XM.
Thursdays at 10.
You guys have a great weekend.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
This piss laver.
We got a huge crowd out there, huh?
Holy shit. Yeah. You got the hostmaster, Danny. Wave them on.
Yeah. He's like
the old-time game show people.
No, what is it? The guy that, like the floor general, what?
Douchebag?
Yeah, the douchebag at large, sure. Mike DiStefano, he's going to be at the show tomorrow. Hey. Oh, not as big of an. What's happening? Not much of an applause there, Mikey.
That's all right. They don't know me yet.
You should know Mike. Mike's going to do a great job tomorrow at the old comedy show at the PNC Bank Arts Center in Homedale, New Jersey. I'm sure that's why everyone showed up. We got a lot of phone calls and some feedback from people that are just starting their commute or whatever you want, their road trip, I should say, their road trip to Jersey. Got a couple from Rochester, one from Buffalo, someone from Syracuse, somebody from Michigan. I was keeping track of the feedback. They were all jumping in their cars as they were listening to the show this morning.
Yeah, a lot of people coming in for the big show. I think that's why we got a crowd.
Of course.
You guys, how many are going? Everybody? Yeah, see? Look at that.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yes, Kenny.
Does anybody need tickets? I have a few I can give out.
Tickets.
We're not going to just give the tickets out there, Kenny. We got to do something to entertain the people out there.
I was just going to hand them out.
Well, Mr.
Like
Frumkus,
Johnny Appleseed.
Mr. Frumkus looks very anxious for a ticket.
You don't have a ticket, Mr. Frumkus?
Nope, I don't have one.
Why?
Because I don't have a car, so I was wondering if there's a way I could get transportation to New Jersey.
Wow.
Hey, there's a Greyhound bus in Canada.
Yeah. All right, first of all, who is Mr. Frumkus? And how did you know that was Mr. Frumkus, Club Soda Caddy?
In a Frumkus shirt.
Because he's wearing the T-shirt.
Oh, I didn't see the shirt. Okay. So what, he's got one of Jim Norton's Frumkus shirts?
Yes.
Yep, I bought this. He was selling this at the Animation Festival.
What?
I bought this at the Animation Festival. They were selling them at the Animation Festival.
We're showing pictures of a dead dog to everybody.
Oh, you're the dead dog guy? I'm hearing.
All right.
No, I'm not the dead dog guy. I'm the guy that was showing the pictures of the dog tumor. Well, everybody online.
Well, yeah. Well, that's
not bad. Nothing wrong with that.
Can't believe I confused that with death.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry for that. But Kenny, I think how many tickets you got?
I don't know, I got I didn't count them, but
how about the?
If there is a way, though, I would like to get some transportation to the virus show.
All right, to the virus show.
Why don't we have this guy
very injured
more often? I remember him now.
Well, I'll be in more often. I'm often available.
Yeah. What do you do for a living? Yeah. What do you do?
What do you do?
Right now, I'm about to start college in the spring.
College?
How are you going to get there?
No. How am I going to get there when I start college? I'm going to take the bus.
You can take the bus?
Yep.
Take the bus to the show tomorrow. No.
All right. Yeah. Why can't you take?
If there's a bus that goes out there, I'll gladly go.
Who's going to drive Mr. Frumkus to the show tomorrow?
Steve?
Yes.
Hold on.
Is there anybody that doesn't mind driving me? I live out in Queens.
Everybody minds.
Yeah, there's not a person alive that doesn't mind.
The bus driver don't even want to drive you.
Yeah.
Fucking get in the back, Rizzo.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, I'll speed in. I'll take a ride in Anthony Shelby.
All right.
What are the odds of that happening, Anthony?
Wow. There isn't a number big enough to 1.
2 to 1.
Yes. Yeah. Well, what are you fidgeting with your hands? You're fidgeting.
He's nervous.
Why are you nervous there,
Very
Frumkus?
fidgety.
No, I'm not nervous. I'm fine.
Well, you look very relaxed.
Well, he should be because he's been here since 6:45 in the morning waiting for you guys.
Well,
So,
all right, here's the deal. Kenny's got tickets. How about this? I don't know. We're going to try a whole bunch of things. I'll throw out the first idea. Maybe someone else will have another idea. If you get completely naked right now, Kenny will hand you a pair of tickets to the PNC Bank Arts Center.
Another idea.
Completely naked.
All right, I'll do this.
I'll give you my backstage pass if you don't take off your clothes. You could go fucking perform. You could do my set.
I'm seriously, I'll do this.
So
my
wait.
God.
All right, we're going to give you tickets. No. All right, Mr. Frumkus is the first. Get on the pole.
Down to the underwear.
No, naked.
No, I said naked.
Not the underwear.
All right.
Just all you need is the glasses on.
Anybody else? I mean, this is open to anybody.
Oh my
this kid's
God,
built.
This is awful.
All right, he's around the pole.
Who's your workout trainer, Jim Norton?
No, my uncle.
my God. Jesus Christ.
Now wait, you have to face us.
His dick looks like a mushroom.
my God.
Face them.
That is, oh my God, the worst body I've ever seen.
Sir, call the police. You've been robbed.
Man or beast.
Sir, somebody has stolen.
Travis also informed me that his dog is more endowed than this gentleman.
There is.
It's dog dick,
You
man.
have no.
You have no dick, bro.
Show him.
It looks like a plug.
Holy shit.
God, how cold is it over there? 1 degree?
It's just fine.
It's like a. How do you describe? It looks like an overgrown
It
pimple.
looks like a nipple.
It's
A
just.
nipple. Thank you.
It's
yeah.
a nipple.
A
What are
mushroom.
you talking about?
What? We're talking about.
Do you have a girlfriend at
that.
the moment?
Nope, I don't.
Have you been? Are you a virgin?
Yeah.
How old are you?
26.
Well, I mean,
26-year-old virgin who's completely naked, holding on to the pole.
you might want to trim the. Do we have, where's
I
the-
was thinking, yeah, a little advice. You want to like shave down everything around that tiny thing to make it appear
Yeah.
to be bigger.
You might want to paint in shadows
All right, I'll do that.
to give the illusion of depth.
I'll do that when I'm younger. You don't to put my clothes back
No, not yet. We're talking.
All right, Kenny, why don't you give this guy a fine?
Just one.
It's one smallest penis I've ever seen.
Yeah, that was really.
Oh, he just bent over to pick up the tickets, and they just got a fine view.
Oh my goodness.
Right now, who's going to get me the escort?
Who's going to get you an escort?
Escort.
Well, whoever wants you to ever get laid.
Someone's got to
Nothing?
do the
All
right
right.
thing and get this guy to the show tomorrow. Anybody in Queens that could help this guy out?
That's right.
What?
Hey,
He's putting his clothes back
He goes
on.
ride bitch on the back of my wife's bike.
hey, will someone give him a ride if he allows you to touch his clit the entire ride?
All right, the offer's still out there. Anyone else want to get completely naked for a pair of tickets to the show tomorrow? All right, well, we
What
got
kind of
one.
seats are they?
Lawn seat.
Yeah, it's good though. You get the grass.
You get the grass. Yeah.
There you go, TJ.
Yeah, you got to get a ride. Why don't you drive, sir?
I don't have a car available.
You don't have a car available.
Do you have a driver's license?
Nope, I'm currently working on that.
What are you doing to work on it?
Yeah, what happened that you don't have a license at 26?
I'm studying for the road test.
So you're in deep study?
Studying for the road test.
What are you doing to study for the road test? Are you cramming, or do you have people asking you questions? And
No,
It's not cramming anything.
I've been reading the book.
You've been reading the book?
Yep.
What can you tell us about road rules we might not know?
Yeah.
Well, all I know is that I can tell you is that the right of way depends on the
color of the person.
on the road. Depending on each corner.
No, that's heaven.
Oh, was that good? That was good. That was good. I said something good.
Each corner.
Yep, that's right.
Why didn't you get your license when everyone else does? What is the age? I forgot. It's been so long. 16, 17?
17, yeah.
What happened? That you didn't get your license before now?
Well, I took driver's ed, but what happened was the driver's ed teacher died.
Oh, really?
Did you kill him?
Yeah. Did he mysteriously have an axe in his head after you left?
Yep.
How'd he die?
He died of pancreatic cancer, ironically, what my father died of. God rest his soul.
Oh, Jesus.
Sorry to hear it.
Now, did the driving instructor, did he die during the test?
No, he didn't die during the test. What happened was
That's not working.
he died before he got the chance to give me the paper. The blue card that I got to show to the DMV.
You sure he really died and he just didn't want you driving?
No, I'm sure he wanted me to drive. He actually said it was his last request to see me get my license.
Last
thought that was
request.
his last request.
His family must be happy.
That's the final
That's the
request.
last thing he said on earth.
I want old no
Believe
dick to
me,
get.
believe me,
Yes.
they heard about me. As a matter of fact, he used to have a bad habit of he used to do this crazy thing where he'd pull you off the pedal.
Is that what he
He
told
was
you he was doing?
molesting you.
No, he would actually do this. He did this
Yeah.
to everybody, or he did this.
He said that.
He'd touch your leg?
Yeah.
Yep, he'd actually smack you in the leg if you went too fast.
Would he pull you off the pedal, then put you back on, then pull you off, then put you back on quickly after spitting into his hand?
Yep.
Oh, God.
So, what's your name?
My name's Daniel Curlin.
Hi, Daniel.
Everyone's saying he sounds like Rorschach from Welcome Back, Kotter.
Certainly does.
I think he sounds like Rosenberg from the Jerky
Yes,
Boys.
Saul. I lost my penis in a horrible accident. It was awful.
That brings back a lot of memories.
I
Saul
fell down the
Rosenberg.
stairs and my dick fell off.
I can't find it. God damn it. An anvil fell onto my dick while I was sleeping.
What kind of music do you like, Daniel?
That's good.
I listen to rock.
What kind of rock? That's a big genre.
Well, I listen to, Opie, you'd be glad to know that I listen to U2.
Oh, Opie, you'd be glad.
What's your favorite U2 song?
That'd be Sunday Bloody Sunday.
That's good. You went for the obscure one.
Yeah.
Is there another U2 song you like?
I'm a big fan of Red Hill Mining Town.
Yep, I know about them also.
Oh, do you like that group too?
Yeah, I listen to you guys.
But you like Red Hill Mining? What's the group called?
Red Hill Mining Town is a fine band, right?
I think I heard the song. I think I heard that a while back. I kind of like it.
You like U2 1? That's good. It remind you of how many inches you're packing?
Very funny. Very funny.
Small dick.
I got it.
Yeah.
Then again, you could have said you like U2 because that's how many inches you're packing.
I want it even shorter.
Well, what do you expect? I had a lot of operations on it.
Oh, you did?
All right, now we're going to get into your dick a little bit.
What happened?
Here we go. What happened?
When I was a baby, I had a urinary system operation. I nearly died twice of a urinary infection.
Wow.
So what do? They had to take your dick?
Yeah.
They had to do it. They had to repair the urinary system. They did a scar right below here.
And what, they reach in and just kind of pull it all down?
No, they had to. I don't know. They had to do something with the ladder, sort of make the pee hole bigger.
So they had to like when you were a baby, they did this. So they had to kind of stunt it so it would never grow beyond that point.
No.
Oh, shit.
No, I had to do a few I had a few surgeries.
So what do they do to your penis to make it as small as it is? Nothing wrong with a small penis. I mean, you can always hide it.
That looks big when it's erected.
When it's erected.
When it's erected? How big does it get?
It gets about this big.
About as big as your pointer finger. That's not bad.
Oh,
Why don't you get it big for us there? We'll give you another ticket.
Get it big. Yeah, just do what the driving instructor did.
Yeah, it'd be funny. Sabbath walks in and he's just jerking.
Yeah. Your dick is what comedians make up as a joke to say they have a little dick. They're thinking about yours.
I got a few dollars in my wallet today.
Oh, God, there's no fucking way.
We should give him $10 per inch that he can get that thing.
That's how cocky we are.
$5.
$10 an inch. $5.
Yeah, can you make change? I only have tens.
How would you feel about that? $10 an inch.
I won't mind that at all.
All right, you have to get it a little bit hard.
Yeah.
We'll give you $10 an inch.
All right, no problem.
Get the ruler. Somebody get a ruler. And Steve, stop. I have.
Who's gonna measure
I'll
it?
measure it.
If you will.
What kind of porn you like, sir?
Well, do you got anything like a strap-on Sally?
What is strap-on Sally?
What is strap-on Sally? Well,
I love this guy.
It's not about a suicide bomber.
You got anything with a driving instructor?
Okay, you want strap? You like
All right,
strap
let's
attack?
get strap-on Sally or some kind of. You want to be, you know.
You like when a girl fucks you out with a strap on?
Yep, I like it when those chicks wear strap-ons.
And you like when they fuck a guy in the ass with the strap on?
No, not that. I like it when they fuck another girl with the strap on.
Oh, okay.
Why not a guy? How about if we show you a girl fucking a guy? Can you watch that?
That's probably depressing. It's like watching a guy drive a nice car you don't have.
Very funny.
All right, we got the tape measure. How much time are we going to give him? $10 an inch.
Can we see the video he's watching?
The box of this tape measure is bigger than him. You don't even need to open it.
Yeah.
There's no way it's going.
You want to give him
that.
10 minutes? 5 minutes? How long is it going to take, you think, to get,
to get that
aroused?
How long will it take you to clear the pubes?
Well, that'll take care of the pubes when I get home.
No, I'm kidding.
Well,
no, sir. How long is it going to take for you to be erect?
Erect?
Yeah.
It takes a little while.
All right, well, just
how many minutes do you need?
We need some visual stimulation, probably.
All right, let's just get a movie on there for him.
You got to get it done before Black Sabbath comes in, is all we're saying.
Yes.
All right, no problem.
Strap-on Dolls Part 2.
You want Strap-on Dolls Part 2? Is it on every screen for everybody else? Put it on every screen in the goddamn place.
Well, what's going on there?
All right.
I see a dildo.
All right, you're on the clock, sir. You got to...
On the cock.
We'll give you to 9:45.
All right, no problem.
No problem. He's waiting for the start of this feature film.
Yeah, but we fast forward to the credits.
Hold on. He put his hands down to his side to get ready to take his jean shorts down.
This kid's amazing.
Girls.
Hey, wait a minute now.
All right, we got it on every screen.
Do we have any girls out there that could at least come in maybe and show their ass to this guy? Would that help you at all, sir, if a live girl was showing you something? Apparently
Yeah,
not.
it helps.
Yeah. You don't have to touch him.
Oh, my God. He's really into watching the screen.
Yeah.
You can describe what's going on there, sir.
You go ahead.
Well, I'm seeing two lesbians licking the dildo.
Yeah. The dildo.
Patty chant.
He could fuck Patty and she'd still be a virgin.
Nice. All right, he's really into watching this.
Yeah.
He is mesmerized.
Girl sucking a big dildo. Lucky girl, right, sir?
Yeah. Imagine having something like that.
Yep. Oh.
Look at him.
He looks relaxed watching porn. It's like watching a lion stare at a gazelle.
Uh-oh.
All right.
Going into the pocket.
Uh-oh. He's thinking this might be the time to...
That's pretty good stuff, right?
What are we doing?
It is.
We officially have no boss at XM
Do we have
for the next few days.
Wait. Do we have a strap on? Not to fuck him, but just to have a girl with it on to show him?
I think we might.
Yeah.
See if any of those girls will just put it on to tease him.
All right, what's going on now, sir? This is radio. We got to entertain the people out there.
They're straddling the boobs.
There's a little titty fucking going on with the strap on, right?
Yeah.
Yep, that's right.
All right.
And how does that make you feel?
Makes me feel great.
Have you been with a woman? Has that been asked?
No, he hasn't been.
No.
He's nervous.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, for some reason, most of the women I dated moved away.
I'm sure they did to a hole in the backyard.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's luck. It's just how my luck is gone.
That's all right. We'll change.
It's not about luck.
Yeah. All right, let's. You got only 10 minutes left.
Yeah, you might want to start cranking there, sir.
Cranking?
He's getting ready. I can see him. He's
he's tenting.
Is he pup tenting?
He's going.
You can see the bump.
You can see the bump.
This guy's great, man. This is the best.
So it's not an innie anymore, is what you're saying.
Yep, that's right.
You're wow, look at that. She's getting that dildo slid right in that.
And then she's sucking it.
You know what that would feel like?
Oh yeah, I know what that feel like. That would feel great. That would feel great if it were my dick.
Yeah.
He's severed.
All right, what's going on now in the flick?
Wow.
She's sucking the cock.
The fake cock, right?
It's the strap on.
Right. We're getting.
See if one of those girls will put it on and walk in. Not to do anything, just to.
And now she's going to stick it in the girl that's naked, laying on the bed.
Yep.
Oh, just letting her suck it a little bit.
She looks like someone I worked with.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she does.
All right.
He says as he's stabbing them.
Chopping them up in the bathtub.
Now what's going
on? All right,
on?
the strap-on's on.
Now they're making out.
Now they're
making out.
Now they're sucking the titties.
And now what?
And now she's sucking the cock.
Yeah.
The
Suck
dildo.
that cock.
Wow, you're talking dirty to her.
Suck that cock, you dirty bitch.
He's really into
By the way, that's a nice impersonation of Saul Rosenberg.
Thank you.
So you like to talk dirty to a girl? She was doing that to you.
Making sounds. You hear the sounds he's making?
Yeah, he's really into this. He's gonna make cumsies.
I don't know about that, but I could.
All right, now it's happening.
Oh, look at that, huh?
Now it's happening, sir.
Now they're really having fun now.
Yeah.
That's
One
good
girl's
stuff.
fucking the other girl. Oh, yeah, he likes that.
You let us know when you want us to do the official measurement.
All right, do the measurement now.
All right.
Yeah. All right, listen, here's the deal. It's $10 an inch. He really liked this action to the point. He's like, do the measurement now.
All right, sir, you got to take your pants down again so we can do the measurement.
All right, who's measuring?
Cream Pie Jones.
Cream Pie Jones.
Oh, well, there you
No
go.
problem. I've gone to see you. I'm used to this.
Wait,
I
turn
have to do
around.
this.
Turn around and show the crowd. All right, you're used to doing what? I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
I'm used to showing. I'm used to my urologist doing this a lot.
We're sure.
Getting you hard?
Getting you hard?
No, I'm used to my urologist having to check to make sure.
All right.
All right,
sure
sir.
everything is.
Jeez, you're turning me off. How about
Hey, Jim, you want to make sure Cream Pie Jones measures correctly?
Sure, I'll be happy to. That's good. Sure.
Just keep in mind.
No, I'll be happy to go make sure that the fucking cock is being measured properly.
Jimmy, I'm just trying to keep our dumb bit.
Why does Jimmy get all the good jobs?
Can you guys hear me? I can't. I don't have
Yeah,
headphones.
you're good.
Mike,
we could hear.
Mike, every time I go, Jimmy, do you want to? He's like, yeah, great, thanks.
All right. It looks like we owe
0 inches.
We owe $30.
Oh.
What? The Cream Pie
Is that as fully hard as it gets?
3
or no?
inches.
Yeah.
Did it get any bigger than that? The head looks a little cut in half. What happened there?
I told you I had surgery.
You had to. Oh, okay, the surgery.
Yep. My name is
All right,
William.
well, we got to. We $30 we owe him.
That's it?
Well, if I keep standing here, it looks like it's gonna be 25.
Well, we promised
$30.
We promised $10.
Oh, he's
an
still
inch.
looking at the video. He's digging that.
Wait, hold on. Can a girl come in and just show her ass here? Can someone
Yeah,
do that? You know, she won't do any touching.
This guy's broke. We're trying to get him up to $40.
No one.
All right, and if possible, I still need a ride to the virus show.
And if possible, I still need a ride to the virus show.
Sir, how do you masturbate? What do you do? Like,
God.
do you use lubricant or use 2 fingers? How do you do it?
Well, I don't masturbate.
You don't masturbate.
Why?
No.
Why?
I don't know.
sin.
No, I guess it never really interested in me masturbating.
So how do you make cumsies?
That's when I'm on the toilet.
When you're on the toilet?
What?
How does it happen?
What? It just happens.
Wait,
You'll be sitting on the toilet and shoot a load?
Yup.
How does that happen?
You
Do you
must love
touch yourself at all?
What?
Do you touch yourself at all, or you just shoot a load?
No, I just shoot a load.
But without touching yourself?
Yeah, when I'm on the toilet.
But how does that work, sir?
I think he's confusing.
Yeah, I think so.
Have you ever come? Like, wait a minute.
Has white, creamy stuff ever come out of your dick?
Shoot a load, they're going for you sick bastards.
Wait, sir. How do you just come on the toilet? Like, how do you not come watching porn, but yet you come on the toilet?
Oh, I do.
How do you come watching porn?
Yeah, you got to explain. We're really confused.
Do you hump something?
No, I just happen to sit there and I see it.
And and it shoots out?
Yup. It shoots out. It shoots out.
But you don't need any stimulation?
Oh, I do need stimulation sometimes. It only works when I watch porn.
Oh, so you watch porn,
Wait,
you
if you-
sit on the toilet and shoot a load.
Yup.
Wait. Let me hold on.
Actually, I
Magic.
watch in my room. Then I go to the toilet.
To the toilet. You don't touch yourself at all, and it just comes out.
Yup, exactly.
Wait, so if we wait long enough, it's just going to come out? If you
Yep.
continue watching this?
Yup.
Oh, shit.
my God.
Yup.
All right, listen. Listen to me, sir. So far, you've made $30, $10 an inch. You got it up to 3 inches. Oh, I've run out of money, though, motherfucker. Hold
We
on a
haven't.
minute. I'm just saying we should give him a $50 bonus if he could come without touching himself. I mean, that
Even
would
if
be...
he comes while touching himself. Or however he
got
comes.
a cup?
Huh?
What?
Does anybody got a cup?
You bet we do.
Oh, Jesus.
Why anybody have a cup?
Oh, my God.
What? Why do you need a cup?
To catch it in.
To catch it in?
He gave him a garbage bag.
Okay.
He's going to just do
Hey,
it.
All right, hold
Somebody
on.
hold the cup for him.
Cream Pie has to hold the cup. He's not touching himself. He's watching the porn. And he really thinks he's going to come without touching
He's not
himself.
even watching the porn right now. He's just thinking about
Thinking.
stuff.
Go ahead, buddy. Watch it and shoot that goo. Aim for the wrist.
No way.
Cream Pie is holding the cup
No
over
way anyone could do
that
this.
3-inch monster. And he's telling us that he could come without touching himself if he continues watching this
He
porn.
just sits on the bowl and...
Tell us what's going on, sir.
They're now straddling.
We
She's really
We just
putting
need-
it in her.
Giving
it to her.
We just need a name for this guy to make it official. He's the new one.
Tiny.
Are you getting close, sir?
Oh.
I don't know. I guess it isn't coming out. I don't know why.
Because you're standing up with a man holding a cup and 50 people staring at you?
I guess that's why.
Wait, he's not shy. No, just let's give it another moment. Let's all just be quiet.
How about you just tug on it a little bit? That might help. Just tug on it a little bit, gently.
He
No,
just
sir.
flicked it.
Don't poke it like it's an elevator button.
He's never jerked off before.
How about you put your fingers on it and you make little tugsies?
Do you know how to...
That's good. Yell at it.
Dude.
Say awful things
He's
to it.
brushing it with his index fingers downward. That's all he's doing.
Well, that ain't good because it doesn't have a voice. So why am I going to talk to it if you can't speak?
All right, that's a good point. You raised a valid point.
Well, you never wrapped your hand around it and tugged?
You can't.
How could you?
You never wrapped 2 fingers around it?
You never grabbed it like
Give it
a
the
cigarette?
old, give it the old like Otay, you know, with the 2 fingers.
Wait, are you getting ready to make cumsies?
I think it's almost.
All right, shh. Look at the porn. It's getting really good. Look at the porn.
There's some meat in it.
Look at that porn.
What she's doing to her.
Please, God. If this happens, it'll be the greatest thing we ever do on this radio show. Please let this happen.
Hurry up, I'm thirsty.
I don't know. It isn't working.
All right, well, just relax.
Wow, it's not working.
You're
huh?
nervous. You're standing up.
Yeah, don't worry about us.
Yeah, we don't care.
You need a toilet?
That's why we need a girl in here to show her butt.
Is it getting closer?
No, I don't know. I don't know how if it's getting closer or not.
It just kind of happens.
It just happens.
Like when you're in the bus or something?
No, when I'm at home.
Oh, just at home.
Yep, just happens at home.
You sit on the toilet and make cumsies.
Yep.
Yep.
Wait, what?
I need more video. Hang on.
All right, yeah, we're getting more video for you. This is.
Have you ever seen a? I can't believe we have no one here that will just show her ass to this guy.
Mm-mm.
Goddamn self-respecting chick. Oh, yeah, girl just stood up.
Look,
all right.
we got one. Yay. We got one. Sir, do you want to see a live ass?
Yeah.
That girl.
Uh-oh.
She is.
Look out.
Yeah, I want to see it.
He's looking at the cup.
This is.
No, you have to show me your butt. Show me your bare butt.
Wow.
Can I jerk off too?
Yeah, with your panties or whatever. You don't have to be naked.
Yeah, look at the bare butt, sir.
You like that?
How's that?
Uh-oh.
Oh my God!
All right, wait. Now we got something going on.
Wow. We owe him $70.
Start wiggling that butt, please.
Hold the cup lower.
Start working it.
It's swelling.
Oh my!
I got you. Started an extra $10.
Definitely,
dude. It went.
I know.
You digging that?
Mm-hmm.
Cream pie holding the cup is fantastic.
He's licking the inside of his mouth.
It is.
Look at that fucking thing.
The thing got. He would have made another $10. By the way, the thing just went instantly to 4 inches. He's never.
Oh, he's kind of.
Wait, he's looking
Lower
down
that
the cup. Here, work that ass a little bit.
Lower the cup, cream pie.
Yeah, work that ass. Wiggle that ass.
Red rum. Red rum. Please, red rum.
What is he pointing at?
Look at that. Look at that, sir. He keeps looking down at it. It's like watching golf on television.
Yeah.
But not as sexy. The way we
want. Jimmy, I think she needs to move closer with the ass.
No, can you move closer? Just stand on that side over there. Like,
Stand up on the couch.
Yeah, or on the couch is fine. Yeah.
Stand up on the couch and show that ass.
Wow, she's a wonderful hiney.
Wonderful.
But you got to really show him. Like turn to the
bend
side.
over.
Yeah, turn to your side so we can take a good look at that.
Who knows the range on that thing? You know, even a Derringer can shoot your head off.
How much PSI is that holding back?
Yeah.
Jimmy, what's going on?
She's showing her beautiful ass, and he's really his
He's
penis.
losing his mind.
Penis has jumped up, and is fully erect, and she's rubbing it a little bit, and he doesn't know what to do.
Oh my God, his hands looks like they have cerebral palsy. He's like making weird.
Yes. So does the rest of them.
He keeps looking down the cup. He's convinced.
So you never just grabbed it though and gave it a tug?
No.
While you're looking at a girl like that?
No.
I wish Brie Olson was here.
I'm Catholic.
Is it getting
sin?
Is it getting close?
Dude, you just got to wrap 2 fingers around it and tug. That's all you got to do.
One tug would.
Yes, sir.
That's all you got to
Two
do.
fingers around it. Like, grab it with your 2 fingers, like thumb and forefinger.
No, with one hand.
No, one hand, not those
one
two.
hand.
Sir,
No, make
one
a
hand, sir.
make a loop with one hand.
Like this.
Not like that. Now close your hand.
He's never jerked
there
off
and now grab it tight.
No, grab it.
There and pull
Back and forth gently. Jack, lower the cup cream pie or I'll bash your brains. Now pull it back and forth, sir.
Now go forward and backwards. Go with your hand.
He doesn't know how to jerk off.
Wow.
Shit.
No, so you got to grab it. You just feed it.
Grab it. There, like that.
Oh yeah, pretend it's a girl.
Yeah, it's a girl doing it.
Your hand.
Got it?
When he's wiping something off of himself, I think he's got some clear stuff.
Keep doing it, sir. Stop. Don't stop yet. Keep going. You
There
didn't
you
finish yet. He doesn't come. He just has clear stuff leak out. He's never had an orgasm. He thinks that's coming.
Sir?
You're not coming, sir.
You got to just keep tugging it. Don't wipe your hand off.
No, sir, grab it. Like, wrap your fist around it gently. Stop wiping the clear stuff.
Freaked out by what's coming out of his
Now
penis.
just kind of tug. That's all you got to do. It's easy. There you go.
Just like that.
Yeah,
now
keep
just
doing,
do that
keep
like
going,
a monkey.
Keep going.
No, don't stop.
No, don't stop. You can't
I got
stop.
it. No, you didn't. That's clear stuff.
That's not.
I got it. That's
That
pre-cum.
isn't. Oh, you're in for a big surprise.
Yes, okay.
Oh, sir. Stop wiping that in the cup.
You're spilling it. You're spilling it.
He keeps getting a little on his index finger and then wipes it into
This
the
guy
cup.
sucks.
Sir.
This guy's never jerked off before.
Wrap your
This is the
thumb
most
and
amazing
forefinger
thing.
there.
Wrap it around
and
your
just,
hand.
And just like that. Now hold it.
Now grab
No,
it.
don't.
Stop flicking it like it's a fucking dust bunny.
Hold it like you're choking a chicken.
Exactly.
Right.
Or a gnat.
Now pull. And just
Gently.
go back and forth.
Gently back and forth.
No, keep it in one spot on your. Oh, fucking A.
It's not a guitar.
Patty has a strap on. Maybe someone can demonstrate a technique.
Patty, demonstrate.
Yeah, well, hey, sir.
Sir, here's what you do. Well, maybe someone could do it for me. No.
Hey, slow down there.
Hold the penis, Patty.
And I still need a ride.
You
to
grab
the
it like
show.
this, sir. You grab it like this. Can someone get him some fucking lube for his hand? And you wrap it around your hand like this. Pay attention, sir. You're not looking. This is a much larger model. You wrap your fingers around it, but stop letting go of it. Actually hold on to it like that.
This guy thinks pee.
Be
is
gentle,
Yeah.
but with a little bit of lube.
Thinks
Now
pre-
wrap your fingers
pre-cum.
around like this, sir. Like this. Look at me. You're not looking. Wrap your fingers with your thumb and forefinger are touching. Believe me, your fingers will meet.
Yeah.
There you go. Now gently back and forth without releasing your fingers. There you go. Do you want some lube? Someone get him some lubricant for his hand.
Now don't stop.
And don't
doing
stop.
it that
Don't
way.
stop. Don't stop. Don't stop.
Sir, take some lube for your hand.
Don't stop.
No, the other hand, sir, the one you're tugging with.
I'm not touching the other hand.
All right.
That hand.
Now put the lube on your hand. He's putting it on the outside of his hand.
Oh my God.
No, sir, put it in your... There you go. He's got it. Okay, he's got it.
All right.
Now you can watch the porno and do that, sir.
Watch the porno, watch the live girl.
Watch the girl. Watch the porno.
Doing it.
See, you're tripping up there.
How does that feel, sir?
It feels weird.
Yeah, it's okay. Just relax.
Oh, boy.
Jerked off before.
Trust me, you'll enjoy it. When you fall back through the window, you know you're done.
When you fall back through. Anything?
Just be patient.
Keep it. No, you got to keep
Stop
going.
stopping.
He
Can't stop.
I think he starts getting the feeling and stops.
You don't stop when you get the feeling. Keep work through it. Trust us.
Yeah, trust us.
Trust your life's about to change.
What happened? Yeah.
All right. I know nobody heard this because I probably don't have satellite because you don't have satellite radio.
So you're getting merger talk?
It's kind of weird. We had Milk Karmazin in 2 days ago, and now we got a guy jerking off for the first time. At the age
Well, here's
of
what's weird.
26.
We had Buzz Aldrin in a few hours ago.
Yes.
That's right.
What are you doing? Keep it going.
Look at the porn. Look at the live ass we got for you.
Well, you got to
not
keep
working.
going.
If we get this done, you're not going to be at the PNC tomorrow. You're going to be at home for the next 2 weeks straight.
Anything?
What's going on, sir?
How's it feeling?
My strong arm is a little bit getting tired.
Oh, but what are you, a chick? Talk like that?
Do you think it's wrong to do that, what you're doing? Like, do you think it's wrong? Do you think
Oh, my
God's
God.
going to punish you?
We have a little conflict
No, I have
here.
no problem with people that
Hey, sir,
jack
how
off.
about this? Can
Okay.
we finish this in a little while? See, because we have Black Sabbath coming up in the elevator,
Oh,
and
God.
they can't walk in and see you jerking a baby dick. No, miss. The girl with the ass can stay.
Yes.
She didn't need to jump up.
All right, well,
Great butt.
All right, where's he going? Someone follow
Sir, don't
him.
leave.
Don't leave. We're going to
Don't
get
leave.
back to you.
And don't let him
I
stop.
would imagine that the boys from Heaven and Hell would laugh at something like that.
You might be right.
But you don't want to risk it.
Where's he going?
No, he can't go to the bathroom.
Well, get cream pie.
I guarantee you, dude, he has had pre-cum all these years. He's not having orgasms.
No, he thinks that.
Somebody go to the bathroom with this guy. I want to know what happens.
He's in the kitchen. He's in the kitchen area.
Oh, great.
Get rid of those roaches.
Yeah.
Oh my God! He could drown the roaches in cum with all the cum he has in them. Should we take a quick break? Let's do a quick break. One break, and when we get back, we're talking to Heaven and
Black Sabbath.
Black Sabbath, basically. Yes, of course. Stay there. Alrighty. We'll try that. We are back with the Opie and Anthony Show. I'm trying to make sure all the mics work.
We all on? We good?
Because last time we had these guys and we had a mic problem, and we were so frustrated because we were trying to talk to these guys.
Pain in the ass.
Yeah, that was over at K-Rock. Hopefully things here are a little bit better.
Yeah.
So you guys are all okay? Everybody's on?
Yeah. I think if they moved the microphones apart slightly, it would help us because we're getting a little feedback.
the headphones.
It was the headphones. Oh, the headphones? Okay, I'm sorry.
You guys happy to be up at this hour on Friday?
Oh, yeah.
That's great for rock stars to wake up Friday early. That's what they like doing. Getting up at the crack of dawn.
3-hour lag as well, coming from L.A. So
All right.
It's earlier for us.
So you're doing great.
When did you guys come in?
We came in last night.
Okay, and then you get to the hotel, you relax, you have a drink, and they're like, all right, up at 8:30
Exactly.
to do this nonsense.
Exactly.
And boy, did you guys miss a show before you came in.
Yeah, Jimmy, why don't you explain what they missed? And there was an argument going on because I'm like, I think these guys would enjoy what was happening.
Oh, I know.
No, enjoy isn't really the word.
No, they wouldn't have enjoyed it.
Well, do you like freak shows?
What we had is this. We had a man.
You can't call him a man.
He's an odd guy, the guy over there in the hat. And we have an odd audience. We want to wave to Black Sabbath? There you go. And he got naked because he's not very well endowed, and we said we would give him $10 an inch for his penis.
And he wanted to watch strap-on porn because we go, what kind of porn will make it the hardest?
And we honestly, God, he walked away with $30. And
$30.
Yeah,
do the math.
Yeah, it wasn't good. And he's never had an orgasm, so he was attempting to give himself one, standing naked on the stripper pole. And I said that his clothes have to be on by the time you four walk in because I was afraid that you'd walk in.
Yeah.
And see a masturbating man.
Yeah. That's not what they want to see.
This was all before breakfast, huh?
Yeah, he was. We've been going to. We had Buzz Aldrin this morning.
Really?
Yeah, over at the other side.
Naked as well.
35.
Yes. Amazing.
We had Buzz Aldrin. We had Penn Jillette. We have you guys, and you're promoting a signing. You guys are signing the box set. It's called Black Sabbath: The Rules of Hell, and it's all the stuff with you, Ronnie,
right?
Which is Live Evil, Dehumanizer, The Mob Rules, and Heaven and Hell. And you guys are signing tomorrow in New Jersey at Vintage Vinyl. It's 51 Lafayette Street, and it's only from 3 to 4. And they said there's a 500 person maximum, I think, or only 500 units they're doing.
I think so.
So if that's not sold out, it's a miracle.
They're early.
Yeah, the best thing to do would be to go there and buy the box set. And then you get a wristband. So this way you don't think you have to stand in line for 5 days.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And any of our fans that are coming down to, because we're doing a show at the PNC tomorrow night. So anybody that's coming down to our show, just if you want to stop off, it's on the way. I mean, Forge is on the way down if you're coming from Staten Island. I'm babbling at this point. So,
well, at least you're clothed.
Yeah, I know. At least we want to show you guys something sexy. We're going to give away a box set. We have 3 box sets. Of course, I'm selfishly keeping one, and we're going to give away 2. We wanted to get a fan question because I always just, in these interviews, am nervously rambling because you are who you are.
See? See? Nervously rambling?
Yeah, kind of like this. So, does anybody have a really good fan question for the guys? Sonny Forelli, you want to come in?
Yeah.
I should keep him out there in the outbreak room.
Sonny, really fast. Sonny, that was your wife, right?
Yeah, that was my wife.
That was
Thank
showing
you.
the ass.
Yes.
Wow.
I thought I recognized her.
Would she show her ass to the guys so we don't?
They've seen.
I don't know.
Could you ask her?
I could.
Please?
Yeah. Right now?
Yeah.
Would you like to see Sonny's wife's ass?
Sure. Oh, well, that's the reason we're here, really.
To see ass.
Honey, would you like to show Black Sabbath your ass? You don't have to pull your underwear off. Just your nice ass. I mean,
It's not awkward to negotiate like this in front of a...
Yes.
All right.
There you go. See?
All right, this is Sonny Farrelly's wife.
She brought a donkey in.
It's not like it's a donkey show going on.
No.
This is, yes.
Hello. Hello.
All right.
That would be, you have to kind of face me in.
Do you need some music? Do you need some music or something?
Oh, no, we just straight on. There you go.
That almost felt like we forced her to do it, but thank you very much.
It's like a rectal exam.
It was well worth it, too, let me add.
Sonny,
Wasn't our idea.
What did you want to ask Black Sabbath?
Well, I've been a big fan of Black Sabbath, especially Ronnie James Dio.
Oh, thank you.
And, I followed your career from Elf going into Rainbow. Me, myself, I'm a huge Deep Purple fan. So, my question kind of correlates with you and Richie Blackmore.
Okay.
And I kind of know that your type of style of music is more mid-century, during the Dark Ages type rock and roll music, and Richie Blackmore's type is more Renaissance-y, older type music.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a chance that, I know that you go solo as well, as much as...
Longer setup.
Yeah, well, is there any plans of maybe you and Richie getting back together?
How long are we going to go?
I doubt that very, very much.
Oh.
I think it's been too long, and as you suggested, we're kind of a little bit more opposed musically. He's so into the Renaissance period that he's doing now. It's not something that I'm really looking forward to doing.
Right.
I mean, I like to be beaten up by basses and guitars and drums a lot.
Yes.
And I think he's become a gentler person with the music that he makes.
Yes.
It just doesn't sit well with me, I don't think. But
well, you just heard it right here. He just called him a pussy.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
That's pretty much what I heard.
Yeah.
Also, one more question.
And he won't show me his ass anyways. Maybe I'll play with your wife.
How are you able to keep your range, your vocal range, the way it is, the older you get?
Just lucky to have some talent and know how to use it. I think just look after myself, and like anything else, it's knowing how to do it. I mean, just because somebody gives you a basketball doesn't mean you're going to make the basket. So you learn how to do it properly, and you learn how to get around people. So just as a singer, you learn how to get around things. There are times when it's really difficult for you to sing, so you have to learn to sometimes how to kind of fake it here and there.
Is part of it good
get
living?
Really good at it sometimes, but
is part of it like good living, staying away from booze and excessive smoke?
No.
No.
I wish I could say that. But,
the more you drink, the better you sound.
It's actually completely the other way around.
To yourself.
Yeah, really, I think I've really gotten better because I drink more than I used to before. But no, I mean, you have to know how to do it when you do it. I mean, you can abuse yourself a little bit along the way, but when it comes time for singing, and when there's a tour that we're doing like now for a month, I'm prepared for it, and I won't abuse myself during that time. But I'll abuse myself after it's over.
Can I ask you a question, Sonny? I don't mean to interrupt your role. I just want to say, you guys, how come you're not headlining the tour? It's Motorhead and then you guys and then Priest. I mean, obviously you could headline. Did you just not want to, or because they haven't been out for a while?
No, it's supposed to be a co-headline, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a co-headline, but
yeah.
I think, we didn't want to argue over that. They're good friends of ours, and I think it's the whole package.
Yeah, it seems pretty petty to be like, oh, no, we're headlining.
Someone has to close the show, and, we're not going to argue about it.
They're not like comics, Jim.
What's that?
They're not like comics, all petty, Jim, about who goes on first.
But I would rather not headline the show. I mean, because sometimes it's like the pressure of going on last. It's almost like, I figure this must be a great thing.
It's 4 bands, too, so...
Who's first? I forgot who's first.
Testament.
Okay, Testament, Motorhead, you guys, and then...
Yeah, so we're going on probably at the prime time,
We can nice. actually get out early as well instead of having to wait till the death,
Oh, you're not going to stand there and watch Priest?
No. Well, they're great, but we'll be doing sort of press stuff afterwards, and then we go before everybody leaves, hopefully.
We have a crack staff here, and they have a bunch of information about you guys, and one of the really interesting things they wrote is they are rumored to have a studio album set for release in 1999. Because we always do our homework here.
That's good.
Yeah, are you guys planning 9 years ago to pump out a new album?
Yeah, we're doing it backwards.
So are you guys?
We're going to do one in 2009.
Yeah, 2009. You are working on something?
Yes.
Yeah.
The 3 songs you have, the 3 new songs that you guys put out, are they going on the new album, or is it going to be?
No.
Well,
it's all new
stuff.
That's what we've been doing so
easy.
far this year. We've been in the studio writing stuff, and this is like a little break from the studio, like going to for a month.
How is that? Is it as easy to write today as it was years ago?
It's been really good this time, yeah.
I think it's, dare I say it, been easier.
Really?
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's really been working.
Oh, that's
a great
cool.
Team, yeah.
Do you guys find that when you're writing something, you're constantly worried about, like, wow, we kind of did something like that? Like, the more prolific you've become and the more stuff you have, the more you're worried about being accused of redoing something, like, as a performer?
I don't think we've had that much of a problem with it. Really.
Just in your own head, do you ever go, we can't go there, we've already gone there?
No.
Yeah, that riff sounds
I don't
like
think so.
this
I mean, I think the things that are
just a
proposed
couple of
are
times.
always.
I suppose if it
We
does,
know what we're doing, I guess.
if anything does sound similar, we won't do it.
Got it down after this many years.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that's true. I'm asking Sabbath creative questions.
Yeah, we play the same 3 chords and we have trouble writing new songs.
But no, because as a comic,
That, isn't it?
I've had jokes where I'm like, let me not do that because it's too much, and then the fans start,
Yeah, you can do that, but you sort of know it as you're doing it, that you've already done it, kind of thing.
That's why there are 4 of us, because otherwise one person might not know.
Yeah.
Didn't we do that before?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh my.
Now, I've been a big bash with the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. You guys finally got in 2006 with the original lineup of Bill and Ozzy. Ronnie, you're not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. When did you? It's 25 years after your first album. When did you become eligible?
Oh, I have no idea.
Okay, because you should be.
Certainly should.
Obviously should.
Oh, yeah.
No, I honestly don't care a bit.
Good.
Yeah. Do not care one iota about it.
It's much more for the fans, I think, because it's not based on the integrity. It's like when you see some of the decisions they make, like Madonna, first ballot. Well, I mean, REM. I mean, look, I guess they were influential, to
somebody.
Yeah, the gay community.
To Madonna.
Fucking men that were
to Madonna.
Yeah, they were influential to Madonna.
Liked him a lot.
But does it drive you nuts when you see that? I mean, not that you need to be there because you are who you are, but like on some level, like these fucking idiots. I mean, is there some of that?
No, I honestly don't feel that way. I really don't. I mean, there are some other things that bother me about, other parts of life, but as far as the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame goes, it doesn't bother me at all. I was, let me say that I wasn't disappointed for anybody who got in like an REM or someone that, and I'm only using them as an example, but I think I was happy when they got in.
Yeah.
It was more joy for me to see something that was so deserved as opposed to being pissed off about somebody who didn't deserve it. And so, again, I really don't care because I know what I am and I know who I am. And I know that people like Sonny, for example, who like what I do, that's my Hall of Fame. It's not some idiot who's going to give me a card and say, you're in the Hall of Fame.
Stadium in front of a shitload of people screaming your songs out.
Yeah.
I think that's more important than some stuffed shirt asshole saying, oh, you deserve to be in the Hall of Fame. Fuck you.
And there are all these
So you like the Hall of Fame?
Yeah. It was the same way with comics. We got, you turn on the television, there's fucking the guys that become famous are doing the middle of the road horse shit.
Yep.
And I'm sure, can I ask a question to these guys? Who do you guys like? Well, I don't want to, I know you're a fucking fan, Sabbath head. You guys, who do you like today? I don't think there's any there's no bands like really anymore. Like guys that are into playing an instrument like Madonna. Madonna is she's not an artist. She's a fucking sales representative for her vagina. I mean, that's how she's made to what she is. It's not art. It's not creativity. Do you see any new groups today, or do you like anything that's out today?
Well, we especially like Madonna, I must say.
Yeah, but
so you really pissed us off now.
Yeah.
So we're out of here.
But I did a roast.
We especially love her vagina.
Last week they said we're
You're
going
probably
to
all fit in it.
I roasted Big Pussy last week from The Sopranos. They called me and said we're going to roast Big Pussy. I thought we were going to light Madonna on fire. Nothing. All right, fuck it. I think so. I think it was pretty funny. But anyway, and she wrote children's books. She has athlete's esophagus from all the dick she sucked. Who do you like today? See, I'm making them. I'm killing them.
They're enjoying you very much.
I killed Black Sabbath.
Are there any bands you guys like that are out today?
Not any I can think of offhand, to tell you the truth. I'm sure that there are some out there, but it's just not the same for me as the way I grew up.
What has changed, Ronnie?
Well, I don't think there's musical integrity isn't there anymore. I mean, you don't hear the great guitar players anymore playing solos. I don't hear the great singers anymore. Sure, there are some around, but it just seems to be hey, there's 5 of us here. Let's get together and play some instruments. What do you want to play? Well, I'll play guitar. It's loud. Okay. And that seems to be the attitude to me. And no one cares about what they do anymore.
Right.
We had heroes. I had heroes that Beatles will always be my favorites, of course. But, they played music. Zeppelin, they played music. They did things. These guys that played music, they cared about what they did. I think people may care these days, but I just don't hear, that talent that just knocks me on my ass. I just don't hear it anymore.
Are you guys also, it's I've asked this question to a lot of heavy metal guys. Are you guys also Beatle, like that's the band of all time for you?
For me, yeah.
The Beatles?
For me.
Tony?
Yeah, I love the Beatles.
Yeah.
They're the greatest for you?
They were great. I mean, I liked a lot of bands from that time,
Are you more of a blues guy, though? Like, do you...
Yeah, I like the old... Well, I came into it with rock and roll and from that era into more blues and stuff, yeah.
How about Leadbelly? You like Leadbelly?
No.
Good, me neither. Fuck 'em.
You're the best. You're the best looking guy in the group, though. You got the best look.
Oh, he started on me now.
No, you don't. You just got You got the coolest look of everyone. You guys are all right, but I mean,
you guys are
this
all right.
guy's cool looking.
Oh, I'll pay you later.
Dio's the man. I mean, I love you. Don't worry.
That's comforting, Mike. If I had to fuck one of you, I'd say,
yeah,
really. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, look at the little beard thing, the little
goatee. I'm going to take my trousers off, have I?
Say that again. What the fuck?
I'm going to take my trousers off.
$10 an inch.
What is the creepiest thing a fan has done to get your attention? I mean, you guys get a different reaction than most other performers. What is the creepiest thing you'd say someone's done?
Well, mine was one night when we were playing, this guy suddenly appeared on the stage dressed as some kind of priest. I mean, he was, what's this? And he was coming for me, and he had something in his hand, and I didn't know what it was going to be because Tony at one time had some guy came out with a knife after Tony at one point. Wow. The creepiest thing I've ever heard. So I'm thinking to myself now, it's my turn now. And out he came, and no one stopped him, and there he was, and I thought, dead. And he just came up to me and knelt down and gave me a book. He gave me the Book of the Dead. And then,
that's comfortable.
And then, of course, the road crew, very unceremoniously dragged him off the stage and beat him up, probably. But it was very, very creepy for me.
I was at your Radio City show, and I think a guy jumped up then. While you were doing. We did
have one jumper, yeah.
I think you were doing Heaven and Hell actually, and a guy in the very beginning ran up, and you addressed it. And it's on the DVD, but that wasn't the guy.
No. This was quite a while ago. This was in the first time we were together in like 1980, 79, 80, one of those times. But for me, it's not a problem. I don't get really that upset about people getting on the stage. I don't mind if they come up to just to be good about it, like, I love you guys, and off they go. But when they think that they're the show, that's the time. I just want to club the sons of bitches. I really do. You shouldn't. You have no right to be up here. You have no right to parade around and make us look silly.
Right.
And for your own end. So. But most of the time when they come up, instead of attacking them and pushing them away or throwing a punch at them, it's so much easier just to put your arm around and go, hey, there you go. Okay, thanks, bye, and off he goes.
They smile, the road crew's got him. I was amazed, though, seeing you guys. It really is amazing how well your voice is live. I mean, because you can't hide anything live. And I mean, you belt out. Especially in when you're doing Heaven and Hell, there's that where you where you do what you do.
Do it, Jimmy.
No, I can't do it. I almost did it, and I'm like, no, you can't do that. Jimmy. Whoa, the thing you do. But it was, I got chills, and somebody I was with said, I just got the chill. Eddie Trunk, actually, I was with, said that. It was amazing how well you've held up live.
Yeah, I've again, I care about it. I'll know when it's time to stop. People always, ask you the question, when are you going to stop? Maybe you'll last forever. No, of course I won't. Nothing lasts forever. And I'll know when it's time. When it's time, that means that I can't sing well anymore. When I can't sing well anymore and I'm embarrassing the people I'm playing with, then I'll know it's time to stop. But I won't let it get to that point.
Right.
Yeah. The last thing I want to do is, be told, okay, you've lost it now.
That is
and I don't
sad to
I don't want
say,
to do it
man.
on the night of the show either. I don't want that to happen.
Tony, you had a knife pulled on you? Who pulled the knife, or what was the reason?
It was Geezer.
It was it was a long time ago.
Not that time.
We were doing a Hollywood Bowl, wasn't it, Bruce? Was it a Hollywood
No,
Bowl?
I think it was Nashville or something.
Yeah. And it was. It happened. My equipment was playing up, and I got pissed off, and I kicked it over and went to walk off. And as I'm walking off, there's a guy behind me with a dagger, and I didn't see him. And I'm still walking. I just heard this commotion behind me, bump, 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 as they jumped on him. But we know, and I don't know what all that was about. I think it was a Jesus freak.
Oh, he was actually objecting to what it was you guys were doing.
I suppose so.
I don't know, why would I come to that?
I didn't really ask him afterwards.
But could I have said anything more obvious? The guy comes after you with a knife, and I brilliantly point out that he was objecting to something. I really am an asshole.
At least we know now.
This is something I would be curious about, too. Like, any one of you guys, which one of you guys would you say is, if there is one, is the highest maintenance on the road? Is there one of you that is, like between the four of you, that you go, he's the most difficult as far as accommodations and wanting something?
I don't think anybody's problem at all. No, we're just not. We're not made that way, really. We've always been pretty self-sufficient as people and growing up, and probably we're taught the right things as we grew up, and don't take advantage of people at all. Just deal with it.
I'm obviously no Charlie Rose. This is one of the questions. Of course, we have Black Sabbath here. They go out as Heaven and Hell, but the box set is called Black Sabbath: The Rules of Hell. It's all 4 albums with Ronnie James Dio. It's Heaven and Hell, Mob Rules, the Live One, Live Evil, and of course the Humanizer, which was very underrated. I think from '95.
Absolutely.
Great album. And they're signing tomorrow afternoon. So if you're coming down to our Virus show tomorrow night, it's 51 Lafayette Street in Fords, New Jersey. And it's only an hour from 3 to 4, so you can go and buy the box set now and get a wristband. This way you don't have you'll know you're going to get your signature, and then just go back tomorrow. But it's perfect because our gates don't open until I think 5 o'clock.
5:30.
So on your way down.
And it's close by. How you guys getting there? You have a tour bus?
It's too early for us to have a bus.
We got a guy that needs a ride out that way.
The guy with the little penis.
Would you mind taking him along?
We'll take him along.
Oh, thank you.
If the guy's in the trunk.
Yeah.
If you guys think I ask you lousy questions, this is one I had for Buzz Aldrin. What would you have said if you had been the first one on the moon?
How about?
I actually thought of asking the second man on the moon that. We have I really should get the shit gun. We have, by the way, we have a friend of ours who comes on the show all the time. She's a 50-year-old virgin, for real. And Patty was I was surprised that she was such a fan. Because I told the crowd that you guys were coming in, they knew it. And she was speechless, and she wanted to ask a question. Patty, don't be shy. We have to sexy the show up a little bit.
Oh, Jesus.
52 or 53?
Oh, you're 52?
How old are you now, Patty?
53.
Oh, well, we don't answer those questions. You're too old.
53-year-old virgin, yeah.
And obviously, I did not realize, but I'm like, you really are? She's like, I love Tony Iommi. I was like, surprised.
It's as if Dorothy.
There you go.
It's like Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz went into one of those suspended animation chambers and it broke.
Sorry, I'm nervous.
Don't be nervous. They're very nice guys. I'm not nervous.
Patty's got to eat that mic so we can hear.
Yeah, make sure it's up loud enough for her.
Turn it on for us.
Did Duffy not turn the mic on?
No.
Okay.
Why
Patty?
would he?
Yes.
No. What did you want to say to the boys?
Oh, I just wanted to know. I'm very impressed with bands that manage to still be just as significant now as they were 35 years ago. The only other band like it would be the Stones. What makes you survive so long when groups like the Beatles, my favorite band, disappear after 5 years and then they turn out solo artists? What makes it... What is it that makes you survive 35 years?
Ronnie, is your nightmare your voice ending up like that when you wake up one morning?
No,
and just going like, oh my God, I gotta quit.
And 2 of them didn't die. Two, like the Beatles.
Can I say that I want to hang myself because she has so far asked probably the best question. What gives you guys the...
Where was she when Buzz
longevity?
Aldrin was here then?
Yeah, that would have been great. But Buzz is a little, he's, God bless him, he's lost a step. He gets off on a tangent and he just talks and you're like, well, what am I going to run?
One giant one step for man, one giant crutch for the rest of us.
Yeah. He just kind of chatted.
Yeah, I'm trying to encroach upon your guys' thing. No,
You're doing good, buddy.
You're fantastic.
I'll answer it my way, which is that you know, when you find people that you like to do something with so much, you know, God, you'd be a fool to stop doing it, I think. And we just probably happen to be a collection of people who are, you know, all feel exactly the same way about that. That you know, it's such a joy to make music that people like. You do it for yourself first, of course, and then if you see that reaction from people like yourself, I mean, it just, you know, why would you ever want to stop? I mean, I never want to stop. I will, but I don't want to. I mean, so I can't speak for the rest of the guys, but I'm sure that that's part of how they feel.
And it must be interesting to see the different generations of people that now, you know, the grandchildren of the original fans from 35, 40 are still just as excited today as they're, you know, it's like amazing. It goes up through the generations.
It is amazing. Well, they feel the same as we do. That's why they stay fans for such a long time, because, you know, it's something that they can't live without. They can't do without. And, you know, music is such an important part of all of our lives anyway. Imagine, you know, what life would be like with a silent soundtrack. I mean, it would just be horrible. And we're lucky enough to be able to make that music for people, to make them happy that way and make ourselves happy. And yeah, it's amazing to see the different generations of people who come along too. You know, from even today, you know, 10-year-old kids and 8-year-old kids, and, you know, their parents would drag them along. They don't want to be there, but they're there anyway. But it's amazing to see that, you know, watch the generations come and go.
They like Patty more than they like me.
Yeah. I think so, Jimmy.
Hey, how's Bill Ward, by the way? Is he okay? I mean, is he doing well?
I think so, yeah. I've known
He
him
came
for
to the
ages.
show last time we played the States. He came
Fresno?
California.
Yeah, he was great.
And he was fine, yeah.
Okay, how you doing, Vinny? We haven't really talked to you much.
I'm doing great. Life is good. Playing with these guys, I love it.
Okay. Patty, back to you, Patty. Because whenever I talk, it just seems the whole thing goes in the shitter. You, on the other hand, are on a fucking quite a roll. So knock yourself out.
Patty, give him another question.
I didn't have any other question.
Oh, you thought those out. They weren't like.
You want to show him what a 53-year-old virgin looks like under those clothes?
How about? Well, because
You mean you want me to wow them?
Look, they're saying no. They're like, no.
It's the first time rock stars have ever turned down a flashing.
You and the other guys should get together and make a plant.
Would you? Yeah, you could. I mean, why not? It's very rare that we would have an opportunity to, because again, we want to impress them and show them that we also play in the same league.
What, you want me to do, Flash?
No, don't do it.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, wow them, okay.
Show us your bum.
Well, this is a promotion they call WOW, the greatest radio promotion of all time. You put the WOW sticker on your car, you're on the highway, and you get a little something from female writers walking down, writing down the road.
Don't give a shit.
Yeah, Patty. More explanation.
All
Show
right.
your tits and get the fuck out of here.
Whoa.
All right. Oh, wow them.
All right, well done.
Well done.
Not bad. Not bad.
Fair enough.
Good.
Geezer,
Good one,
I
Patty.
believe they're better than you think they're going to be.
Absolutely.
Not to be disrespectful, but you expect them to be horrific, and they're actually really
you're right.
nice.
Yeah, you're right. And they're actually average.
I was the first person to ever touch them.
Yeah.
Years ago, yeah. I did.
Virginal.
Patty had never had a man touch her breast, and that's my claim to fame. You guys wrote Heaven and Hell and Mob Rules, and I touched her tits. 2001. So I guess I don't know how much time we got. You guys have other stuff to do today? Do you have other press to do? 'Cause I know we don't have you all day.
Yeah.
You can have us all day.
All right, 'cause we don't want to. Is there anybody else that wants to come in and at least say something? I know people are very nervous.
Yes, I have a question.
No, they can hang.
Okay.
They can hang.
Do you have anything that you would like to ask Steve?
Not right now, Jim. Thanks, though.
All right.
Well, Jim, we had lunch with Tony, and it was very nice, and it was very casual. We got all the questions out of the way then.
Yeah, but we're doing it for a radio audience.
I know.
Exactly. Can the entire audience want to come to lunch with us?
There you go.
That was actually the morning of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction, because you were at a time said you had wanted to do a radio show and possibly on XM, but then they went into merger talks for like the last 18 months or whatever it was, 2 years, and there's been nothing. No one's been hired because nobody knew. So we had a fine lunch across the street.
Very nice.
You do remember me? Do you guys?
I certainly do.
Yes.
Oh, Jimmy, look at
loves
Jimmy,
to
man.
be remembered and revered.
No, I
and
know.
known and
You guys
everything.
are like his heroes. I've known that even before I even met you. I used to talk about Sabbath years ago.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't even know who you were.
Ozzy never tends to remember me. Because
Yeah.
I met him a bunch of times.
You don't remember us, either.
That's good. Very good.
Did you guys ever get you always hear about bands getting screwed over on their first record deal. You remember that first one? And did you get screwed over? And if not, how'd you avoid that one? You did.
First and second.
Really?
Yeah.
Just seems to happen to everybody. What was it? Did you just have a per diem or?
We got approximately $200 each.
Oh,
wow.
And that was it.
I think in them days, you didn't all we wanted to do was make a record.
Well, that's just it. I think that's that's how they get everybody. It's
Yeah, but
like
that happens today.
you make a record so bad, you want to be famous and play your music in front of a bunch of people that you're willing to sell your soul like that.
Whatever it took, to get out there. But we didn't think of the money side of it.
Mm-hmm.
That happens today to people.
Was that Don Arden? Yeah, Don was your first?
No.
That was before him?
He came later.
Was the guy you wrote about the song The Writ, I think is I believe, an attack on an ex-manager. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Is that the first?
That's the guy, yeah.
That's the guy.
Yeah.
I'd be pleased to say his name.
Patrick Meehan.
Patrick Meehan. Oh, yeah, I think I've actually heard you say that name. What did he spoke to you guys about?
Rest in hell.
Oh, you really.
Yeah, it's always a good one.
Yeah, it's a great song. It's a real nice attack, and you know it's about somebody.
Jimmy, speaking of great songs, we haven't talked about Pendulum yet with these guys.
Oh, please. Wait, can I ask my question first before you play that one?
Why don't you
Or
just shut
we
the-
humiliate
No.
you?
I'm not going to humiliate you, Steve. Go ahead. What do you want to
I just want to know. This is really
calm.
no, no, really.
How to go with a bit?
Well, what do you
He
want?
just doesn't know. Holy shit!
I have a question.
Because Steve, here's what the thing. Steve was a musician as well. But he's good, and he's embarrassed that you guys won't think his stuff is quality. Go ahead, Steve.
How would you guys, being the seasoned vets that you are in the music business, how do you think you could fix the music business now, seeing as it's almost morphed into a singles driven a business versus an album driven business?
Foundry logos.
Yeah.
Basically, he'd like to know if you guys retired from music and got jobs in offices, what would you do to help iTunes download speeds? That was the shittiest question I've ever heard in my life.
No, it wasn't.
But is it?
So many rock bands don't want to record new records anymore because there's no money in it for them. So
we're doing one, so we can't.
Well,
exactly. It's coming out in 1999. Weren't you paying attention?
Because it's a process. Creating an album is a process that takes a long time, and it's painful, and you got to work, and you got to write. Nowadays, they just get out there and fucking put it together and sell it.
Cut and paste.
Like Madonna, that dirty whore.
Jesus. You guys talk about Madonna like she's a new fucking artist.
Because she's still in the goddamn papers.
This fucking century.
Name anyone.
Somebody knew her. Ethel Merman.
Yes.
God damn. But like this Madonna kid that's up and coming.
Yeah.
Like a virgin, I'll bet. I guess Steve makes a valid point in the sense that iTunes really does. In a way, it's weird because you don't even have to put out a whole album. You can put out a couple of new songs if you want to, and kind of keep producing throughout, say, a 3-year period instead of just taking time off and then putting it out. I mean, was there any temptation to do that? Because I think they said, I forget what percentage of teenagers didn't buy a CD in 2007. It might have been 40% of teenagers.
I want to know.
Only
only downloads, right?
Only downloads. So it's like, do you almost feel like we're putting out a CD, but we're probably better off just going online?
Yeah, we do both. I mean, now you do both. You put CDs because a lot of people still like to have the physical thing, especially like metal fans like to have all the artwork and all that stuff. And we put it online on iTunes as well. So I put, if you want to do it that way, you can download it.
Well, eventually, you think the cost you guys spend on producing, or the record companies spend actually marketing the CD and producing the CD and physically shipping the CD, if enough people are only going online, would it be more feasible then?
I think for people that haven't got an established sort of record, if you like, are doing it that way. I mean, with us, the record company knows you're going to sell so many, so it's feasible to do it with us. But I think with new bands that haven't got a track record, then I think it will just be downloads only.
You're downloading just the hits, whatever hit comes out and stuff. It's not like years ago, you knew when the band's album was coming out months in advance. You waited. You went to the record store, bought it, and it was a big deal. When you went to school, everyone knew that album came out, and you were, rocking in your car and shit. But now it's, like Jim said, it's just, you could have an artist put out an album's worth of material over the course of 2 years, just one track every couple of months or something like that. It really has changed music.
Yeah.
I think it's detrimental as far as artistically, as far as it goes. But it's great if you want to just download a few songs, pop them on your iPod.
Yeah, in a way it is probably detrimental because you're going to have people concentrate on making 1 or 2 good songs because they know they don't have the pressure of putting out a really solid album.
You're not getting super bands like that anymore. That holy shit, their fucking album's coming out.
When's the last career band that really emerged? They just don't exist anymore.
I think the Coldplay album.
Coldplay?
You like Coldplay?
Did well.
Yeah.
That did
sold
very well.
Million physical CDs.
What year did it come out? The new one, you mean?
Yeah, the new one.
Yeah, it just came out.
How about, do you guys ever feel like ripped off because, there's a difference, do you ever feel like, okay, we've influenced this person, where does the line end between we've influenced this person and this fuck is just taking what we did and almost, and basically stealing it?
No, I think it's a great compliment to be, cited for, to have influenced people. I don't think anybody's gone out and just blatantly ripped us off.
Well, again, I've raised this before.
I mean, some people have, but...
Yeah, there's a Santana song back there that reminds me of something off of Paranoid, and there's U2 stole from you. Sunday Bloody Sunday, Sabbath Bloody Sabbath was first. Bono.
I love that. I love that one that Jimmy said.
I know, even Sabbath doesn't agree with me on that.
I know.
You're a blithering idiot.
They're laughing at you.
But I do think... Oh, by the way, speaking of Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, they're starting to put rappers in now.
Oh, great.
Grandmaster Flash, and apparently any comics that do song parodies. I mean, everybody's... Nothing on that one? All right.
Maybe Ronnie will get in before the rappers.
No, Grandmaster Flash. They just put Grandmaster Flash in. It's aggravating. They're doing it basically because it's not about integrity. It's about getting a press conference or getting the news out there or selling, being colorful and just getting more people interested in this shit.
Baseball players in. On their staff.
Baseball won't take Pete Rose. We will.
Got a Beatles haircut.
And when you hear about bands like, John Cougar getting in after I think he had to wait for 6 years. I mean, not that Jack and Diane doesn't inspire us all.
My fave.
Oh, he's just fucking awful. And or guys like Jackson Browne, or just these mushy douchebags that really don't. I don't even associate them with being rock and rollers. I mean, isn't that irritating? Even though you're in now to see.
It is. Yeah.
You know what else is just difficult to watch is a band that you grew up with that was just hard rocking, and I mean, you guys are still doing it. You're playing these places, turning the volume up, cranking it. And I grew up listening to Blue Oyster Cult, and saw them, Black and Blue tour. Come on, shit, that was great. Nassau Coliseum, it was fucking phenomenal. And then a few years back, I figured, let me go check out Blue Oyster Cult. It was at this little theater, and they're just playing, and you could talk to the person next to you. I was like, I know I'm no kid, but I kind of want to remember it the way it was. If you can't pull it off that way, it's just disappointing to the fans.
It just seems very disappointing to me that that it's come to that something that you loved so much and remembered it a certain way, is being done because it can be done, not because it should be done, but because it can be done. Hey, look, there are a lot of bands going on. I mean, it's become almost a weekend kind of job now for a lot of bands. We're leaving on Friday and we're flying here on Saturday and then we're home on Sunday. We'll be back for the rest of the week. That's not what you're supposed to do. That's not being immersed in something you love. That's just, I can make a few bucks on the side. That's all that is. It's a side job, and it just annoys me.
They hire the gear, all the equipment's there for them. They hire a keyboard, they hire the drum.
Right.
Just turn up and play. But that don't seem right to me.
There's a part of it that almost demands that you immerse your life in it to have that passion to get out there and play like that.
To believe in it and to go out.
Yeah, to be you guys, it does. And certain comics too. The comics that are good. Because it's the same thing, Anthony.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is. The artistic thing is the same. It's the same.
The difference is in the girls we get to fuck.
Yeah, absolutely. But you're either...
You mean you get some?
Yeah. Could you send a few our way?
Yeah. You're either interested in art and creating something new, or you're not. I mean, and if you're going to be into it for the right reason. Last night I was down at the club last night. Everyone's smoking pot. I'm trying to fucking focus on my jokes, and they're like, Mike, why are you so... Because I'm not... This ain't a party for me. I'm trying to get better as a comic, you know? I'm not here to get fucking high and laid even. I don't give a shit about it. I'm not.
Why'd you get into the business?
To be good.
Why you get laid?
To be good at it, you know what I mean? To be good comic, you know?
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah. Yes.
Why did it take so long for a guy like Louis Black to suddenly become famous? I mean, surely he's been around for a long time. He's not a young whippersnapper anymore.
No, Louis, I think, is in his 50s, and he's been around for...
Had you known him for a long time?
I had known him vaguely. How about you? Probably knew him.
You heard about him on the circuit, like Louis is this really funny headliner. We all knew his name, but then he comes on the Daily Show.
So that's what turned the trick.
The Wednesday night correspondent, and that was what it was.
Right.
But yeah, sometimes it's just a matter. I mean, look at Seinfeld was famous, but before he got to be Seinfeld, it was the show. It's always this one weird break.
I think Louis too is the time, the timing, the way the administration, you know, that's in charge and stuff, gave him a great bunch of material.
Yeah, that's true.
So when he was on the Daily Show, that gave him a lot to talk about, and then he just he hit.
And I think eventually people figured out that he was actually intending to talk that way and not having a seizure. People don't really know exactly what the fuck Louis was talking about.
And Louis was ready for it, too. The success, when it came to him, he was ready for it.
That's true, too.
Nowadays, comics, they got this Last Comic Standing piece of shit show on, and they give these young comics that have 4 minutes of stolen material, they give them an opportunity to go out on the road and headline. It's just fucking garbage. You know, in that sense, it's the same thing, you know?
Yeah.
And you guys work really hard, and then some scumbag goes out and, like you said, does a weekend gig, and then they fly back to England to that fucking Guy Ritchie faggot that they're married to.
Here he
and
goes again.
Madonna's a whore. Fuck her. I hope she dies.
He really doesn't like her. The whole, you know what he reminds me of, though? The whole American Idol thing, where people just this prefabbed hit factory that they just pump out, and they're selling huge amounts of records.
Well, it shows you the power of television, really, doesn't it? Isn't that what it's all about? I mean, you put the face in, reality show, whatever it may be. You watch it enough, people become accustomed to it. That's where the stars make.
You could
doesn't
say
mean
that
they've got any talent.
Kind of happened with MTV. Also, that made a lot of bands.
Absolutely did.
Putting a face to the music. But yeah, just pumping them out there week after week. It's a popularity contest. It really has nothing to do with talent or anything. And it's just it's a shame. I can't even watch it. That show, you're just like,
That America's Got Talent guy that won the puppets, the puppet guy, he's a fucking... Listen to this. This is a true thing. Rick Kearns, I don't know if you know Rick. He's a brilliant comic. 30-something years he's been out there. He's getting paid $40,000, whatever, a month, whatever it is, to write for this guy who's a ventriloquist. He's writing the jokes for him.
Well, that guy's playing Vegas.
The guy just got $100 million fucking deal.
In Vegas.
With $100 million.
But I'll bet that the puppet's the one that says the naughty thing.
Yeah.
Oh, you little friend.
Yeah. But it is. It's an awful... Yeah, it's terrible, man.
What is America's Got Talent? I just like is Sharon. You know, I'm a big, big fan of Sharon. I love her. I think that we went to see, this is interesting too, like, or at least to me, what was the band, the Stone Temple Pilots, where there was so much fighting in the back and they couldn't get them out on stage within an hour and a half. What is it that, like, do you need someone like a Sharon or somebody who's kind of kicking asses to keep everybody in line when you're on a tour with 6 or 7 bands? Like, is there always going to be someone who doesn't want to go out who's a problem?
I don't think
depends
what
your personalities are. I mean, Stone Temple Pilots are legendary for that.
Oh, yeah, they're like Guns N' Roses when it comes to Axl was another one that just get the Why didn't the band just punch him in the fucking face and go, get out on stage, you asshole?
Yeah, so it turns up 2 minutes before they're due to go on stage and runs on, because they're too with us.
There's a story about Ozzy one time coming back to the room in the hotel, and you guys had a gig, and he went to the wrong hotel room.
Yeah, and fell asleep.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, I'm sure he was just tired, probably exercising. And he woke up and it was 6, and he's like, "Oh, great, I got a couple hours." And then he realized it was 6 a.m.
Well, he actually had a bottle of Night Nurse first,
Oh, did he really?
Decided to drink, yeah.
And then he just passed out, and he slept all night through the gig. Do you remember the night that happened?
Oh, we do.
And what is, as a band, because again, we never have to worry about that, what's going through your mind when you're like, is he going to come, is he not going to come? What's happening backstage?
Well, first of all, we thought he'd been kidnapped because we couldn't find him anywhere. He turned up in this, he went into a room that was open, and his room was, he went into the wrong room for a start. The maid was cleaning the room, and he walked in and fell asleep on the bed. So we're calling the room he's supposed to be in, no answer. We went in, got security, no Aussie. Bed still made, cases there. And we just couldn't find him, and we put a thing on the radio that everybody sees him, and it became a big thing.
If you see Ozzy...
And we actually got down the gig. We thought, well, he might have gone down the gig. We knew he wouldn't, but we went down there, nothing. And so it became, time for the show, and we just couldn't do it. I mean, nobody could find him. And then the next day, we'd gone back to the hotel. The next day, he decides to phone us up and go, what's happening? Totally missed the gig, so he didn't even know anything about it.
So you guys were panic-stricken all night?
Oh, we were panicking.
Oh, yeah, the FBI came in and everything.
Yeah.
The FBI?
Yeah, because he'd been talking to somebody in the bar, and the barman said, maybe this guy kidnapped him, so
we put a $25
police came in, they had to keep him.
$25.
Great.
And wait, so he calls the next morning. Does he know he's fucked up?
He says, he called us and says, what time's the show?
He thought it was still the same day.
Oh, shit.
Wow. And did you inform him politely?
Just a bit.
Politely.
Yeah. Well, actually, we were glad to hear from him because we really thought if somebody bumped him off or kidnapped him.
How embarrassing is that when you realize, wait, I just walked into the wrong room and fucking 5,000 people had to go home unhappy?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Wow. And we had to get up and tell them we couldn't find him at the gig. I mean, that was... How does that go down,
I'm sure they thought you were kidding at first. They're probably, this is some kind of a Sabbath joke. They tease the audience a little bit.
Maybe they'd heard some of the stuff on the radio because it was going every 15 minutes.
Oh, right.
Wow.
We misplaced Ozzy.
Yeah, we misplaced him, all right.
Wow.
Now he misplaces himself now.
Yeah.
Yeah, my dream is just to walk in one time and have Ozzy, because I got to use, I filmed a special for HBO, and I wanted to walk onto a National Acrobat, so I had to go through all four individual members, which is yourselves and Bill and Ozzy, had to give the okay, and everybody gave the okay. So I wanted to thank Ozzy for that when I saw him, and he didn't really remember me. My goal is just to walk in one day and go, hi, Ozzy. He goes, oh, hello, Jim. That's all I want. Just one. How are you, Jim? Just one time. What's that? They're all disagreeing. They're all laughing at me because I'm a bit... just one time, and I mentioned that to Rob Zombie, and he said it's not going to happen. And I think it's because you meet a lot of people, and you kind of tend to all just blend into one person. I'll tell myself.
He thinks his kids are the male clerks. He don't know what the fuck's going on.
He's not totally out of it, though. He's really not. I mean, you listen to him interviews, and he's fine.
You can talk to him about... I mean, he'll come up with stuff that you wouldn't even think he'd remember from the past, He'll say, oh, remember what happened in so...
Wow.
And that's coming from him, he does remember stuff, but he does have that element of being out there at times, you can't remember.
Yeah, it just seems like after, sometimes you're like, well, you know what, sometimes you do so many things, you party so much and whatever, and if that's the most it costs you is remembering some fucking weak-chinned radio fan.
I don't think he ever remember names. He doesn't know. We've had people work with us for years, he wouldn't know the name.
Like me.
Who are you?
That makes me feel a little bit
Tony.
better. Hey, what's the new album? Do you guys have any title for it or any songs cut off it yet? I mean, I know you're promoting the box set today, but do you have anything about the new CD?
We've written about 6 or 7 songs at the moment, which is really good.
Yeah.
And as we said, we're at a break now to do this tour. Then we're going to go back and start writing some more.
Okay.
No title yet. No title. Well, there is titles.
Well, the titles for the songs, but there's no title for the album yet.
Who actually comes up? You guys all collaborate and figure out this is what we want to call it. Do any of you ever come out with really god-awful names, and then you just get shit on by your friends?
Probably.
we were there's a show called Tough Crowd. It was on Comedy Central. It was a kind of a 5. Colin Quinn is a comedian. I'm sure you don't know who he is. You know who he is. I was hoping nobody would. And we had to come up with names for the show, and someone finally said Tough Crowd, and one of the suggestions I gave was the quintessential Colin. And as I said it, I just wanted. You ever just feel like a douchebag? Not like, kind of like I do now, like the fact that I'm just telling you this. But it was almost like four guys. They all looked at me like I just been kind of caught blowing somebody. So,
again.
I'll cut it out. So do you guys ever like rag on each other for awful ideas?
We would have. We don't usually have too many bad ideas, because I think we're probably afraid to say them because we know we'll get roasted for them. So it hasn't happened too much because I think we've learned lessons about each other. I mean, he's the worst, Tony. I mean,
really?
I mean, you never know what's going to happen around him. You can't believe a word he says because it's always a lie.
That's nice, isn't it?
Yeah. So, I mean, sure, is it? I mean, you take your life in your hands when you're around him most of the time.
Is he the most caustic or the most likely to catch a verbal misstep and attack?
He's the most likely to, to burn you or, to either set you on fire, to blow you up, or to run over you, or to stab you, or shoot you, or put a snake in your car, which he did to me once.
Did he really?
Yeah, but I got him back for it pretty good.
That, I'm all right.
I actually just joined the band at the time, so this was like '79, I think it was, and we had gone to the place where the guys were living and were writing there and rehearsing there, and I was living in L.A., not at that house, so I had to drive from my home to there every day. So Tony came out one day, went, come on, see you off. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. So, let me open the door. So he opens the car door, and he put a snake inside the door. The snake was dead. But as he opened the door, of course, it started to wiggle around. What's this? Okay. Right. Guess whose turn it's going to be next?
Yes.
Because he thought, well, he got away with that one. So I snuck up to his room and put it in his toilet. So, of course, he opened it, lit up, and went down. So he's good to
lifted the lid, and bloody hell, there's his snake.
Yeah, he's good to do it to everybody else, but you do it to him, well, you can really get him because he's sometimes fragile. But so we don't really say a lot around each other. You're knowing that you don't have a chance. You just don't have a chance. It'd be like being around you guys all the time. Same thing. You don't have a chance.
Pain in the ass.
That's what our relationships are. Like, we love each other, and it's like we half listen and half wait to pounce. It's like you're waiting for someone to say something ridiculous.
Oh, I think we do that too. I think we do. And when anybody says anything that's like something gone wrong, everybody does pounce. It's a big pounce.
Yeah, you have to. It's like that's what friends do.
It's exactly what you do.
You're
that's right.
Rudest to your friends.
Yeah.
So what was your initiation? They put a fucking Wolverine in your toilet?
No, I think we killed him and then brought him back to life again.
Yeah, he's done many things to me, but I've got him back a couple times
Yeah, he's
too.
got me back a couple times as well.
Well, anything really good or anything that was?
Well, he bought a new Range Rover, and we were in the studio in Wales, so he was all happy about, hey, check the car out, and we go out and look at it. So we walk back in, so I see a bottle, thing of oil. I said to Ronnie, let's pour some oil on the floor and tell him it's all leaking, But I couldn't tell him because he doesn't believe me because we're always doing this stuff. So we poured the oil down there. So Ronnie went in to Tony and said, hey, the car's leaking. He freaked out, went and looked, and I got under the car. I know a little bit about cars. Yeah, it looks like it's leaking from the, blah, blah, blah. So he freaked out, called the Royal Auto Club, came out, paid $150 for them to come out to tow the car. We had to tell him. He thought he was really kidding.
That's hilarious. It's up on the hitch being pulled away. It's stupid, by the way.
Next day I go to my room, the door explodes, the place is trashed.
Cool.
Blew up my room. And
oh, you did? That's good.
Oh, yeah,
See,
got me back.
yeah, that's American shit right there.
Once you start getting explosives involved, it really gets interesting.
Yeah.
Didn't you guys spray paint Bill Ward too? I know Bill Ward you guys used to give a really hard time to. And
We did, yeah. We went a bit over the top, really, because we rented this house once in LA, and the guy who owned it used to be a DuPont, John DuPont, all the paint products and all that. And we went rummaging in the garage and found all this gold paint, spray tins of paint. And so Bill got pissed one night, and we decided to take all his clothes off and spray him. So we sprayed him gold, all gold.
Wait, he was struggling?
Eh?
He was struggling through this?
Oh, no, he was out.
No, he was
Pissed meaning drunk.
Oh!
Drunk. And so we sprayed him gold, and then we found this lacquer, this clear lacquer, so we sprayed the lacquer on him as well, lacquered him. But not realising that it could have killed him. You know? And then he started throwing up and all sorts of stuff, and we ended up phoning the ambulance because we thought he was going to die. You know.
You went to the hospital.
Imagine them coming out, finding him naked, gold. How do you explain that one? Well, what happened to him?
He sprayed himself.
So yeah, I mean, there's been a few that's nearly gone the wrong way. Yeah.
And before we let you guys go, do you have any more? Again, you've all been so successful. So, like, I'm a fan of Iommi, and I love GZR. You guys have any after this one's done? I mean, I know you're concentrating mainly on this, but do you have any other solo stuff that you're thinking of doing, or are you guys just happy to be where you are?
Not me. I'm happy where we are. So I love doing this.
Yeah, I'm in for the whole game.
Only because it was rumored that this is a new Dio album coming out, and then we heard about this, and I was like, oh, okay, this is probably the better way to go.
No, I mean, I thought about it, but you have to make decisions. You have to have choices, and this was what I wanted to do. I never say I won't do it again. I probably will do another Dio album. It just as maybe Geese will do another album. But that's when time allows. It's not something that will get in the way of what we're doing now.
We really lock ourselves into what we're doing, and that's the great thing, Instead of thinking we're doing this, but we're going to do a solo album.
Yeah. Right.
I think you've got to give all your time and all your effort into that one thing.
Yeah, I always wonder if there's something that comes up, like a thought or an idea that you really like, and the rest of the guys go, it's not fitting on this album, and you go, okay, I'll just kind of sock that one away and put it out.
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah. But because it takes such a long process, writing, recording, and we will tour with the new album as well. So that's going to take like the next 2 years probably.
Do you guys all lyrically collaborate too? Because lyrically you guys are so underrated as well. I mean, there really were. Every album has nothing on one album sounded like it belonged on the other. Like, you wouldn't confuse anything on Master Reality with Sabbath Bloody Sabbath, or even Dehumanizer with Heaven. It's all separate. It's like you get into this headspace and write an album, and then the headspace changes and the next album is different. Is there like a collaboration, or is there one of you
lyrics were... Geese wrote all the lyrics when Ozzy was in the band. And then myself being a lyricist, because I was a singer, and because I could do it, I became the lyricist, which made Geese happy because he didn't really want to have to do it in the first place anyway. He did it because it was necessary. He had to do it. There was something that Ozzy wasn't good at, and Geese was good at. And I think he always told me how happy he was when I came into the band that, you're going to write the lyrics? I'm good. I don't have to deal with it anymore. So
good, I can concentrate on my bass.
Yeah.
Hey, bass player's the smartest one because bass players always work, because there's always a band looking for a bass player. There's probably so many less bass players than there are guitarists or drummers.
You're telling them take an ad out on Craigslist or something? No. you need a bass player?
Yes, yeah. Look, I'm having a party. We need
Look, you'll always work. Get yourself a trade.
That's what happens when you talk to Sabbath.
Thanks, Mom.
Get in the union.
I turned into my fucking fat aunt.
I think he's okay.
Yes, it's good for exposure. Somebody should slap me in the face with a dick. All right. Well, the signing is tomorrow. We're gonna take a break, I guess, after this. Get these guys out of here. I'm so happy you guys came in today, man.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, always fun, guys. Thank you, man.
It's the box set, Black Sabbath, The Rules of Hell. And it's all the great stuff with Ronnie and, of course, with Vinny. And it's Heaven and Hell. It is The Mob Rules. It's, again, a great CD, Dehumanizer, and it's Live Evil. And the signing is tomorrow afternoon from 3 to 4 in, there's an old vintage vinyl in New Brunswick. It's not that one, because I got confused. It's in Ford, New Jersey, 51 Lafayette.
Yeah, Ford, New Jersey.
Yeah, I for some reason, I had heard, I almost went to New Brunswick, so don't go there.
They told us it was in the city somewhere an hour away from our hotel.
Oh, yeah, they tell you that just to get you into town. And they're like, well, we got to go through a couple of tunnels. It's an hour.
Where's an hour away in the city? Yeah.
Yeah, well, it depends on what traffic is like. It could be from here to 14th Street, but it's probably, they told you that knowing it's going to probably be 2 or 3 hours to get down on a Saturday afternoon, but not to fucking ruin your day.
Yeah.
All right, so it's, leave now. It's tomorrow from 3 to 4. And don't bring a whole bunch of stuff. They're only allowed to sign this, and it's not that they don't want to sign shit, but what happens is, the record companies want to sell records, and they make these things.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to bring a lot of paraphernalia, but that's not the band's rules. That literally is the store. and a lot of times the record labels. So don't take it out on the guys.
I like how we crucified Gene Simmons for that.
Some people think it's us.
It's cool with Sabbath.
No, it's not you. 'Cause we had Gene in, and not that Gene over markets. You know,
must be Simmons wrong.
But he was in, and he was signing his book, and he said, because Gene has a very blunt way of saying things, instead of just explaining that it's not. Because I figured it was, because I've written a book. I figured it was the book. The
Jim threw a book together.
I figured it was the bookstore. But Gene won't just say, like when he says, "Don't bring anything down. I'll only sign the book." If someone says why, he won't just go, "Well, it's Barnes and Noble." He has to go, "Well, don't you like to make money?" Like he has no way of just saying it nicely.
They're taking food out of my child's mouth.
Yeah, it's like, what's your kitty? Gold
Would you have people come into your home and take your furniture? The fuck are you talking about, Gene?
Gene, just say it.
Christ.
Just say it's the bookstore. But he likes to really make you feel semi-retarded. Don't you like to? And then you feel compelled to answer. I do, Gene. I do.
Yeah. Gene wants the bank to call and say we can't fit any more numbers on your balance. Yeah. We just can't do it.
Yeah, we have a bunch of zeros to the fifth power. You're rich. But I had to give back for him because I figured that was a bookstore rule. Because again, like funny, Buzz Aldrin would only sign stuff today that he has written because you get so many people coming up to you. And by the way, the satisfactory moment is one of our dumb guys asked Buzz to sign a picture, and Buzz said no, which that's nothing to do with you guys.
He said no. It was fantastic.
Yeah. So if a little wispy guy in a beard who looks like he has like sexual proclivities, which would make most men uncomfortable, comes up and asks you to sign shit, just say no because he's fruity. So tomorrow from 3 to 4, again, a lot of the Opie and Anthony fans are coming down to our Traveling Virus show. We don't open until 5 o'clock, and a lot of times they patrol the parking lots. So you're going to get down there around 4 or 5 o'clock anyway. Make sure you stop off and buy the box set today, and you can get the wristband. And just to have you guys all sign it is because all 4 of you are showing up. This is not like, well, one of them's here, one of them's there.
Yeah.
The entire band will be there, the Dio lineup, which... Fucking great, man. Thank you guys for coming in.
Thank you, Jim.
Sorry I yapped so much.
Thanks.
Have a great a great show at PNC. They're also touring at PNC next Saturday. A week after we do it, I will not be able to attend because I'm having sinus surgery. Believe me, I almost blew off my surgery to go to a concert, and I'm like, you're fucking 40. You can't do that. So they'll be with Motorhead and Who Testament.
Yeah.
And of course, Judas Priest, Black Sabbath. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jimmy's getting everything signed. So long.
Take care, guys.
Crazy show today. There they go. Hey, Will.
Hey.
This is Will Farrell.
What's going on?
Oh, hey, Will.
It's Opie, Anthony, and Jim Norton.
Hi.
How you doing? Will, we thought you were blowing us off, and we started talking bad about you. I got to be honest with you.
Oh, no.
Because we're really big...
You mean,
Huh?
last week?
Oh, they told you?
Damn it.
We're huge fans, and we just started feeling like you might have been blowing us off, and we got a little sad. So
I know. Everyone thought I was faking it.
So we used the power of our microphones to be just dicks. And I'm at least acknowledging that, and I want to just tell you, I really am a fan.
Well, you know what? We got a clean slate now. Let's just move forward.
You think?
And, I mean, I wouldn't have known, so...
We're like, oh, he's blowing us off again. But anyway, whatever.
I actually heard somebody who saw the movie.
My girl and the Philly crew saw it literally 2 days ago, Step Brothers, and they said it was really, really good.
That, one of your producers said he saw it 2 times this weekend, so...
Oh, probably Roland.
Yeah, well...
Yeah, Roland.
Okay.
Yeah, Will, you would think that'd be good.
I don't know, Roland could be full of crap, I don't know.
No, it's not that he's full of crap, Will. He really doesn't have a life.
Yeah, he's an odd guy, Will.
Yeah, he's...
Poor Roland.
He spent close to $1,000 on Bruce Springsteen T-shirts this week, so... That's,
okay, well then, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not the best endorsement.
Let's negate Roland's attendance, actually.
Yeah.
Where are you now, Will? Are you on the road? Are you guys shooting now?
Where, I'm actually, this is no joke, I'm in Sweden right now.
Sweden? Wow.
Yeah.
You're calling in from Sweden?
What's going on over there?
I'm calling all the way from Sweden.
What are you doing? Are you shooting a movie?
Well, technically, porn, yeah.
Swedish porn
is their number one export, so...
nice.
No, we come. We actually we come to Sweden every summer. My wife was born here, and we have a little place over here, so we just literally sit in the country and do nothing.
Oh boy. Okay, so
Except radio interviews.
You're forced to go to Sweden. Don't really fess up.
He's forced to go to Sweden, and he's been forced to call our radio show. This is a great day for Will Ferrell.
He's on vacation. He just wants to sleep late.
Yeah, it's like, can you please just call the guys because they are depressed and they need a little cuddling.
They're so upset. They talk crap about you, and
yeah, no.
Please just talk them off the ledge.
Do you really like going to Sweden? Like,
I honest to God do. It's it's kind of a great place to just get away. Even though the flight is too long. But
yeah, I know 3 hours. That's gotta suck.
3 hours.
Just 3 hour flight. No. Well.
People recognize you there, though, right?
A little. You know what? It gets more and more every year.
Yeah,
but it's still not too bad.
You're a pretty recognizable guy.
Hey,
people are like, why would he be here in Sweden?
Well, I'm embarrassed to say the Step Brothers, of course. That's the real reason you're calling, and I certainly will see it now that we're friends again. I was like, no, I'm not seeing his movie. But no, I honestly am going to see it this weekend. But something I did see that someone turned me on to, and maybe I'm late to the party, but that fucking landlord thing you did.
Oh yeah.
Could you? Where is that for the people that haven't seen it yet?
YouTube.
That's on our website, funnyordie.com.
Yeah, funnyordie.com, which is a very it's a great website. I just forgot the name offhand. And
kid.
It's a kid.
Yeah.
How old's the kid? Like 2, 3?
She had just turned 2 when
She's 25 now.
That's Adam McKay's daughter, and
I got to tell you, you've done some just amazing, funny things in your career. That could be one of the funniest that you've ever done. It's a little kid, if no one knows. Will Ferrell comes to the door, and she plays the landlord looking for her fucking money.
Yeah.
and it's just, I guess the question I got, how did you get her to say all that stuff?
Well, we had been approached about doing that website, and they said, when we launched the site, we're just going to they needed me to do, just a little video just to have some content, and so Adam and I are talking about ideas. He's like, I've got this one idea because Pearl she's just this smart little girl at that time. Like I said, she had barely turned 2. He said she's kind of an amazing mimic. She can literally say anything back, and he just had the idea that she's just this really nasty landlord. And
That's great.
So we just fed her all these lines, and
of coke. That's terrible.
This video, which
I
think like 50 million people have seen it or something. It's one of the most viewed things on the internet, which just makes us laugh every time because we literally thought, okay, this is kind of a funny idea. Whatever, we'll just put it up there. And it turned out pretty good.
No, it is really funny as far as viral videos, as far as anything goes, because you play it perfectly. You're just scared shitless of this little thing asking for money.
And I don't and then she started screaming at me, and I want my money. It was hysterical. She kind of just got possessed. Yeah.
How's it working with John C. Reilly again?
That's the best. We, that's kind of how Step Brothers happened. It was because of Talladega Nights. We had so much fun working together that, John, who has done, twice as many movies as I have. I wouldn't say any better, but twice as many.
Between us, Will, a lot of shit he's done.
What now?
I'm kidding. I was saying that John's done a lot of shit. I was just joking.
Yeah, he really has. He's stuck up his joint.
Yeah. Jimmy was going for a little joke there, and we all just felt very uncomfortable. Just want to acknowledge that was a joke.
But we had so much fun, and John was like, let's work together again, and let's not just do the actor thing of like, we're going to work together, and then you never do. And so we actually sat in a room and came up with the Step Brothers idea.
Right on.
You're one of the more successful guys, film-wise, to come off SNL, because it seems like people off SNL, they either do really terribly or they become household names. I mean, real icons. And the first one you did was A Night at the Roxbury. Was that like a box office success, or was that not? 'Cause I don't remember that being a big box office success.
No, it was not. I mean, I think it ended up making like $30 million or something. And but then for some reason it was really big on video and yeah. I mean, I made 3 of those SNL movies. I did Superstar with Molly Shannon, and then The Ladies' Man with Tim Meadows, and they were all fine. I kind of somehow I survived all of them, and and was able to kind of leave the show relatively unscathed, and then I got lucky in that Todd Phillips, who wrote and directed Old School, kind of fought for me to be in that movie, because I guess the studio was like, who is this guy? And
are you kidding?
So Old School was really kind of my ticket out of SNL in a way.
Who did they have in mind for? Did they have somebody in mind?
I have no idea. That was all. That all came out later. That people at DreamWorks were like, we don't want that guy. I don't even know who it is. So I don't know. I have no idea.
I hope you shoved it in their face, because you made that movie.
Yeah.
Well, we kind of did a little bit, because Anchorman was at DreamWorks too, and they really didn't want to make that because they thought it was too weird and couldn't figure it out. So then Steven Spielberg sees Old School and says, "This guy Will Ferrell's incredible. We got to do something with him." And then we're like, "Well, we already have a script with you guys," and so we kind of were able to completely leverage them and get that made. So I owe a ton to Old School.
Yeah. Listen, I know Will's got to go. This was a quickie just to make sure we're all cool, because we were really bummed out.
I know, and I didn't. I mean, did you guys get the card I sent?
And we're like, I mean, I'm gonna openly admit this. We just become dicks. We're like huge fans. Like, fuck him. I'm like, what are we doing? Maybe it's a legitimate excuse.
I respect the honesty, though.
All right, that's good. Now we're gonna all go see Step Brothers.
You know what I thought? Okay. Well, I remember seeing you on Tough Crowd, and I thought that. In the sketch you did, I thought that you and Jim Norton had excellent chemistry.
We did, actually.
I think so, too.
In that short period of time.
Did you do a sketch with Will Ferrell?
Yes, I did.
Yes, I remember that.
You didn't know that?
I swear to God, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, I did a sketch. Will played a lawyer, and Colin made him wear an elf hat in the lawyer sketch, and then just berated him.
And berated him.
Yeah, but I thought I stole the sketch. I didn't, of course. I was nervous.
I think it was 50-50.
Will really has to go.
He's all right.
Another Elf movie?
I'm jumping ahead. I'm doing Elf 3. We're just going to
skip 2 because it sucked.
Right, he wants to enjoy his day. Will, we really appreciate this.
We're looking forward to seeing you, hopefully in person. But thanks for calling, Will. We know it's
thanks, you guys. Appreciate it.
Step Brothers in theaters now.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was whoever was on the phone. It's a long call.
Wow, that was a publicist hanging up immediately.
That's fine.
That wasn't Will hanging up like that.
We were probably over time.
Oh, that was nice of Will to do that.
So can
the word got back to him because we're like, oh, come on, man.
So listen, we had to stop her. Is Button Dick still here?
Button Dick. Oh, you might have.
Did he miss did he miss the briefing?
Yeah, he missed the briefing because he was getting photographs and such.
What was the briefing?
Let me just write.
You have some hold music?
I don't even know if I could spell his disease correctly, but yeah, we gotta lay off.
Okay.
But he's going to the show tomorrow. We're gonna try to get him a ride to the show and all that. Hey, I heard someone brought in a hissing cockroach. Yeah. We're getting ready to get the hell out of here, but you want to have this thing hiss on mic for us? And I got an idea, maybe a big out, and then we could get ready for the big show tomorrow at the PNC Bank Arts Center in Homedale, New Jersey. Oh, great. What's up, sir? What's your name?
Name's Isaac.
I never get sick of these things, these hissing cockroaches.
Oh, I hate these.
Isaac,
we discovered these.
Don't open it.
Sure?
Can you stand over there? I don't want it near me. I'm afraid of cockroaches. I have a cockroach phobia.
We discovered these hissing cockroaches back in the day when we used to do the 55-gallon drum challenge.
Yeah.
And, let's take a look at this thing. I want Pat Duffy to put this in his mouth and have it hiss.
No.
Why? He would do that. It doesn't bite.
Whoa. Yeah. See? It doesn't bite. As
They don't bite.
They just scare the shit out of you.
Yeah.
Because you just jumped trying to get him out of the thing.
Oh,
there's no fucking way.
Listen, this is the first time I've ever touched this shit. I had it for like 6 months because my ex-girlfriend had it for a fucking biology thing.
All right, listen to this thing. Can you imagine? Listen to this.
Fucking hiss.
No, he won't hiss when you want him to. I'll be funny if he bit your hand off.
No, they don't. No.
I know. Yeah.
Would you let Pat Duffy put that huge effing cockroach in his mouth?
Don't eat it though. Don't kill it.
Pat?
Am I allowed to kill it?
No.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't really care.
kill it.
It was supposed to be food anyway.
All right, hold on. All right, wait, Pat, get on mic because I want to hear the hiss.
Oh, all right. God, no.
What's the problem? Did we finally find something to do?
It's just gigantic. Let's see what
How big is that?
I have a small dead one in there if you want to
Hold
start
on,
with
let me
that.
try to,
How big is that hissing cockroach?
it's at least 3 inches long.
The size of a small jet.
Penis size.
It's the size of that guy's penis.
They don't
Big if you're a hissing cockroach, small if you're a penis. No?
His name is Gunter, by the way.
That was kind of intelligent.
Don't make him hiss.
Just put him on and hit him.
I can't look. This is disgusting.
You don't have to eat
Don't
it.
piss
Don't
him
eat
off
him.
before I put him in my mouth.
Pat, do you think you can put that in your mouth, let it crawl around a little bit? I would fucking lose my mind.
Don't swallow it though.
All right. There you go.
Bugs scare the shit out of me.
Oh, really?
You're handling it well, Pat.
I know, right?
All right, here goes Pat. He's going to put the hissing cockroach on his tongue. It's in his...
No.
You're dropping it.
Oh, shit. You're spilling it.
You're dropping it.
The thing is so big, it moves around slow.
Yeah, it literally fights to get out of my mouth.
It kind of lumbers around.
Oh, God, it's not...
It doesn't want to go in my mouth.
Well, of course not.
He probably saw the video of you.
Shit.
Yeah, it's seen its brethren.
All right, it's in his mouth.
I'm allowed to kill this?
No. Well, you don't have to kill him.
Wait. You know what?
Why do you want to kill
No,
it?
I don't care. I mean,
You don't have to kill it. Nah, it's his pet. Don't kill it, man.
It's not my pet.
Why do you have it?
It was supposed to be for food, but my lizard can't digest
For
it.
food,
So.
see? So
All right,
I should
wait,
eat
hold
it.
on. Get near the crowd. The crowd has to see us. Do we have a mic out there for the crowd?
Let's get a mic for him.
There you go. All right, Pat Duffy's walking around. He's got the hissing cockroach in his mouth. It's a really good Pat, come here. I want to take a picture of that.
Oh, the hissing cockroach doesn't like it.
Hold on. Too good. Hold on. Can we see the thing? Stick out your tongue so we can see it. All right, wait, do it
Crawl
like
out
that.
of his mouth.
It's crawling on his face. Hey, Pat, would you let that thing crawl around your asshole?
Sure. Let it crawl out of your mouth.
Put it in his mouth. That's worse.
All right, it's really tough to get it back in his mouth. All right, here we go. I'm trying to get a nice one. All right, what are we doing now, Pat? All right, he's going back out to the crowd.
That's crazy.
Dave.
If I was my agent...
What happened? Yeah, the thing jumped out of his mouth.
Big yummies.
It's very...
Holy shit.
It's running away!
Holy shit.
Holy shit. What are you doing? It ran all the way over there?
Just a piece of it over here.
Oh. What's it taste like?
It's like really sour.
Really?
Like just like rich, like sour butter.
Yeah, because it doesn't want to be bitten in half. That's why it's sour.
Oh, Gunter's having a bad day.
Wow. You all right, Pat?
Oh, I'm good to go.
All right, Pat Duffy, everyone. Where's Frunkus? Where's Frunkus? Give Frunkus his... Frunkus!
Gunter's a gunner.
Frunkus! Here's your money from earlier. Frunkus. You, sir. Here's your money from earlier. I don't know about a ride, but there's your money for...
Wow.
All right, could I get a picture with you guys later?
After the show. After the show. All right, there he goes. He's got his money.
The guy's money.
All right, I think we're going to wrap up. It's been a very busy show today.
Yes, indeed.
Mike DiStefano, thank you.
Oh, my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Mike is tonight in Boston, right?
Yeah, I'm going to be at Nick's Comedy Stop out in Boston. I don't know.
And then you have to come all the way back for tomorrow?
Yeah, man.
Oh,
it's all right.
Shit, the life of a comedian.
I just got called in this week for this virus. You guys, you know.
I know you're doing the right thing for us. Thank you.
You want to have me on the
thank you
bacterial infection tour.
That crunching sound was awful. Yeah, that was disturbing. Want to thank Black Sabbath.
Oh yeah, you were great
for coming in,
dudes, man. They're just fucking cool.
Made Jimmy's day, right,
yeah,
Jimmy?
Yeah, of course did.
And then you got Will Farrell. He called in, and you had who else? Penn Jillette from Bullshit on Showtime.
Buzz Aldrin.
So, line of the day, sponsored by Carbonite.com. Carbonite backs up your computer hard drive, so you never have to worry about losing any of your files. Check it out at Carbonite.com. Promo code XM. Here is a runner-up line of the day.
It's got a photo of a herpetic sore. Don't leave home without it.
You just swipe it through there. See if she's okay.
Very, very good. Right to the next runner-up line of the day. You can describe what's going on there, sir.
You go ahead. Well, I'm seeing two lesbians licking the dildo.
Yeah.
The dildo.
Patty chance.
He could fuck Patty and she'd still be a virgin.
Hey.
Good.
Right to the next one. The last runner-up line of the day. No? Yes? Maybe so? Yes.
Just kind of tug. That's all you got to do. It's easy. There you go.
Just like that.
Yeah,
no,
keep
just
going,
do that
keep
like
going,
a monkey.
Keep going. Keep going.
No, don't stop.
No, don't stop. You can't
I got
stop.
it. No, you didn't. That's clear stuff.
That's not.
That's
that isn't. Oh, you're in for a big surprise.
Very good. You guys have fun today? Yeah! We'll see you animals tomorrow at the PNC Bank Arts Center. Here is your line of the day.
Here comes line of the day. Line of the day.
All right, now what's happening?
Oh, look at that, huh?
Now what's happening, sir?
Now they're really having fun now.
Yeah.
That's
One
good
girl's
stuff.
fucking the other girl.
You
Oh,
let
yeah,
us-
he likes that.
You let us know when you want us to do the official measurement.
All right, do the measurement now.
All right. I like that guy. Oh, don't like that, though. All right, we're going home.
Why do we have Steve belching at the end? I didn't know that.
We'll see you all tomorrow at the Fine Comedy Show. A really nice surprise for the faithful listeners.
Oh, yeah, you guys are going to be very
And
happy.
maybe one more comedian that we can't announce because it's not a done deal yet. So there might be two surprises tomorrow, right?
Yeah, but the one surprise,
one definite surprise.
the crowd is going to like.
Yeah.
The Opie and Anthony fans are going to love
Yeah.
this surprise.
Yeah. Time to get the band back together, right?
I agree.
All right. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hi, we are
Heaven and Hell.
and you're listening to my pal and all of our pals.
Little Jimmy Norton.
Hey, that's Ed Norton's son.
Norton's brother. Jimmy Norton.
Jimmy Norton. You got any coffee?
Norton.